chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendarios sin medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, la voz, civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control, pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde, aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. De norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Raíz ancestral. Oh, 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 oh. Desde el tiempo del fuego y la obsidiana, cuando el sol era Dios y la luna hermana, nació esta tierra de maíz y de palabra. México viejo, México que nunca se acaba. Somos hijos del agua y del cerro, del jaguar que camina en silencio, del copal subiendo al cielo abierto y del tambor marcando el tiempo. Aquí el abuelo habla con el viento, la abuela rezan en lengua antigua. No es pasado lo que llevamos dentro, es raíz viva, es sangre que camina. México no es frontera ni papel, es memoria escrita en la piel. Es un canto que no se cayó, es un pueblo que nunca se vendió. Con reggae lo digo sin temor, desde el alma y el corazón. México es tierra sagrada y su gente es la bendición. Desde el águila firme en el nopal hasta el colibrí que vuelve a volar. Vivimos entre dioses antiguos que aún nos cuidan al caminar. Huitzilopochtli en la lucha diaria, Quetzalcóatl en la palabra honesta, Tonantzin en manos solidarias. Cuando el pueblo se manifiesta, aquí la fiesta es resistencia, el ritual también es amor. Bailamos para espantar la pena y cantamos para sanar el dolor. México es pan compartido, es tortilla, es frijol y sal, es el pásele, no estás solo cuando todo parece mal. Es el abrazo sin pregunta, es la risa en la tempestad, es la gente cuidando gente. Eso no lo van a borrar, aunque la historia fue herida y la conquista dejó cicatriz. No pudieron matar el espíritu ni arrancar la raíz. Seguimos hablando con la tierra, sembrando sueños al andar, porque quien honra a sus ancestros sabe siempre a dónde va. Y me conoce, es solo pasado, es presente queriendo florecer. Es un pueblo que sigue cantando aunque le enseñaron a temer. Con reggae levanto la voz pa' que se escuche en el mar. México vive en su gente y su gente lo sabe amar. Que no te digan que está roto, que no te vendan desamor. México es fuerte porque el pueblo siempre camina en unión. Desde el sur hasta el desierto, desde el barrio hasta el altar. Somos muchos, somos uno cuando toca resistir y amar. México lindo, tierra madre, corazón de sol y sal. Yo te canto desde el respeto, desde el fuego ancestral. Raíz que no se doblega, voz que no se apagó. México vive en su gente
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Just kidding, fam. Hold on a second here real quick. Let me say what's up to the fam. Hold on a second. And yes, shalom, saludos. And first of all, let me go down the line. What's up, Warakuya, man? Hope your week is going well, bro. All right? Appreciate you being here. Hey, shalom, sis. Yes, happy seventh day rest. It's matter of fact, for you guys that do the lunar, you're pretty much in the same rhythm right now. For you that just keep it Friday, Saturday. You know what I mean? I'm not judging because a lot of us still trying to fully understand. Some schools believe in the full, I mean the new and full. Some schools believe in Friday, Saturday. Some people say Wednesday, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I try to keep it as close as I can to what the scriptures say. But you know what? It's at least it's in the rhythm, man. Good to have you guys here. What up? What up, Jacob? What up, bro? Hope you're doing well, you and your family, man. Hey, by the way, Jacob, you need to email me because I may need your help with your real estate stuff. All right? Anyways, let's see. Queen Mosa V. The bird god Horus. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna be more than that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get into something real interesting today. Totally fucking interesting today. Some of you guys, let me see if I can find the link here. Hold on. Is it this one? Or is it this one? Okay. It is this one. Okay, so before we get going with the whole session in class, right, I want to express and share this with you, right, why it was extremely important to name this the double-headed PSYOPs. Two eagles, I mean, one eagle, two heads facing each other. Scriptures say that those two heads will be the last ones. I find that very ironic, right? I'm not going to get into that because, you know, that's like a total different deep dive. What up, bro? Saludos, buenos días, Jeremías. Buenos días, Jeremías. Hope you and your family are well, bro. Hope you and your kids are well, too, okay? Okay, so here's what we're going to look at. Check this out. This is interesting. You would think that name wouldn't be in there. Like, what? Like, what? Hold on a second. Hold on. What? Turkey Slurpee.
Shit, I find that funny. Anyway, so here we are understanding that, like, we have a bunch of different doctrines, right? Like these guys right here, they don't not believe in the Old Testament at all, nor do they believe in a new one, all right? And it's kind of no different than those Old Testament keepers that believe in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they say that that supersedes the Old Testament. So it's almost like I fucking think you guys are the same. I mean, I don't know, bro. I mean, it's funny that you guys know how to read Yiddish. You know what I mean? Thoroughly, really well. Like you had to either be born in that shit or go to school with that. And y'all don't seem like you went to school for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's gonna hurt.
Hold on, I'm sorry. What?
That's right.
That's right. Like the old lady said. That's right. So here we see now the Talmud unmasked secret rabbinical teachings concerning Christians. Huh. Hold on, I think I missed somebody, bro. Joe, what up, fam? Oh, man. I just remembered, like, wait a minute, dude. I forgot to say hi to one person. My bad, Joe. I totally fucking skipped you, man. My bad, bro. Okay, so like, let's go back. All right, so then we're here are looking at the, let's see, April 3rd, 1892. All right, so now let's go back to, look, you got a lot of sections. There's a lot of sections to talk about. Jesus Christ and the Talmud, all that crap. We're not going to touch on that. We're going to touch on this. Because as I was reading this, you know, I was kind of going back and forth in pages, and all of a sudden, I read this part. And you guys are going to hear this name in the videos that I'm going to show you. I got some videos to show you, and yes, you're going to have to go through them. Because this individual is basically a geo-economist, okay? And I mentioned his name before in Spanish. I finally got some videos in English that can translate what he's saying. And it's basically what I've been saying. So a lot of us have been touching on this shit. So let's go through this real quick. This is on page, I don't know what book, 18, okay? It says, since the Talmud was such a voluminous and disordered work, there was a need of a compendium which would facilitate its study. So that's how they came up with all these Mishnah, Talmud, and all that whatever shit, right? But here's the interesting part. Now, if you guys never heard of this individual, it's Maimonides. Maimonides was the so-called Jesus of 1666. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was Sabbatai Sevi. I mistake. They were both Sephardic. But Maimonides is a Sephardic so-called Jew, okay? So this guy says the first to issue a well-ordered work on Jewish law was Maimonides, styled the Eagle of Synagogue. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? When the hell did the eagle relate to, you know what I'm saying? Like, when the hell did that even occur? When did that even happen? All right. So then now, when I started getting deeper into this stuff, I was like, wait a minute, wait. Let me search what the eagle, hold on a second. Okay, what, are you not working on me now? What the fuck? Here, let me, man, bro, I kid you not. Stop. So like, I'm thinking, all right, so this eagle character, like, what do you mean? Like, you search for the eagle, right? You search for the eagle. Hold on. Damn, bro, well, you guys are just acting stupid today. All right, so then I go to and I Google, basically simply type in Eagle of the Synagogue, okay? Eagle of the Synagogue. Hey, what up, estudiante? Thank you, bro, for that. Thank you for that video, man. That you know, it took 16 minutes to record each one, and I'm sure it took you longer to edit them. So, man, you know what? I appreciate you, brother. That's love, bro.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
And see, that's the real, like, our gente. That's the real gente. Or that's how they are, bro. I don't even have to ask. They just do it out of kindness. Unlike you, y'all are fucking hateful, jealous, envious bastards. Anyway, so just saying. So I Googled Eagle of the Synagogue. And lo and behold, bro, I didn't even know this was going to happen, all right? So we're going to look into this link right here. But first, before I do that, look at the images. So you're like, okay, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden, I see this right here. Now I'm like, oh, shit.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I'm like, hold on a second. How in the world does the eagle have to do with you? If the Bible says that the eagle from afar, from the end of the earth, is going to come swift at you and destroy you. That's why I said double-headed eagle. Because guess what? This is just an eagle with that fucking thing, right? That Moloch shit. That fucking star of the demons. Look at this shit right here. And look at this shit right here. Now, Hittite eagle, Hittite, Hitler. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'm gonna say this right now. The German Nazis were the Jewish Germans. Do you understand that? The German Nazis were the German Jewish. It's all a fucking game, family. They've been hiding this shit from us for quite some time. Because guess what? The Talmud and the Freemasonry require the Kabbalah. And those are two tied together. And they understand for the 33rd degree shit. Now, that's not even all. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second, bro. I may be wrong. Like, I may just be wrong and shit. So then all of a sudden, I click on this thing right here, like double-headed eagle, but I looked at eagle of synagogue. I click here, and it only gives me one page, right? So I'm like, all right, fine. But it says this right here, and this is when it blew my fucking mind, bro. Double-headed eagle, all right? So it says here. It says the heraldic two-headed eagle was very common in the 17th and 19th century Jewish art, okay? On textiles or metals and through such techniques as painting and carving, it appeared in the embellishment of synagogue, of various ritual objects, especially in the Eastern Europe and Germany. It was during this period that we find some outstanding examples, okay? Or outstanding examples, I think, of the two-headed eagle on the painted ceilings and walls and wall decorations of synagogues, of the two-headed eagle. Two-headed eagle. Hey, listen, dumbass. Do yourself a favor. Shut the fuck up and learn. Or go create your own channel, Queen Bee, because we don't need the stupidity. We're going to get serious today. Hey, moderators, you already know, bro. I don't need stupid people like that. We need quality, not quantity, man. Get rid of these idiots if they continue. Don't let them distract the gente, because this is important. You know what I'm saying? So it says here, let's see. Oh, let me go. Sorry here. It says here, so technique, painting, and carving, and appeared in embellishment, yada, yada, yada. It was during this period that we find some outstanding examples of the two-headed eagle on the painted ceilings and wall decorations of the synagogues in Poland and in Ukraine. In Poland and Ukraine. Hold on. Two-headed eagle in the synagogues of Satan. Is that possibly it? Synagogues of Satan? In some instances, it figures as central symbol. One of the foremost examples it seems on the ceilings of synagogues look, watch this, at the Hodorab, where it is depicted in the center of the conclave ceiling, at the highest point, surrounded by, hold on a second, check this out, the 12 signs of the zodiac. So now, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here together and saying, as I'm reading this information, right, you know, because I've been kind of reading this for the predominantly most of the week, because I'm like, this is mind-blowing. So I'm like, wait a minute. How in the world, and I know Maimonides was, I think he's the one that inputted more the Mishnah, if I'm not mistaken, okay? I may be wrong, but that was him. And he was the one that coined the eagle of the synagogue. You look that shit up, and it's like two-headed eagle. And then it's all over the synagogues on the ceilings. And then around this shit right here, it's surrounded by the 12 signs of the zodiac and a wealth of other symbols whose shapes derive from the world of flora and fauna. The circle around the eagle includes a verse from the biblical song of Moses. As an eagle stirred up her nest, fluttereth over her young, spread abroad her wings. All right, so Deuteronomy 32:11. Look, all I'm trying to focus on, and exactly this now, these are the names that I want you to pay attention to. Some such eagles are painted in the synagogues of Goetz, whatever the fuck that is, Jablino, Walpa, and others. That's all Europe. Russia, Poland, Ukraine, Germany, all those people. We're going to learn and find out that those people, like Einstein and the Rothschild and Stephen Miller and Hitler, whatever his fucking real name was, I don't care. The point being is we know who they are. And by the way, that was just me in an assumption, kid. Do you understand? Like, for real, bro. For real, man. The newbies to this channel just don't understand what this is all about. Sit down and shut up, kids. Seriously. Let a grown man teach you. Such eagles were painted in the synagogue of all these names, right? Similar motifs adorn the carved ark of the law and the curtains drawn across it. It is also found in the Torah breastplate, Torah crown, menorahs, the Sabbath candlesticks. The two-headed eagle motif is especially prominent in paper cuts a folk art usually produces by students of religious schools in the countries of Eastern Europe. Now watch this. Those paper cuts which served as the MESHIACHA or the Shivati, right, included composite arrays of symbols such as the menorah, the tree of life, the Torah crown, yada, yada, yada. That tree of life is not what you think is the tree of life. That's the Sephiroth. So then I'm like thinking, dude, this is nuts. How is this even possible? Like, am I like not seeing things for what they are? Maybe I'm making a mistake. But now then I go deeper into this and I'm like, what the hell, bro? So now we get to look at symbols of double-headed eagles. See this right here? Symbols, and you know damn well that the Sephiroth is about degrees. The double-headed eagle is heralded an eagle with two heads, separated from the neck, pointing one to the right and the other to the left. If you go to 2nd Ezra chapter 11, 12, and 13, it actually explains to you the feathers, the 3 heads, the 12 feathers, and the 8 contrary feathers, or what they're calling wings. It's amazing that at the end, 2 heads are left. I'm not sure which ones we're talking about because it's really hard to determine this stuff. But you see the history of this 2-headed eagle. 2-headed eagle, right? The concept of the 2-headed eagle. So these guys, that's why the scriptures talk about, I don't know, maybe you know this verse, Job, Jacob, or Guaracuya, or Jeremias, or even Estudiante. You guys know this. Which one's the verse that talks about, shit, man. Trying to think of your names. I forgot the verse. Hold on a second. They go deep into searching. I think Psalm 64, maybe. They do their diligent search. You know, their thoughts are deep, right? That's why when you read Jasher 28 and 20, I mean, again, that's just some verses that I ran into. It talks about how Esau or Edom loves to understand the minds of people so then he can manipulate them. And who's doing this? Like literally, it's these 2 people right here. It's literally these 2 people. So when I start looking at this, like, bro, this is really interesting, man. Like I'm like, what's going on here? Like, okay, I find this, and then I find that. And then I find this link, and I'm going to come back to this link, okay? I want to let y'all know I'm going to come back to this link. But we need to understand this here, okay? This is from, I found this link, The Hidden History of Zionism. Chapter 2, Zionist Objective, okay? I'm going to only read this paragraph, and then we're going to move on to the videos because I really want to let y'all know how deep this rabbit hole is. And this man I've shared with you, I've shared him with you before, but he is going to, now that we understand who's involved, Amalek, Esau, Canaan, you know what I'm saying? Ishmael, Moab, like we understand all of these people are involved, right? So now let's get a geo-demographic through a political understanding, and then he's going to actually mix it with biblical, truth as well. That's why I love the fact that I've been sharing this with y'all since 2022. Now we're here today, and it's all literally coming to fruition. Like literally. So for us, it's like, oh yeah, I saw that coming. Thanks to brother so-and-so. That's right. And he what was it? Let me see. Guarakai said, Sabbatai Sevi was forced to convert to Islam or die. That's right. In 1666, he went off and said that he was the real Jesus. Yo. Here's the funny part. Like so-called Sephardic Jew, then a bunch of fucking people believe this ass, bro. Like they really believe them. That's why, they're all excited. And I think that's why a lot of people in those times were writing about the 10 tribes of Israel being here because they were excited. Like, yo, maybe it's true. And, nothing occurred because it wasn't the time. Do you get what I'm saying? But the fact that he was trying to be Jesus, that's why he ended up converting, or else he would fucking die. Like, and that's, and again, I believe that he was just like one of those, secret conversos, right? He didn't really turn into it. They say he was a rabbinical Jew inward, but Muslim. There you go. Yeah, my bad. I didn't even read the rest. Right. Exactly it, bro. Hey, how you doing, bro? How you doing, man? Good to have you. MESHIACHA. I believe I said your name right. So now let's read this real quick. And again, we're going to go to the videos. All right. It says here, the objective of Zionism has never been merely to colonize Palestine. Remember, this is from Ralph Schulman, The Hidden History of Zionism, chapter 2, okay? Zionist objective. It says, as as was the goal of classical colonial and imperial movements, listen to this, as was the goal of classical colonial and imperial movements during the 19th and 20th century. Now that says before, like between 1801 through 1899 and 1901 through 1999. Do you understand that? The design of European colonialism in Africa and Asia. Watch this. This is why it's so different. Essentially, to exploit indigenous peoples as cheap labor while extracting natural resources for exploitation. Yeah, like that's what they did. Amalek, Edom, Canaan, you know what I mean? The elitists, okay? But here's the difference between what happened to y'all, claiming to be certain people, and what happened to us and those brothers and sisters that are over there right now. What distinguishes Zionism from other colonial movements is the relationship between the settlers and the people to be conquered. You see that? The colonial movements is the relationship between the settlers and the people to be conquered. Unlike what we read before, the vowed purpose of the Zionist movement was not merely to exploit the Palestinian people or Raza here in the Americas, because I've showed you Jews and Muslims in British Columbia. I've gone deep into this. Who was funding the whole thing since 1492? Sephardic Jews. And then between the 19th and 20th century, y'all Ashkenazi Jews came. So now let's go back. The vowed purpose of the Zionist movement that not merely to exploit the Palestinian people, that was the Ashkenazis, but to disperse and dispose them. Remember that? But to disperse and dispose them. Who is pushing the propaganda for massive immigration and deportation? Who? Tell me who. I mean, I know who it is. These motherfuckers.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
The intent was to replace the indigenous population with a new settler community. And you know what? That's biblical. When Nebuchadnezzar came, took the northern kingdom, he took a lot of the northern kingdom people out, brought a lot of other people in, just like today. No, I didn't mean that one. Just like today. Just like today. All right, so here it goes. And vowed purpose of the Zionist movement was not merely to exploit the Palestinian people, but to disperse and dispose them. The intent was to replace the indigenous population with a new settler community, to eradicate the farmers, artisans, and town dwellers of Palestine, and substitute an entirely new workforce composed of settler population. In denying the existence of the Palestinian people, Zionism sought to create the political climate for their removal. Isn't that what occurred here, has had happening here, and it's still trying to happen to us here? Yes or no? Not only from their land, but from history. Are they not having these negros trying to say that we're not even the people from here? This double-headed fucking PSYOPs is so obvious, it's so easy to read, it's so fucking fundamental to understand that I don't know why you guys aren't waking up to this shit. It's in your fucking face. It's called PSYOP. Do you think these Morenos all of a sudden got an idea? Oh my God, I am the native. That shit is PSYOP, fam. It's these Ashkenazis. That's who they are. And I'm going to show you. It's all over the fucking place. When knowledge at all, hold on a second. When knowledge at all, the Palestinians were reinvented as a semi-savage. What does that sound like? Who are they calling savages? Who are they calling savages? Us. Us. They're not calling other people savages, bro. Remember what we read in the first paragraph? When they colonized in Africa and colonized in Asia, they were exploiting those people. That's it. Extracting their natural resources. They weren't trying to replace them. Did they bring people from us and took us over there to Africa? Did they take our people and take us to Japan and China and all that shit? No. The Sephardics, who were first funding the slave trade since 1492, with the help of Canaan and Edom as well, later on came, and then Edom then brought Amalek. Do you get what I'm saying? This is what you're seeing today in Palestine is what's been going on here for fucking 500 years. Watch this. When acknowledged at all, the Palestinians were reinvented as a semi-savage, nomadic remnant. You see? Oh, you guys are Siberians. You were never here. Us black folks were here before. Historical records were falsified. Oh my God. The Olmec head. That must be African. A procedure begun during the last quarter of the 19th century, between 1801 to 1899, but continuing today in such a pseudo-historical writing as Joanne Peters from time immemorial. The Zionist movement could seek alternative imperial sponsors for this bloody enterprise. Among them, the Ottoman Empire, Imperial Germany, British Raj, French colonialism, Tsarist Russia. Zionist plans for the Palestinian people anticipated the Ottoman solution for the Armenians, who would be slaughtered in the first sustained genocide of the 20th century. So here we actually start seeing the Armenization of the Palestinian people. Hold on. This is the last part. For its inception, the Zionist movement sought the Armenization of the Palestinian people, like the Native Americans, meaning our people, right? The Palestinians were regarded as a people too many. Too many fucking immigrants. Too many fucking immigrants. Too many Mexicans. Too many this. Too many that. The logic was elimination. Are they not doing that to our people? The record was to be of genocide. This was no less true of the labor Zionist movement, which sought to provide a socialist patina for the colonial enterprise. One of the principles of theorists of labor Zionism, a founder of Zionist party, Poel, whatever the fuck his name is, and supporter of whatever the hell his name is, and David Aaron Gordon, Walter Lacker acknowledged in his History of Zionism that A.D. Gordon and his comrades wanted every tree and every bush to be planted by Jewish pioneers. Gordon coined the slogan, Conquest of Labor. He called upon the Jewish capitalists and the Rothschild plantation manager. Rothschild's German. Why the fuck are we forgetting? These are German people. The Rothschild are fucking Germans. They're not nothing else but that. It says they're Jewish capitalists and Rothschild plantation managers who had obtained land from absentee Turkish landlords over the heads of the Palestinian people. You see, that's the Rothschild took the, let's say, deeds from the Turkish, because they were never there, right, over the Palestinians, to hire Jews and only Jews. He organized boycotts of any Zionist enterprise which failed to employ Jew exclusively, and prepared strikes against Rothschild colonists who allowed Arab peasants to sharecrop or to work even as cheap labor. Thus, the labor Zionists employed the method of workers' movement to prevent the use of Arab labor. Their objective was not exploitation, but usurpation. Pretty much. Let me see what they got. Let me see. Psalms 2 and 1. Let me see what you got. Oh, that's good. It says here, Psalms 2 and 1. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine vain things? See? Why are they so mad? Why y'all so mad? Oh, man, replacement theory. These Mexicans, these beaners, spicks, and wetbags are replacing us. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine vain things? We're not replacing you, you fucking dumb asses. It's what's going to happen. You believe in the Bible, but yet you ignore it. The kings of the earth set themselves, supposedly, as the leaders of this country. Aren't they not over there running the United Nations? And they decide what the hell goes on to every other people. No, matter of fact, it's this supposedly place that decides that. The rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointing, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. You know what cast away their cords means? Your heritage. Your cord, what you hang on to. That they want you to be cast away. Perfect verse for this, man. Because that's exactly what their intent is, fam. That is exactly what their intent is. So now, this is what I want to show you. We need to touch on this because it's, you know, again, we're talking about the two-headed eagle. Hold on, not this one. Hold on, let me see. I think I have the video. Oh, that's right. All right, okay, hold on. We got a series of things to watch, all right? So that's why I couldn't do it yesterday, to be honest. I wasn't feeling good. You know, my stomach was hurting, man. So yeah, it just wasn't right. But I want to show you this right here because I think it's important, bro. All right, fam? Let's go.
Years to come to the conclusions that I have come to. And I want 5 years to come to the conclusions that I have come to. And I want to tell you that one of the biggest things I discovered in my work was the existence of a supranational committee composed of 300 men called the Committee of 300, also known in intelligence circles as the Olympians.
300 people you've never heard of. They don't hold office, they don't give speeches, they don't campaign, they don't need your vote. And he's not talking about the secret societies you've heard 100 times. This is what the headlines never touch.
This is the committee that runs the world. Now, in my book, The Committee of 300, I name every one of them. This is not a book that talks about they. It gives you specifics.
Now, this is one of those videos that rarely stays visible for long. But what you're about to watch will explain a lot of the strange things happening in the world right now. So, let's get right into it.
Who and what is the Committee of 300? Well, I've dealt with that. I've told you this is a supranational body that knows no boundaries, respects the laws of no countries. The first time that they were publicly announced was by a German socialist by the name of Walter Rathenau. Now, I'll give you some background of Walter Rathenau. He was the financial advisor to the Kaiser of Germany, and he was also the financial advisor to the Rothschilds, the French family Rothschild. So he must have known what he's talking about. He made an astonishing statement in 1934. He said, there is a committee of 300 men that rule the world. They are known only to each other, and nothing happens without their consent.
This isn't about symbols, or handshakes, or a club everyone already suspects. This is the top of the chain. At least that's his claim. The structure nobody sees. And as this man will explain, every organization has its place. They all fit into a hierarchy. But at the very top, 300 people. Pay attention to this part.
I came across this quite by accident when I was serving in Africa, in Angola, and I was given a series of documents which were only supposed to be handed in to top-level people. They were what we call above the top level of classification of intelligence documents. And there I discovered that whilst I thought I was in Africa fighting against the invasion of the communists, I was in fact fighting to introduce socialist regimes in the black African countries, and that I was actually working for a committee called the Committee of 300, also known in intelligence circles as the Olympians.
This isn't someone guessing from the sidelines. He's describing a moment where the story didn't match the mission. He thought he was fighting one enemy. Then he claims he realized he was building something else entirely. And that raised a different kind of question. Not who's in charge, but how high the chain really goes. His name is Dr. John Coleman, and he frames this as a 25-year-old investigation shaped by intelligence-level access. Let's keep going.
In 1986, I wrote a work called Mind Control, Metaphysics, Extremely Low Frequency Radiation and Weather Modifications. And in that work, July the 8th, 1986, I said that the top-level intelligence organization in the United States was the National Reconnaissance Office, far bigger than the CIA and any of the other intelligence agencies. And by the way, we have about 10 different ones in the United States. I even had the audacity to give the address of this organization. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Sam Donaldson, the gentleman who wears that beautiful toupee so effectively, he came on with a program in prime time, and he said, this is one of the biggest scoops that ABC has ever had. And he told about the National Reconnaissance Organization. The exact same thing that I published 8 years earlier. I tell you this to set the stage so that you'll understand I do have some experience and that I know that of which I speak.
So here's what he's doing. He's not just making a claim. He's planting a marker in time, 1986. And he says he named the organization before the public was even supposed to know it existed. Because once you understand that layer exists, you stop thinking intelligence is just spies in meetings. It's reach, it's visibility, it's who gets to see the world first and who reacts second. And if a system like that sits above the usual agencies, then you have to ask a darker question. What sits above that? Watch this.
And I came across the families in Italy who were called the Fondi, meaning the people who had all the money. They were all members of the Committee of 300, the Lucatis, the Recanatis, the Volpi du Miseratis. These people are so wealthy that they would make David Rockefeller look like a piker. That is how rich they are. And this is the committee that runs the world. Now, in my book, The Committee of 300, I name every one of them. This is not a book that talks about they. It gives you specifics.
This is where his story shifts. From theory to names. Not they, not someone. He's saying, I can point to families. And whether you believe his list or not, the idea underneath it is real. Power doesn't reset every 4 years. It accumulates. It inherits. It survives scandals, elections, and headlines. Because the kind of influence that lasts isn't built on popularity. It's built on ownership, on access, on networks that don't need to introduce themselves. But even wealth isn't the whole machine. Wealth needs a way to move the world without showing its hand. And this is where it gets uncomfortable.
When former head of state Mikhail Gorbachev visited the United States a few years ago, flanked by George Bush and Quayle, he opened his Gorbachev Foundation in the United States. And he let slip, he said, this is being done with approval of the Committee of 300. CNN cameras were on him. They immediately switched. Now, I wrote to CNN and I said, could I have a transcript of this program, which they said was available. I never got a reply. I followed it up with letter after letter, but nothing ever came of it. The point I'm trying to make, ladies and gentlemen, is that the federal government, the secret upper-level parallel government that runs the United States, does not want you to know that you have an upper-level parallel government that calls the shots, that dictates what is going to happen to your life and mine.
That line changes everything, because now he's not describing a theory, he's describing a system that protects itself. Maybe there's an innocent explanation, maybe not. But the point is this: if influence can decide what gets recorded, then it can also decide what gets remembered. And once power becomes something you can't even trace, the next question isn't who, it's where. Where does a structure like that live? Because it wouldn't operate as a rumor, it would operate through institutions. Pay attention to this part.
I revealed the existence of an organization called the Royal Institute for International Affairs, which is located at Chatham House in 10 St. James Square in London. I also revealed the existence of the Club of Rome, the Cini Foundation, the Mont Pelerin Society, the Order of St. John, which is known but not known, and I listed all of these secret societies that run the world as executive arms of the Committee of 300. So it controls the world through all of these. The Royal Institute for International Affairs is the executive arm of this committee, which gives instructions to the United States government to this very day. The chain of command is as follows. Every Secretary of State that has been appointed since 1919 is appointed by the Royal Institute for International Affairs. That may come as a shock for you. You think you vote and you put a conservative in the White House, and then he appoints supposedly or allegedly conservative people to carry out the policies that you wanted him to implement. Surprise, surprise. I ask you to find me a conservative Secretary of State since 1919. And if you search diligently and apply the correct rules, you will come up blank. Every one of the Secretaries of State was chosen in London by the Secretary of State, as was Wilson, the President Wilson, as was Roosevelt, as was James Earl Carter. He was specially chosen because he'd had 3 mental breakdowns, and they felt he would be a good guy to manipulate. Oh, I'm talking facts.
Different presidents, different parties, the same advisory structure. Because when policy is filtered before it even reaches an election, votes don't change direction, they change packaging. But institutional influence alone doesn't move societies. To shape real outcomes, it needs something stronger. Leverage, economic pressure, dependence that turns choices into necessities. And that's where the next phase begins.
This Committee of 300 told a man called Aurelio Pecci to form this Club of Rome with the main object of bringing down the industries and the agricultural development of the United States. He immediately wrote a paper in which he said there are too many people on the earth, and that the United States, with its industrial development, its agricultural development, is responsible for this curse of overpopulation. So the Club of Rome was instituted and organized to start an attack on the world's population using the United States as the whipping boy. And they came up with a paper called the Zero Growth Post-Industrial Plan for Industry and Agriculture for the United States of America.
This is where his claims shift from politics to pressure. He connects the committee of the Club of Rome. He connects the Club of Rome to zero growth. And then he connects zero growth to one outcome: tightening the system. Now, you don't have to accept the motive he assigns to it, but the mechanism is real. When systems tighten, the impact doesn't hit evenly. The wealthy buffer it, the poor adapt to it, and the middle absorbs it. Mortgages, wages, savings, stability. That's the layer that carries the strain. Now listen closely to what he claims next.
The middle class in the United States of America had to be destroyed because in the coming push to a world order, the middle class would be the stumbling block. Because history had shown that the peasant class in ancient days, when they had revolted, were just easily crushed. There was no resistance. But now had grown a new super class of people in the United States called the middle class, who had long-term employment, who had job security, who were well paid, who could afford to buy the products that were made by the United States and didn't need to buy products from China or anywhere else. And the Club of Rome post-industrial zero-growth paper said this has got to stop. We have to bring down the middle class of the United States. And the way that we will do this, the way that we will accomplish this task is by crushing their industries.
Whether you call it policy, markets, or global pressure, the weight never lands evenly. It lands where society is most stable, the middle. Because the middle has something to lose, a job, a mortgage, a routine, a future. And when that layer weakens, dependence grows quietly. Not overnight, but structurally. While ordinary people feel instability as pain, those above it experience the same events as logistics. They hedge, they move assets, they buy buffers. And that's the real divide. Not what happens, but who it happens to. Here's how Coleman explains it.
The Club of Rome celebrated its cell-diversity anniversary, and Alexander King, its chairman, stated, the American people henceforth must get used to the idea that they will never, ever again in their lifetime have full employment. What a scandalous thing that our government is fully cooperating with this organization built up by the Royal Institute for International Affairs to destroy the middle class of the United States.
By the end of this, you realize something disturbing. Coleman isn't asking you to fear a group, he's asking you to notice a pattern. That power doesn't always rule by force, it rules by structure. It decides what gets funded, what gets outsourced, what gets normalized, and what becomes permanent. And once society is locked into pressure, it doesn't need to be controlled loudly, it controls itself. And that's why faces can change, and the direction can stay identical. So maybe the question isn't who runs the world, maybe it's simpler than that. What is the system designed to produce, no matter who you vote for?
Okay, 70 million immigrants flooded in. 61 million of those were non-European nations, and hardly any of them assimilated into American culture. They destroyed our nation, literally. We must deport all illegals. We must remigrate millions of people. And if you're not a Christian and you're not fully assimilated, I'm talking language, culture, and values, get out of America.
America wasn't founded by grabbing a bunch of dudes from other countries, bringing them here, giving them free apartments and welfare. It was by people who wanted to escape religious persecution, and they started building things, not just coming here getting handouts. I mean, I've been a lot of places and I've seen a lot of people, and as soon as the truth is told and you don't like it, you just say racist.
Let's talk about the truth there, Pierce. I got to jump in here. When we talk about the founding of America, it was founded by European colonizers, built on the backs of enslaved Africans and on the genocide of indigenous people. To claim that it wasn't, it literally was. The Homestead Act, which was finally repealed in 1987, gave hundreds of millions of acres of free land to white European immigrants while denying them to the descendants of enslaved Africans. And so even to this day, the single demographic, the largest demographic on public welfare are white Americans. But there is no accountability and restitution or reparations for the enslaved Africans and their descendants who suffered genocide. And we rewrite this history. Well, we built it by our bootstraps. No, you didn't. You built it on the backs of enslaved Africans who were beaten and murdered and raped. This is a legacy of this country.
First of all, let's start with something light. Columbus initiated the transatlantic slave trade in early February 1494, first sending several dozen enslaved Tainos, these are the native people of the island he landed on, to Spain. Columbus described those he enslaved as well-made and of good intelligence. He ordered 1,600 of them rounded up and had 550 of the best males and females, according to one witness, Michel de Cuneo, chained and sent as slaves to Spain. Of the rest who were left, that person writes, the announcement went around that whoever wanted them could take as many as he pleased, and this was done. And understand that significant numbers of even those early slave deliveries ended up dying en route, possible. Now, the initial slave that we talked about proved to be unprofitable, but he later wrote, let us in the name of the Holy Trinity go on sending all the slaves that can be sold. So there you get both the religious and the commercial considerations in one sentence. When the slavery did not pay off, he turned to a tribute system, forcing every Taino of 14 or older to fill a hawk's bell with gold every 3 months. If successful, they were safe for another 3 months. If not, Columbus ordered that they be punished by having their hands chopped off, or they were chased down by attack dogs.
Of County has the pedophile symbol on its badge.
Yeah.
As if to say, you're safe with us, pedophile. It's cool. All right? So our 18,000 police jurisdictions are in the Stone Age, and they have been trained to turn a blind eye to most crime. The Zionists have totally compromised all law enforcement communications and computing across this country. There's an excellent book on Robert Maxwell, Israeli super spy. He was the first guy to push out a program called Promise, which was the Israelis' first serious attempt to penetrate all government communications and computing. And when Michael Chertoff, who is a Zionist dual citizen, was put in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, among his missions was to make sure that there were Israeli firms in the basement of all Department of Homeland Security communications and computing software and hardware.
Explainer video, is this accurate? Someone sent this to me. Let's check it out. Okay. Ooh, missing Johnny Gosh? They saying that he had something to do with that? The heads on the wall. Nickelodeon. Yeah, guys, remember the documentary about Nickelodeon? Seems pretty accurate. What do we got here? Pusha T at the Grammys with Weinstein and Jay-Z in the background. Okay, I can see that. What do we got? Ex-NBA Commissioner David Stern playing Price is Right in the wheel there. TMZ. Bill Gates with the STD lip. Who do we got in the jacuzzi? Prince Andrew, Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton, Chris Tucker, Pope John Paul II, and Mother Teresa? The Dalai Lama. Oh, yeah, we heard about him. If you haven't, you got to check that one out. Ghislaine Maxwell. You got the headless sculpture up top. That's crazy. Oh, he's got the Island Boys and Nick Fuentes in the back. What's this? Maybe some type of like plastic surgeon? Gotten plastic surgery. Oh, look at that. Call of Duty, Activision, all the different video games, the Federal Reserve, and all the stock exchange. Bitcoin. They're saying he's Satoshi. Is that the truth? I don't know. Terrorist organizations got ISIS in the background. So they're saying he's tied into all of this. What do we got? Oh, look at that. Little Biden, Big Biden, Barack, the Bushes. Everybody's in there. And then all the people who came in, remember that, for the Epstein Files Phase 1 with Kash Patel? Oh my goodness, man. This is hilarious. Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman. Hold on a second. You got Elon Musk. You got Peter Thiel in the background holding up Trump on something that looks like an ark. And he's got a McDonald's meal with a Diet Coke in the background with the White House in the backdrop. That is crazy. Wow. How are they going to cap this thing off? The owl up top. Benjamin flipping the switch, the power switch off, maybe shutting the grid off. And here he is with the cape. Times Square. Cyber, it says in the background, if you could read that, cyber attack across the country. This is pretty accurate. And they cap it off. Oh my goodness. You got over here Michael Aquino, who helped establish the Church of Satan with Anton LaVey, as well as the Temple Set, who also just happened to be the guy who established the Psychological Operations Program with the United States military. I don't know. Seems pretty accurate. This is crazy, man. Let me know what you guys think about this.
Are low-life scum that screw little girls so the Jews can screw America. That's what's happening in this country. I just said it. That's what's going on in this country. And our FBI is corrupt. The Supreme Court is corrupt. The Justice Department is corrupt. The news media is corrupt. The whole country is corrupt because we've walked away from Almighty God and we've allowed Kabbalah practicing Jews to defile the nation. Put that video out. Go ahead and clip this video and send it out. I dare you. You won't do it because you're scared that the truth may get out to the American people. I'm had it up to here with the corruption in this country. Little children being raped for the benefit of Israel. That's all it's about, Doc. Little American children being raped for the benefit of Israel. American politicians raping little American girls to be videotaped by Israeli Mossad so that Israel can blackmail American politicians. That's the state of America today. God ought to destroy this country for what we've become.
My bad, bro. My bad. Thank you. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. I caught it late. My bad. Okay, so all I was saying was, it's interesting what we just watched. We've seen like a systematic breakdown of a nation of people, right? Like I've called you guys collateral damage. Edom, Amalek, Canaan, Ishmael. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all are collateral damage to the elitists. Their number one goal was to make sure that we had an oppressive mind and spirit. You get what I'm saying? So this book here is Jews and Muslims of British colonial America. That's the 13 colonies. Hey, you right-wing Nazi idiots. That's the 13 colonies. We're going to go deep into this stuff today, fam. All right? So now, look, listen. I finally got this translation in English. All right? Let's listen to this. We're going to move on to the next video, which is, in Spanish. Unfortunately, sorry, this is a bilingual channel. And then we're going to move on to this one. Because if you don't understand what this man is saying, then you're missing the entire point. Because he is confirming everything that I've been sharing with you guys. Because he's basically, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe he's been watching my channel. I'm kidding. Nah, this guy is well known. But he's on point. Let's go.
Look, in Caspar Weyberger's book Next War, The Next War, it's been more than 20 years since that book, I'm talking about the Secretary of the Pentagon, talks about the invasion of Mexico. And as you read the book, you'll see that the activities that the United States did in that Mexican scenario were designed to relieve the Mexican people. A very major suffering.
Family, let me put it in Spanish because I know he's saying something. Let me see. Hold on. Right? Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me see.
You're suffering.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He does say something. Hold on. Ready?
See that
We're gonna go back to Spanish afterwards. Okay.
Habla más de 20 años ese libro. Te hablo del secretario del Pentágono. Habla de la invasión a México.
See, he talks about so they've been planning on this shit for a while. So, and again, remember, we've been paying attention to who is in charge of these decisions. Who's funding this since 1492?
Show, and if you read the book, you'll see that the activities that the United States did in that Mexican scenario were designed to relieve the Mexican people of very major suffering caused by a guerrilla terrorist kind of activity that had taken over from the regular Mexican government after assassination.
El muro.
What better way? Now let's get to Trump's marketing. He has always glorified the Israeli company Magal Systems, which is the one that builds the walls, in which the state of Israel has a shareholding. We must not forget that either, and they are specialists in walls. Just ask the Palestinians, right? In Gaza, in Syria, Jordan, walls of ignominy, right? And in Mexico, they are the primary candidates for building the wall. Just like you have the Mikoro company, which is from Israel, the water company, which is the one that wants to privatize water with Kornfeld, right? Who is a felon, etc. So, look, when it comes to the quotes, we also have to see how the bidding project for the wall is coming along, because it's one thing to make cement, to place cement, that's the simplest thing, that's not that funny. Here the Israeli part is surveillance, the monitoring, which is not with underground tunnels, with very fine sensors, all this technology that they handle very well and that CMEX obviously does not handle. Well, CMEX, you can't lose sight of CMEX's relationship with Enrique Krause. CMEX is Enrique Krause, biggest publicist throughout his life in the free letters, which is not his, it's from Televisa. So, that connection is very clear. I think that the Israeli community is going to be in trouble here if it doesn't define its loyalty. Because right now we are witnessing the re-Mexicanization of Mexico, because Mexico had been de-Mexicanized, the entire Atomida group had de-Mexicanized it by adopting the Zionist neoliberal model, but the Americans did not accept us. Well, I was never on their side, right? They kicked us out and now they want to re-Mexicanize themselves, right? And they talk to you about unity when they have always practiced disunity. So, I think the problem here is that they have to show their loyalty. If I were the community, I would advise them to criticize the construction of the wall by an Israeli company, the same as Mikoro, the privatization of water, because that will increase anti-Semitism as defined by them at that level and, to me, they will be more popular. One could think of a division or balkanization of the United Mexican States. Look, every time I've studied Netanyahu for the last 20 years, when I first came up with the concept and you mentioned the balkanization of Mexicans, I based it on what Netanyahu did in Israel with the Palestinians, and it's the same thing Trump is doing with Mexicans. But what happened today? Israel is promoting the balkanization of Arab countries in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, etc. Well, and even in Turkey, and since they're no longer Arabs, they're already at an Islamic level, between you and CDOs, it suits them because that's what sustains theocracy and the apartheid of Israel. Look, I'll give you hard data from the United States military, especially from people with close ties to Israel. We have to keep this in mind because of this balkanization project. Look, in Caspar Weinberger's book Next War, The Next War, that book has been going on for more than 20 years, I'm talking about the Secretary of the Pentagon, he talks about the invasion of Mexico. If you read the book, you'll see that the activities that the United States did in that Mexican scenario were designed to highlight the Mexican people's very major suffering caused by a guerrilla terrorist kind of activity. Over, Robert Kaplan begins to speak, who was trained in the Israeli army. He is, whether we like it or not, from a very important magazine called Atlantico. He has a lot of influence with Clinton, with Obama, etc., etc. He says that there are 3 Mexicos and that Mexico can go north, center, and south, right? Well, then there's Stratford, which is strategic forecasting, but look how it leads me all the way to Israel. At the end of the day, all roads lead to Israel. Stratford, which is strategic forecasting, is a center that is in Austin, Texas, but run by an Israeli. Look how interesting. Well, they constantly manage the balkanization of Mexico through the cartels. Look, if you ask me if I were an advisor to Trump, well, the balkanization of Mexico would suit me because it would destroy Mexican identity. It wouldn't be the same if you belonged to Zacatecas or to Michoacan and you would fracture Mexicans inside. Look, it's not unreasonable. So, I think we're going to enter a period of balkanization, even in the United States, and sometimes there's the Colexi project because the United States no longer suits the majority of Mexicans, and it even upsets them and distorts their elections.
All right, let me switch it because it's kind of short and I get it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna skip the longer one, get to this one, because this one's fire right here, fam. This one's fire, okay? Take notes on this stuff. Take notes on this. Oh, wait. Hey, what up, Lintero? What up, bro? Yeah, man, fucking over the original migrators of these lands. Damn right, bro. For real, dude. Straight up. Let me save that one for a bit, okay? Psalms 83, I like it, but I think it's going to apply to the next video. Let's go.
Los Házaros es una tribu centroasiática.
In Spanish, hold on. Here we go, family. I finally got it in English for y'all. So now you need to understand the same thing we've been teaching
the people over there in you know, in Mexico and South America, they're starting to find out too. Let's go.
The Hazars are a Central Asian tribe of Turkic-Mongol origin that was around the Black Sea. It was basically their domain, and they were mercenaries that the Byzantine Empire used against the Psamolites at one stage, and then they were used by the Byzantine Empire against the Hassanids of Persia. Right. And then, in the 7th century AD, the century, their leaders basically, and that's where the controversy begins, right? Converted to Judaism, to the religion, even though they were not of Jewish ethnicity. That's essential to understand. They converted to religion, which was supposedly unacceptable, but at that time it happened, and there was one of the greats, I would say the second greatest philosopher of the Jews, even before Maimonides. Many consider that Maimonides was even inspired by him, whose name is Yehuda Halevi. He was born in Spain and later went to die in Israel. He is from the 10th century. He tells this story very well. That's essential. Well, these were medieval practices, right? They worshipped Tigran, a sky god, etc. They had practices that were, I would say, very idiosyncratic to the region. Naturally, when they adopted Judaism, they abandoned them, right? Let's not forget that this is fascinating. The Turkic-Mongol people, especially the Mongols, disappeared as a religion and adopted the three major religions, Christianity, Islam, and the best example is the Turkic peoples, Turkey, and Judaism. And that's why the Hazars are so specific. Now, how is it that the Hazars are so well known? We must also keep that in mind. With the famous book of the Third of the First Tribe by Arthur Koestler, which many say literally refers to him and his wife. And Arthur Koestler was even a Zionist, but he was a lucid Zionist because he dared to say what they could not hide because, I mean, if the true origin of what Jew means in three senses comes to light, that's where the great confusion begins. I even tell my few remaining Jewish friends that they have to make a distinction, they have to look for terms because we have the religious Jew who is respectable. I don't see why it bothers me if someone believes in X and Z creeds, such as the Muslim, Sunni, Christian, Orthodox, Buddhist, Hindu. I have great respect for the ecumenical pluralism of religions. Then we have the racial Jew, which is where the problems begin because they can define it. Right from the start, there are several groups today, right? The vast majority, which is 75% of Judaism, which is 16 million on the planet, are Ashkenazi. And most do not live in Israel. Interestingly, most live in the United States, right? What is the relationship between Ashkenazi Jews and the Hazara ancestry? Well, that is where it is said that they come from. For example, I have a study that there are also studies that Zionism finances at Albert Einstein University in New York with geneticists who find it convenient to demonstrate the opposite. For example, this is from The Scientist, there I have it. There it is, genetics, roots of the Ashkenazi. The genetic roots of Ashkenazi Jews have nothing to do with the Mizragim. Who are the Mizragim? They are the true Semitic Jews. They are the Jews, our first cousins of the Arabs, of the Canaanites. That is important to point out. And of the Sephardites. The Sephardites were those who were in Spain and were expelled by the Catholic monarchs. So, from the outset, they have the document, because that is already at a scientific and genetic level. Well, yes, and there is also something called in genetics, the phenotype, it is how similar they are, right? If you see a Mizragi, which in Eastern Hebrew means, they are the true Semites, you see them, well, they look like, they are the same as the Arab, there is nothing different. The only thing that differentiates them is their religion and they are very respectable. But here comes the fascinating thing is that if you see an Al-Azhar, they have several different characteristics in their phenotype. Many are white, blonde, it has nothing to do with it. It is a totally different race, which is also respectable. No one is saying that it is not respectable. The only problem here is what it leads to, the famous law of return. That is the key. That is to say, how can you return to a place that you call Israel or Palestine if you have never been there? Neither you nor your predecessors. That is the key to the problem when we are talking about Hazars, and obviously we have to differentiate that they are Europeans. They proliferate around the Black Sea, then emigrate to the Rhine, the entire German region, and that is where they draw from romantic nationalism and German myths. We must never lose sight of that, the context, right? Environmental. And that is where their definition of anti-Semitism comes from. It is just a curious anti-Semitism, without Semites. That is to say, how can there be an anti-Semite if there is no Semite? The problem with the anti-Semitism practiced by the Hazars is that they are not Semites. So, here we are. So how can they accuse me? For example, in my case, I am 4 times Semite. How can a Hazar accuse me of being anti-Semitic when he is not Semite? And I am 4 times Semitic. I am Semitic by race. I am a Phoenician Canaanite Arab origin. Around 2000 and a bit of the year, Lebanese in modern times, Lebanese. Then culturally, gastronomically, linguistically, and I have to add one more, and religion. I am a Maronite Catholic. So, how? And the Maronites, we come from a Semitic liturgy called Aramaic, which was the language spoken by Christ. So, look, they are confused, that's why there are so many groups, but I already told you about the phenotype, but there is one more characteristic. At birth we all have the Mongolian imprint on our coccyx. On our tailbones. That is to say, I am not going to ask all the Jews to undress to show them, the Mongol footprint, and bring the true Semites, who are the Mizragim, very respectable, orient the Sephardites, who are often confused, to demonstrate that they do not have a Mongol footprint, which is very important. I am a psychoneuroendocrinologist, I know what I am talking about, I know these subjects, but here it goes. But there is also great discrimination against other so-called Jews. That is why, that word Jew, I don't know, I always tell my Jewish friends, you have to rethink it. How do you define it? From Netanyahu? He comes from, like Jabotinsky, who is the ideologist of Zionism. This whole group of Likud, come from the Hazards, which happens to be that the 13 most important banks in New York, well, 10, are in the hands of the Zionists, right? Most of them are Zionists. That's probably where that's handled, right? That's where that theory comes from, right? But it had to be proven. Then you see it in the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve of the United States since Alan Greenspan, he's Hazaro. Then he came, Ben Shalom Bernanke replaced him, and then there's Janet Yellen. But there you have it, in the Federal Reserve, not only is Janet Yellen, but they brought in the second one called Stanley Fischer, they brought him in from the Bank of Israel. I mean, all that is striking, right? The whole monetarist model of Milton Friedman's Chicago Boys. Are you talking about another Hazaro? No. What is the relationship between the Rokas, this one, and the Hazaros? They are Hazaros, the Rothschilds. They come precisely from that part of the ring, from Frankfurt. Even their name and surname are called the Red Shield. In other words, it has an attack element of the mercenary war that they had before converting to Judaism. But in reality, I would say more than the plan, the stratagem to manage the finances of the Western world comes from the Rothschild brothers around Frankfurt. And that is where the theory is born that they send several of them to various financial centers in Europe to seize the money, that is, the banking system. To what extent do the Rokas still manage the world financial system today? Look, it draws a lot of attention, obviously, the people who depend on the Rothschilds, they're propagandists, right? And advertisers, in addition, they control the multimedia worldwide. They will tell you that these are conspiracy theories, right? Because that suits them. But look at the reality, and I'm going to give you some hard data that he handles, and you tell me how much the world is losing control. Look, there's a book written by a Chinese man called The Currency Wars, much earlier than the one written by James Rards on currency wars. James Rick is a great financier. He even teaches classes at the Pentagon, and he handles all the Pentagon's war theories to be used in geofinancial terms. There are geofinancial wars, that's essential to understand. Well, this Chinese author wrote that book about 10 years ago, and he says that the Rokas at that time, today it must be much more, handled around $6 trillion. You're talking about the level of a country at that time. Today it must be much more, but here's what we detected today. Macron, the candidate in France, worked at the Roca's bank. Wilbur Ross, Trump's Secretary of Commerce, worked for years at the Roca's investment bank in New York. We are seeing it. Then, who is taking the oil from Mexico? The Rocas. Through whom? Scott Bank. How about Scotia Bank? Well, they are the ones who finance Peña and Videgaray. That's where the money comes from. They had to erase the origin of those checks from the Central Bank of Mexico, from the Bank of Mexico. Those things are not well known. I'm almost giving you the exclusive. Ricardo Monreal handled it a little, but I don't know. In Andrés Manuel's campaign when they contested that there was financing from Scott Bank, which belongs to the Rocas, and you know that from there they take the oil from Mexico. So much so that, Videgaray and Trump go to the offices of the financial bank in London, the Financial Times, the newspaper. No, the other way around, the reporter from the end doesn't go, like you who come to my house, no, they go to the offices of the Financial Times to openly hand over the oil from Mexico. So, now and there we begin the organizational charts and the origins, right? The genealogy of power, as Foucault would say, of who owns the Financial Times and the economies, who are the spokesmen for the global neoliberal model, who controls it. That's what we have to see. Who is behind it? No less than BlackRock. BlackRock, the largest investment bank in the world. And who is BlackRock? It's the Rocas. I can't help but ask you about the covers they do in the Economist yearbooks. Many people see it as a kind of futurology. How do they have so much information? What do you think of those covers they do in the yearbooks where somehow many of the
images that are there later happened during the course of that year?
Well, they are guidelines for the year. Let's not forget that they are closely linked to MI6. The Rocas are the ones who founded the State of Israel. It has just come out openly, even in writing, right? Since they are behind the founding of Zionism and Israel, etc., because from a colonial power called Great Britain in the 19th century. And from there, obviously, they erase Palestine, but they do not erase it, they remake, they reconstruct an entire history. We are talking about a re-engineering of history. For example, a historian like Sand, a historian from Tel Aviv University, he is not just anyone, from Sand University, wrote a book 8 years ago called The Invention of the Jewish People. And it was a bestseller in Israel. You can read this book in Israel, you show it in Mexico and they accuse you of being anti-Semitic because the community here is in the hands of George Soros and the Rothschilds. Specifically, you have Enrique Krause-Kleinbord, who is Hazaro, Jorge Castañeda Gutman, who is Hazaro, the Russian mother Hazaro, and then you have Alejandro Franfic, who handles the nuclear issue at Annam. They are very well established in power. Well, what you see is that the New World Order has two connotations, it has two meanings. The geopolitical one, which was the one I was handling, that there is always a world order, always, and each time there is a new world order depending on who wins the wars. That is to say, after World War II, the bipolar world order was established between the USSR and the United States. When the USSR dissolved, unipolarity remained. That was the world order. Then now we are entering a multipolar order that I rather see as tripolar between the United States, Russia and China. That is one meaning. There's, the Rocha Group, Soros and all of them, run a single world government where they would control others through finances. Well, look at Mexico. Hey, how can that be? Hey, look, I know the Jewish community in Mexico very well. Few people know them like I do. I even had very interesting conversations with them before the neoliberal model. I got along very well with them. And they hadn't reached the radicalism they have today, because it has changed. I can say that the community has changed a lot. The Jewish community in Mexico is not the same before the neoliberal model as it is now. It has changed a lot because New York is now involved. The banking industry in New York is coming into play. You're talking about Goldman Sachs, you're talking about BlackRock, do you understand? No, from George Soros, from the Rocas, from Scots, and they have eaten up that previous group, and today the new groups of bankers are Franflik, Castañeda Gutman, Krause-Kleinbord, etc. You have a new physiognomy in the Jewish community. They don't say it openly, but those of us who know them, you're talking about another group. I mean, today the Jewish community is dominated by the Hazars. Not before. Before there was a balance between Khazars, Mistragim and Sephardites. So, they wanted to impose that global world order in global unipolarity through the financial method, but that has already fallen apart, no more. I don't see it anymore. They can't impose it even in Great Britain, or even in the United States. It's not easy. They can impose it today through a supremacism that is not lasting. Look, I've always told the problem, even to the Jews. Hey, look, it's one thing to be anti-Zionist. But what do Zionists do? When someone attacks Netanyahu's apartheid policy, they immediately accuse him of being anti-Semitic. It's like their shield against his political actions. So, they themselves are creating the confusion. Well, if that's the way it is. Hey, you've mentioned that almost half the planet is anti-Semitic. As a Semite, it doesn't suit me either. It's not because tomorrow they won't know how to differentiate, and, interestingly, I'm more offended by someone who is a true Semite than by someone who is not a Semite. I'm not making myself clear. So they themselves have created that confusion. This has to be seen dynamically. Because that confusion, for example, if you read what the Anti-Defamation League publishes, right? All their statistics. For example, Jalifes calls me an anti-Semite because I attacked Netanyahu, right? I attacked him in Netanyahu. I am not attacking Jews from a racial, religious or culinary perspective. I am attacking them for their genocide, infanticide in Gaza, in the West Bank, the expulsion of Arabs, their Arabophobia, Iranophobia, etc., etc. We are talking about something else, do you understand? But there has come a time when it may even suit me because I will have 50% of supporters just because they call me anti-Semitic. In the world, I don't know if I am explaining myself. Of course.
If they already gave me the thumbs up because I'm anti-Semitic, then I will have 1% acceptance. No, but the moment you give me the devil's kiss and you have so many people against you, according to the statistics of the Anti-Defamation League of Anti-Semitism, which is very lax, which is a unilateral, reductionist, very sectarian definition, it is not universal. We have to go towards universality, and I accept the peculiarities and particularities within universality. Of course, no one can agree that there will be a genocide of Hazrats tomorrow. I wouldn't accept it because it is not universally acceptable. But you can't be using terms that are not universal today and turning them into a Jalisco tool with multimedia choreography, because you dominate most of the world's media, especially in the West, to denigrate those who have criticized you for your racist policies. Look how interesting this is. So, they are putting the noose around their necks because at the end of the day they are going to see more and more of the famous anti-Semitism, as they define it, growing. And those who label us as anti-Semites, being Semites, well, it suits us. Well, I read the Israeli press every day, I have to read it. Just like I read the Arab press, right? Right now there's a new classification that they tell you, a Jew who criticizes Zionism is, self-hating, they call it. He is a Jew who hates himself. Quote. Well, it reaches every definition. Right now, for example, today there's the new trend on the jets. What is the new trend? The dilemma of the Israeli far right, the far right of Israel with the far right in Europe. Which on the one hand is pro-Israel and at the same time is anti-Semitic. Well, you can tell me about that later. No. Even they don't understand, please. At the end of the day, they don't understand themselves. So, for that reason, look, we have to start, obviously, with the acceptance of Jews. I have studied with Jews in the schools of Beirut, I have lived with them. In Istanbul there is a Jewish community of 20,000. With their synagogues and everything. They live together, they know each other, you know them. There they have their synagogues, they live with the Persians, Muslims, Shiites, etc. Well, that's very respectable. That doesn't take anything away from anyone. The problem here is political Zionism, but I'm not worried about political Zionism anymore, to be honest. Well, Netanyahu seems very minor to me. Today you're talking about a project by the Rokas, by George Soros, and you're already entering financial Zionism, which is a global denomination.
Now I hope you guys understand why this is important to listen to. Yes, that's why I learned about him 2 years ago, to be honest, man. I learned about him about 2 years ago. About 2 years ago is when I started showing some of his videos, like about 3 years ago, 2023. And some of you guys can confirm it, by the way, that you've been watching this for a while, this channel for a while. And
a lot of the stuff that he was talking about was making sense to me because I'm like, yo, listen, hold up. First of all, I was glad that our people were listening, like actually hearing that for the first time. Whether they listen or not, it doesn't matter. But the wave sound is out there. You get what I'm saying? The ether's picking that up. That's what I was happy about. And it correlates to the stuff that I was been sharing, and since I've been sharing with y'all. Now, one thing he excludes is Canaan, totally. He only talks about Edom and Canaan. Edom and Amalek. But it's okay. I get it. He's not there yet. Now, when he talks about the racism, before we move on to the other one, right? When he talks about the racism, was this it? Yeah. When he talks about the racism, that's pretty much their whole approach. Okay? That's their whole approach. I'm going to show you some videos regarding this PSYOP because, again, let's not forget the topic of the class. Like, let's not forget what we're talking about here. We're talking about the two-headed PSYOP. We're learning about one PSYOP, right? We're going to go into the next PSYOP pretty soon. Let me show you this video. The Khalifas one, the next one's in Spanish. Sorry, I'll put it in subtitles. And that one's long. It's about an hour and change. But I'm telling you that when you start listening and he's connecting the dots, you're not going to be lost into the stuff that he's saying. This is a bilingual channel, by the way. Okay? So a lot of us here speak Spanish and we speak English. Or understand Spanish and understand English. You get what I'm saying? So don't be offended if you feel excluded. Maybe get an app that can translate the stuff that these videos are saying because it's important. All right, let's go.
What people are actually going to do. My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is? I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy. What people are actually going to do. My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is? I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me. My life is ruined.
You somehow anticipate Trump's victory in the United States? What were the keys to that victory? Well, I really think there were two keys. One demographic and the other the fall of the global neoliberal model, which affected the middle class of the United States the most, and they are the ones who turned out for Donald Trump, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, who make up 64 to 68% of the population. So there is a real demographic revolution, because whites know that they are going to be a minority in the next 20 years, and the largest population segment will be Mexicans. Why were you able to use this issue of the border wall or the continuation of the border wall as a campaign slogan? Well, because there are undoubtedly two visions here. The Mexicans' view is that the construction of a wall is obviously disgraceful, and that Calderon and Baby Bush are starting to forget about it. A third of the wall has already been built. It cost them $3.5 billion and was approved by then New York Senator Hillary Clinton right under the noses of Fox and Calderon. The thing is that they turned on Trump because they are instruments of George Soros in Mexico. That's no secret. George Soros controls Mexico. He was the vice president, he was the hidden president of our country, and obviously this is coming down with great responsibility. Let's not forget that the United States has a warlike culture, both domestic and foreign. We have to understand the psychology of the people. The white supremacist who follows Trump worships the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution, which is the right to bear arms. That's why the National Rifle Association is all-powerful, especially in the Republican Party and even more so with Trump. They rely on that, and they also have a war culture. Poor Mexicans have no ballistic culture and, on top of that, every redneck carries 2 or 3 machine guns. I say this, no, I don't say it with much responsibility. What the senators did in Congress, led by Emilio Gamboa Patron, who is the leader of the Senate, and by someone called Jorge Lozano, and another Zoa Robledo, and Mariana Gomez del Campo, is not only frivolous and irresponsible and ignorant of the history of the United States, worse still, they are inciting white supremacist violence in the United States and have put the 27, or almost 30 million, Mexicans at high risk there, on the border. Do you think there could be a massive return of Mexicans? Look, I have to be aware of all scenarios. I've already seen how Netanyahu operates, and that's how Trump is going to operate. Let's not get our hopes up. What have we seen in Palestine since 1948? We're talking about 68 years. Obviously, it might not happen in a day or two. That's not how it happens, but it will, happen chronically. It might not be acute, more in some places, less in others. A lot will depend, but we will see a policy identical to that of Netanyahu, which has been going on for 68 years. Taking out, there you have it. No. Now, from the marketing perspective of electoral engineering, this benefited Trump. It hurt us, but it benefited Trump because he detected the electoral niche that is anti-NAFTA, anti-Telkin, anti-immigration. Because they are supremacists, racists, whites, those who have the largest number of weapons per capita on the planet, who are very violent, let's not forget that, and
Let me just say that this is what you're seeing in the street. You see that?
Anti-Telkin, anti-immigration. Because they are supremacists.
Right. You see that outfit, family? That's the outfit that we see in the streets. See this? Don't they look like those ICE fake-ass deputized bastards that are not police officers? Look at his little muscles and shit, bro. I'd knock your ass out even with my fucking jab, bro. Let's go. Y'all disgusting heathens. Let's continue, family, because at least we know now how weak these people are. Look, man, this is the only way these men feel strength is with a gun. That's the only way y'all feel strength. With a gun? That's it? Shit. Hold on a second. Let me see. What up, Studiante? What's up, brother? It says, imagine being able to study all day and go home, take care of your family while living among your like-minded community with no worries of finance. Sounds like the Khazars over there in New York taking advantage of everything possible that deals with benefits. But nobody's actually like calling them out. You'd realize nobody's saying, hey, we have some Jews over there in New York. They fuckers don't even work, bro. Like, all they do is study the Torah. They have an accent. They're having babies. And it's like, y'all ain't saying shit. Here's why I believe, brother. Here's why I believe they don't want us to do that. Because the moment they let our people start really exercising not just their mental intellect, but spiritual intellect, there is nothing these people can do. Because I know that we have that spiritual intellect. The mental intellect is very easy to capture, very easy to learn if you just apply yourself. Listen to this, family. These motherfuckers are not smart, okay? All they do, if you really understand their academics, it's about read, study, repeat. Read, study, repeat. Read, study, repeat. That's why they're always talking about critical thinking. Like, oh, critical thinking, it's like something fucking foreign. Bro, just stop it. Just stop it. They think critical thinking is debating too, by the way. They think critical thinking is debating. That's what they think. That's not what it means. But let's continue, fam, because I wanted to point this out. This is Border Patrol right here. These are the motherfuckers that are doing this shit.
Racists, whites, those who have the largest number of weapons per capita on the planet, who are very violent, let's not forget that, and, well, naturally, they left and they are fascinated by NAFTA. That is to say, it was a marketing and advertising.
Real quick, I should have read that. And the raza pendeja who thought they were sending a message or proving a point, like American Cholo and Lucky from Hoodstock. Now, do you know what it is, bro? This whole thing, like, we need to send a message to the Democrats. Wait. You mean you didn't hear him say that he was going to implement the biggest deportation since Eisenhower? Did you not care to learn about that deportation, what the original name was of that deportation? American Cholo or Hoodstock, whatever the fuck your names are, did you guys not care to learn that it's wetback operation? Wetback. Meaning people that look like you too. Regardless of whether you have white mama or daddy that's white, they'll look at you and they would have deported you too through a wetback operation. Did it not ring the bell that he said massive deportation, bigger than Eisenhower? What the fuck were you proving? You see, and that's even here. Let me go deeper than that. Let's peel that a little bit more, Lintanero. This gives us an example of how they fell for the propaganda. They weren't proving no fucking point. They were being propagandized to think that way, manipulated by the big wigs, the puppeteers and shit. And they said, hey, let me look for stupid fucking Mexicans or stupid fucking looking Hispanics or just stupid Hispanics. And let me convince them that the problem is these illegal immigrants, these fucking transgender LGBTQ people. Let me remind you, too, that you're in the country of Rome once again. And like in Rome and in Greek times, there was these things called trans relationships, same-sex dealings. This is a Roman Edomite concept. It's completely confusing to me to think that 100,000 or 80,000 people actually listen to people like you. Let's continue.
Advertising slogan to capture votes, and they succeeded. And we did not understand that move by Mexico. Well, with all due respect, but I take exception, but there's the Senate of the Republic putting on pro-Hillary shirts. The only thing they are doing, and I say this with great responsibility, is that they are stirring up these racist white supremacists in the United States, and a backlash could come, where we could see Mexicans persecuted. And even this Mariana Gomez del Campo, who is the cousin of the former President Calderon, if I were her I would not go to the United States. There is a lot of violence right now in the United States, that is real, absolutely. And here we have to look at Netanyahu's writings 20 years ago. I remember a song when Netanyahu arrived in Dallas. Some sectors of Jews are Israelis. I do not use the word Jew because I do not know what it means, because it is juxtaposed with three definitions: religious, ethnic, and civic. So, I am already lost. So, I use the word Israeli. Even when they say anti-Semite, well, okay, for an anti-Semite to exist, a Semite must exist. I am Semite, for example. I am 4 times Semite. 4 times. I am ethnically, linguistically, religiously, and culturally. You are of Lebanese descent. I am of Lebanese origin and I am proud of it, but I also know that it is a minority and how minorities suffer in the Middle East. I have experienced it. So, Netanyahu must be followed, and today more than ever because he is one of the great winners with Trump. Even Sheldon Adelson, who is the head of the casino mafia in the United States, who is a Zionist criminal, I say it openly, supported Trump and is close to Netanyahu. So, when Netanyahu arrived in Dallas, Texas, there was a group of Jews or Israelis, I don't know how to say it anymore, they told him, hey, why do you persecute the Palestinians so much? And he told them, the Palestinians are to us Israelis what the Mexicans are to you in the United States. So, I see the Palestinianization of Mexicans in the United States. With all the components. Go ahead. How? With all the components, because first the United States steals territory from Mexico, then it finishes building a wall, then the xenophobic and racist attacks with an ethnic and religious component as well. What's missing? Well, the last chapter is missing. Let's start by looking, we have to have it on the stage, a great discrimination against Mexicans. That's very clear to me. And the United States, because here the white purity of the hasp, of supreme racism, is the same as the invented purity of the new Jews of the 21st century, who are not even Semites. I say this with responsibility. Today, if you arrive in Tel Aviv, 25% speak Russian. They are of Aryan origin. The Hassers, I also say this with specific definitions, are Central Asian Mongols, they are not Semites. The Misrashim Sephardites are Semites, yes, they are our first cousins, but today the Hassers rule in Israel. That's Liverman, that's Netanyahu. Well, Netanyahu was his father, that's where Zionism was born with Jabotinsky. How can this affect current Mexican politics? Well, Mexico is the big loser, it pains me to say it, because Trump is anti-globalization, isolationist, protectionist, and as we saw from his first speech in his victory, he's going after manufacturing. Obviously, not with Netanyahu, regardless of whether Labor or the ICUD have arrived, of depopulating Israel, of the original Palestinians, and the same could happen in the United States. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm a responsible and analytical person. I have an obligation to keep it on the radar and say, be careful with this scenario. Be alert because it could happen to us.
News from healthcare workers that there's individuals that are showing up to the emergency room who require amputation and some with cracked skulls because ICE is taking individuals, stripping them naked and abandoning them in the woods. This is the time that if you are a dog owner and you're taking your dogs for a walk at a nearby park or something, please just keep an eye out. Make sure that there's no individuals in there who had succumbed to hypothermia. This is really important. Please share this with everybody. And
are being taken out into the woods around the Whipple and released in the middle of the night, sometimes with no clothes, always with no phone, if they're brown, with no ID. And it's a death sentence. One of the people had a cracked skull that's been treated. So they're taking the people that they don't want us to know about and they're dropping them in the woods.
Yeah, they're dropping them in the woods, man. What the hell's that? Hey, Lintonero, nobody wants to talk about it on YouTube because most, if not all, YouTube channels are monetized. Like, not most of them. There's only like small percentage that spends their time not monetizing. And I mean that doesn't take money, doesn't ask for money, doesn't post nothing regarding send me money or any of that. You get what I'm saying? So, because if you do talk about these people, then you'll get demonetized. Yeah, that's the funny part, bro. Because technically, I mean, shit. When was it's been a year already? It's shit, man. It's been a year already, bro. It's been a year already that old man hasn't been here. You know, so I look, I'll say it like this, because I talk about politics, but I don't get into it, like voting and all that shit, because it's not gonna help. It's not here meant for that. Like, that's not what it's meant for. Politics is all about, you know, maintaining your sanity. That's what politics is about. Maintaining your salary, governing your thoughts, deciding what's good for you. That's what government has always been about. The structure of Rome is pretty much no different than Greco concepts, man. They had a Senate, 300 people, you know, like the Olympian 300 or Olympics, whatever that fucking, what's it, Olympic Council, the Council of Olympia or some shit, 300 people. It's very like all normal. It's all so all this pedophile stuff that you're like, oh my god, the elitists have raw pedos, bro. Look at Greco-Roman history. If you consider the standards of Greco-Roman history to these standards, those were all pedophiles, bro. From the emperor to the general, from the soldier to the poor man. If you can afford a dookie booty, then you fucking disgust. But so it's like, I'm not surprised, bro. Like, I'm not surprised, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not surprised. Why would you even be surprised? Like, this is why I tell my family, like, you know, and I talk to my kids about these things. I don't care about the LGBTQ shit. It don't bother me, man. Like, nobody's forcing you to go do that. You have to go to one of their events. You have to go to their spaces and go take care of that. I'm more concerned about the fucking crazy ass Anglo that's gonna get a fucking rifle and shit and shoot everybody. You should have more, you know, like limits to that shit, just like you have limits to this shit. Like, you know what I mean? Now, here's another point. So I'm gonna say it because if it's not in your spirit, then nothing can convince you to do otherwise of who you are. If you educate your children and they have the proper spirit within themselves, none of these things are complicated. Because guess what? You also have to understand the times of where we're at. We're Greco-Roman times. You get what I'm saying? Once more again. So why would this be awkward? What our mindset should be like, let's prepare our children to be mindful of that. Teach your children like, hey, listen, they used to do that back in the day, and these people here are going to do that again. You know what I mean? Like don't be scared of that, papi. Don't be scared of that, mama. Like, this is what their customs are. Because nations, predominantly, for the most part, act a certain way. Do you get what I mean? That's their propaganda, because they used to do that back in Greco-Romans. And see, this is because I know history, so I teach my kids these things. And they're like, oh, shit, that's weird. Yeah, it's fucking weird, huh? So then he said, hey, Dad, what's that button?
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I'm not lying. He actually did ask me that shit. He watches the channel every now and then. He's 13, fam. So you know what I'm saying? He gives the likes every now and then. I ain't trying to push, fam. You don't do that. You let the spirit move. You let the spirit do the work. You give an example. You are who you are. You show what you know. You teach them as best as you can. And then you let the spirit move. Psalms 36:1 says, to the chief musicians, a psalm of David, the servant of the Lord, the transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, that there is no fear of God before my eyes. Now, what do you think that means? Let's read it again. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, meaning within their minds, that there is no fear of God before my eyes. Do you want to know why? I'll give an example. You can say that these are atheists, but you can also say they're Christmas Christians. That's gonna hurt. Not those buttons, damn it. Here's what we know, that we can call them both ways, right? The transgression of the wicked say within their heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. Why? Because a lot of Christmas Christians say, Jesus came and died for my sins. So I'm not afraid of sin because, he died for my sins. You're not keeping the commandments. You're not even trying and shit. You're not even trying to keep any of them, like not even a few. And then the atheist is like, there's no God. Fuck, I can do what I want, whatever. It doesn't matter. Matter of fact, Wisdom of Solomon 2 talks about that exact concept of atheism. That there's no God. Fuck it. Let's just all live our lives. It doesn't matter. It's wonderful. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes. What did Trump say? Do you have any limits into like international law, so to speak? He said, no, I deal with my own moral. Hey, do you ever ask God for repent it? Well, I just try not to do the same mistake again. Really? For he flattereth himself in his own eyes until his iniquity be found to be hateful. Until, it's not here yet, the words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He had left off to be wise and to do good. You see? Sometimes the Most High gives people power, opportunity. What are you going to do with it? And then he reminds you, who has the actual control? He devised him mischief upon his bed, constantly figuring out how to manipulate people. He seated himself in a way that is not good. He abhorred not evil. Why do you think you see the whole Epstein shit, bro? I showed you guys a video earlier. Epstein's all involved in all of that stuff. It's like, dude, the elitists are like, oh my God, the people in government are pedophiles. Excuse me. Hello, you are a Christmas Christian nation. Most of y'all believe in Greco-Roman fucking theory, concept, mythology, all that bullshit. Now all of a sudden you don't want to own the rest of it? Well, guess what? There was catamites and pederasts, okay? That's Greco-Roman shit. That means that, you guys like boys and you like those relationships and it wasn't offensive to you before. All of a sudden, you people today, who you were those people back then, you're surprised at your leadership. Bro, the emperor was a pederast. What is the other one? Catamite. The generals, the soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Like all of them, bro. Alexander the Great, his generals. All Julius Caesars. You know what I'm saying? All of those people, and including those so-called. There are some so-called Africans that claim to be actually African Americans, so-called, claim to be Greeks. So you guys were doing that too? Really? He deviseth mischief upon his bed and setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorred evil. Like, seriously, bro. Now, let me tell you back to that little example that I'm talking about. Wisdom of Solomon 2 actually
specifies the ungodly. It says, for the ungodly said, reasoning within themselves, just like the other one, right? You know, in my heart, but not all right. Meaning you ain't well, bro. You ain't fucking well, Trump. You ain't well, Cracker Barrels. Y'all are sick in the fucking head. You racist retards. And by the way, let me tell you guys, this whole word about retards, I have a son with disability. My son's not a fucking retard, okay? That's not, I think that the word retard was applied to people with disability, or like, let's say, people with Down syndrome. It applies, no, that's not what it applies to, okay? Because those people do have disabilities. Disability, that doesn't mean they're fucking dumb. Retarded people are like racist people, or like just retarded people, like wobbles, you know, these black African Americans that claim to be fucking natives. You guys are fucking retarded. These white folks that are racist as fuck, you guys are fucking retarded. You wanna know why? Because even when the left gives you examples like, bro, you're a racist, bro. Like that picture that Donald Trump posted the other day. He put Barack Obama and his wife in a monkey bodies, bro. Like, what the fuck is that shit? I mean, what are you a retard? Does it not, like, do you not know what you're doing? Because it takes a racist to be a fucking retard, just like it takes a wobble to be a fucking retard. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't understand this shit. For the ungodly said, reasoning within themselves, but not all right, because you're fucking retarded. See, it says reasoning, meaning you're able to think, you have a job, you pay the bills. Now you got a bunch of these people with red hats. They're all like, oh my God, I regret voting for Donald Trump. I can't believe he lied to us. Are you fucking retarded, bro? Like, for real? Did you not? That's what the word retard means. Like, that you're saying that you can walk, you can communicate, you have friends, you have a job, you know, like you're kind of normal, but then you're just fucking retarded. That applies to you. Retardedness does not apply to people with disability, because that's not the same shit. So then it goes, our life is short and tedious, and in the death of man there is no remedy, neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave. Oh, sounds like atheist to me. For we are born all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we have never been. For the breath in our nostrils is as a smoke, and a little spark in the moving of our minds. Right? Remember that Psalms, the one that the brother gave us? Okay, let's continue. In our names shall be forgotten in time, and no man shall have our works in remembrance, and our life shall pass away as the trace of clouds, and shall be dispersed as a mist that is driven away with the beams of the sun and overcome with the heat thereof. For our time is very, but for a shadow is very, for a time is a very shadow that passeth away, and after our end there is no returning. For it is fast sealed, so that no man cometh again. There's no concept of immortality or anything like spiritual when it comes to atheist people. This is what they believe. So here's where we go. Come now, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present, and let us speedily use the creature like as in youth. You know, when you're 16, 17, you don't know anything, you just start boning like that. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let no flower of the spring pass us by. Just get laid. Fuck it. Who cares? Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they be withered. You see that? Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness. You see, those people that we're talking about, they don't want to die, fam. That's why they believe in atheism. They're scared of what's going to happen. Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place, and this is our portion, and our lot is this. So let's go back to what brought us to this attention, to this kind of, example of like what we're dealing with. Psalms 36 talks about this. It says here, we'll start here. The transgression of the wicked said within my heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes. Aren't you Cracker Barrels not saying that? White Anglo-Saxons, you thinking, you know what I'm saying? You Amalekites, you Khazars, aren't you guys flattering yourselves? Like, we're the real Jews. Don't we have wobbles saying they're the real Jews, even though they've been fucking lying about history as well? Until his iniquity be found to be hateful. Until his iniquity be found to be hateful. See, we fucking are disgusted by you people. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. Wabos, step up to the plate. Amalek, you're no different. Anglo-Saxons, they fucking fed you a bunch of lies. He had left off to be wise and to do good. See, that's why you're confused about why is our leaders a bunch of pedophiles and rapists and shit? Why do they do that? Why are they all about money? Well, because he deviseth mischief upon his bed. He's always trying to find a way to fucking manipulate you. Like I said, Jasher 28 and 20 talks about Esau is a cunning hunter who goes after the minds of men, so then beguile them and manipulate them. He set himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Look, evil is in your heart. That's why you guys are so fucking hateful. You're happy about deportations. You're happy about just ripping up families apart. You're okay with that. Something's wrong with your spirit. Let's go.
Doctor Jalife, siempre es un gusto recibirle en cabina. ¿Cómo está?
Gracias. Muy bien, mejor que nunca.
Me da gusto saludarte, Alfredo.
Gracias.
Siempre eres bienvenido a Telereportaje. Y hoy obliga el análisis con todos los acontecimientos que han ocurrido en últimas fechas. Desde la llegada, diría yo, de Trump, que marca un parteaguas y una recomposición de todo. ¿Podemos llamarlo así?
De todo no, de la parte occidental, porque ya la parte de Rusia y China están definidas y la de India. Hablo de los grandotes, ¿no? Y obviamente se exagera que llegó Trump a cambiar al mundo, no. Lo que sí cambia es Occidente.
Bien, las 8:33. Con la llegada de Trump, partamos desde el principio. ¿Quién gana y quién pierde?
Mira, no quiero hacer ultra reduccionismos, pero tú sabes que yo tengo un análisis diferente. Y lo tengo que reconocer, ha tenido mucho éxito y más que nada es muy aplicable. Y hoy te voy a dar fórmulas y te vas a dar cuenta de que hasta hoy no han fallado. Ahora, si fallan, como son hipótesis, pues la cambias, ¿no? Así de fácil, pides disculpas y
claro, me
equivoqué, sorry, sí.
Claro.
Pero yo también, como doy clases de posgrado, y a mí eso me sirve mucho, porque tengo el diálogo permanente con mis alumnos, que son muy inquisitivos, etcétera, es muy bueno formular y emitir hipótesis a veces muy audaces, te soy sincero, pero luego resulta que se dan. Hoy por ejemplo te voy a aventar quién va a ser el próximo presidente de Estados Unidos.
Pero no me lo digas todavía.
No, ya lo sé, tú llevas la batuta.
Vamos
Oye,
con calma.
tú tienes el bastón y el mando, porque hay otros que tienen bastón pero no tienen mando.
Bueno, ya empezamos, ¿cómo ven? Ya empezamos con el doctor Jalife.
Bueno.
Bien, pues a ver, ¿quién ganó? ¿Quién perdió con la llegada de Trump?
Mira, gana el que, yo te diría, para reducir así más todavía, en Estados Unidos el grupo WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Bueno, Estados Unidos es un
los
país,
blancos.
Los blancos. ¿No? Trump es supremacista blanco, es presbiteriano, juró la Biblia cuando en su asunción, en dos Biblias, la de Lincoln que era republicano y la de su mamá. Eso es importante, bueno. Y luego también tienes que los católicos están fracturados. Eso es importante. No te creas que fue gratuito que haya seleccionado a Vance. Vance es católico maronita, ojo, porque él profesa devoción por un santo libanés que es San Charbel. Incluso el día de su elección fue a rezarle en Ohio, él es senador por Ohio, casado con una hindú. Mira, y yo siempre le digo a los alumnos, tienes que leer la biografía de las personas, si no, es muy difícil que cambies tu biografía. ¿Cómo la puedes cambiar? Estudiaste con los de primaria, secundaria, prepa, pues es tu equipo natural.
¿Tus compañeros?
Tus compañeros, la universidad, y luego y dejan de ser tus amigos cuando se vuelven tus enemigos, naturalmente, ¿no? Pues de ahí es
cuando quieren lo mismo, dirían.
Sí, a veces, ¿no? Sí, tienen razón. Entonces, si hay una fractura clara en Estados Unidos. Mira, la misma oficina del censo lo maneja, que a mí no me gusta mucho, te soy sincero. Yo incluso al anterior embajador de Estados Unidos en México, no el demócrata Salazar, el anterior, Christopher Landau, pues nos veíamos seguido, y a mí me tenía gran deferencia, lo cual le agradezco. Y hoy es el subsecretario de Estado. Es una gente que conoce muy bien México. Tengo entendido que el primer estado que vino a visitar fue Tabasco, siendo gobernador Adán Augusto. Bueno, fíjate cómo va uno ligando, atando caos, porque luego armas tu organigrama, ¿no? Ya se te hace muy fácil. Bueno, ¿a qué quiero llegar? Estados Unidos se fracturó primero con la línea que manejó Biden, que era católico, bueno, vive, ¿no? Disfuncionalmente, pero vive. Y tenía al equipo con él a Nancy Pelosi, de origen italiano, a John Kerry, que es muy poderoso, acuérdate que él está casado con la mujer Heinz, que son todos los productos alimenticios, es ultra mega millonario. Y ese equipo, sé que vas a brincar porque no te va a gustar lo que te voy a decir, con el Papa Francisco estaban ligados a George Soros. Bueno, La parte
el grupo Soros.
El grupo Soros, punto. Ahí tienes una definición clarísima. Bueno,
los demócratas, Biden, Obama,
la mayoría,
y compañía.
La mayoría son pro Soros.
Los poderosos demócratas son pro Soros.
Pro Soros, pero también ahí hay que matizar un poco. Porque yo ya, para reducir, pues Soros es el más conocido, ¿no? Pero tienes que reducir también y follow the money, ¿no? Tienes que seguir el dinero. Yo le llamaría a los 4 jinetes. Fíjate, no vayas a decir que dije del apocalipsis, estoy hablando sin chanfle. Los 4 jinetes, ¿quiénes son? En orden, la banca Rothschild, que no son estadounidenses, pero ya son a nivel global, así se manejan, desde Gran Bretaña, aunque sus orígenes son de Frankfurt, en Alemania. Tienes luego BlackRock con Larry Fink, importante ese dato, y luego yo pondría a Soros y luego a Bloomberg, como un denominador de los 4. Son házaros. ¿Qué quiere decir házaro? Son judíos conversos. Lo digo respetuosamente en relación a los judíos, porque los judíos también están divididos. Aquellos que hacen cuestiones homogéneas se van a perder. No van a entender Netanyahu, que no se mueve en ese grupo, es antagónico a ellos. Estamos hablando del primer ministro de Israel. Entonces, ¿quiénes son los házaros? Son de origen turco-mongol, que llegan en el siglo IX alrededor del Mar Negro. Por eso ahí todo ese grupo es de por allá, ¿no? Y se convierten al judaísmo. Entonces, no son judíos de religión, y ahí empiezan las confusiones. Pero entre ellos no existen las confusiones, ellos se conocen muy bien.
Y hay grandes diferencias entre unos y otros.
Sí, así es. E incluso hay un libro que les recomiendo, que es del mejor historiador israelí, se llama Shlomo Sand, de arena. Bueno, se llama The Invention of the Jewish People, el invento del pueblo judío. Bueno, ¿y por qué es importante? Porque hay una cosa, cuando tú dices judío ya no sabes qué. Aquí en México me salieron con que alguien se dice judía atea. Bueno, a mí la platicas. Bueno, luego el ciudadano. Pues hay un israelí que no es árabe. La mitad en Israel la mitad son árabes y la mitad son judíos. Fíjate lo que son las cosas. Y luego el judío semita. Yo, por ejemplo, soy semita, somos primos hermanos. Todos los que son sefarditas, los judíos orientales, los que expulsaron de España y de Portugal, se fueron a los Balcanes, a Turquía, etc. Bueno, y luego tienes los házaros, que en inglés les recomiendo, lo pueden buscar en la Enciclopedia Británica, que no puede haber algo más pro-israelí en el mundo que la Enciclopedia Británica, que son los hazars, Khazars, pero en español se traduce házaros. Eso es importante, porque si uno lo entiende, también se ve extraviar. Bueno, también entre los házaros hay división. Entonces, este grupo que te acabo de manejar,
de estos 4 jinetes, como los has denominado.
Vuelvo. 1, en orden, según yo. Esa es hipótesis ya. Bueno, lo que no es hipótesis es que tienen mucho dinero.
Todos, para ir juntos.
Exacto.
No sumemos.
Bueno, es la banca Rothschild, que los chinos, yo cuando estuve en Hong Kong, compré un libro en inglés que se llama The Currency Wars, las guerras de divisas, que luego lo toma aquí alguien muy importante en Estados Unidos, se llama Rickards, que es buenísimo su libro, de Currency Wars. Sí, pero el libro original, los chinos lo hicieron. Y ellos calculan, fíjate, hablo de cuando yo he ido 3 veces a Hong Kong. Fui hace 20 años, creo. La última vez estuve hace 5 años. Pero la penúltima creo que fue hace 15, 20, algo así. Bueno, estaba yo en Hong Kong, yo soy muy librero, me fui obviamente a una librería y vi el libro, ¿no? Y ahí te ponen que los Rothschild, según los chinos, te estoy hablando, es la segunda potencia geoeconómica del planeta, tenían en ese momento 10 billones de dólares, millones de millones, 10 a la 12ª potencia, trillions en anglosajón. Ya ves que no es lo mismo en español que en inglés. Oye, no estás jugando. ¿Cuánto tiene BlackRock? Se maneja, no es de ellos, ellos manejan algo que se llama Assets Under Management, activos bajo manejo. El capital de BlackRock como tal tiene, ponle 250,000 millones. Pero ya el manejo de capitales, oye, estás hablando, es el equivalente a China. Es un banco, ¿eh? Sí, pero ese banco BlackRock tiene la mitad de las acciones de la bolsa de Nueva York. Las 7 magníficas, que les llaman, que son las de Silicon Valley, las grandes, ya sabes, ¿no? Lo que está de moda, todo lo que es chips, todo lo que ya sabemos. Bueno, ellos tienen el control. BlackRock también con otro grupo en Estados Unidos se llama Vanguard. Se maneja, no hay datos duros, así como se sabe bien el de BlackRock, el de Vanguard se supone que está muy ligado a un sector de la élite anglosajona, de los blancos, que están en Boston. Ya vas viendo la fractura. También en dinero se fracturan, ¿no? Bueno, ¿y dónde quedaron los blancos ricos que fundaron Estados Unidos? ¿Dónde quedó su dinero? Parece que ahí está Vanguard, y ahí tiene que ver Donald Trump y su familia. Tú recordarás, esto poca gente lo sabe, incluso no se entiende por qué Elon Musk es aliado hoy de Trump, cuando él apostó en Hillary Clinton la vez anterior y perdió. Lo que sucede, y eso es un dato inédito, yo me he dedicado a investigarlo. Sí, pues yo dije, ¿de dónde viene esta amistad, no? Pues resulta que el tío de Donald Trump se llama John. Era un genio, así, genio, del MIT, gran físico, y cuando muere el gran genio Nikola Tesla, fíjate, Nikola Tesla, de ahí viene el nombre que usa Musk, Nikola Tesla, que incluso yo pasé cuando visité los Balcanes. Yo por eso me dedico también a la geopolítica. No solamente tienes que ver el mapa, tienes que conocer bien, tienes que conocer los lugares, porque te da el ecosistema, te da la ambientación. Entonces, pasando por Croacia, pues ahí me desvié y entré a donde nació este genio, que era hijo de un cura ortodoxo, cristiano. Ya empezamos ahí con cosas fuertes. Y viajó a Estados Unidos, se ligó, era genio, realmente fuera de serie. Se liga con un mexicano que es un genio científico, el máximo de Estados Unidos, que no le damos su lugar en México, que sí sabes quién es. Tomás Alva, apellido mexicano, Edison, nada más y nada menos. Luego se pelean, pero deja sus secretos Nikola Tesla. Y cuando regresa a Serbia, o creo que se muere en Nueva York, no sé, algo pasó ahí. Esa parte la tendría que verificar. Va a sirve el Google hoy, ¿no? Ahí nos saca de dudas. Sus secretos los agarra el FBI y se los entrega al tío de Trump, a John, que es el que decide que mucho se maneja, que Trump tiene conocimiento de ello y hace su alianza con Elon Musk. Que hoy, ¿qué proyecto tienen? Y ahí viene la alianza con Rusia para entenderla. Nosotros estamos viendo hoy un pleito en la Tierra. El gran proyecto de Elon Musk, de Trump y de Putin es irse a la conquista de Marte. Y ahí tienes como inicio de inversión 2 millones de entrada para invertir. Eso ellos creen que va a sacar a Estados Unidos de su grave crisis financiera, que la tienen fuerte.
Entonces, para entenderlo bien, pierden estos 4 jinetes. Sí. Los Rothschild.
En Estados Unidos.
En Estados Unidos, los Rothschild, BlackRock, Soros
y Bloomberg. Y todos son házaros.
Todo este grupo tan poderoso sufre el revés.
En Estados Unidos.
Y ganan los blancos supremacistas
y ultraderecha, los católicos con Vance, que no es pro Soros. Ojo, ese es muy... Pues ve todas las fracturas. Si uno no las sabe adaptar, pues te pierdes.
8:47. Y en el caso de América en particular, ¿quiénes ganan y quiénes pierden? ¿Qué gobiernos? Vamos a la pausa, regresamos, seguimos platicando con el doctor Jalife. En América, ¿quiénes ganan? ¿Quiénes pierden? Doctor Jalife.
Mira, todos te lo voy a poder más resumido. Ya dicho eso, son los que lanzan la candidatura de Kamala Harris a la presidencia de Estados Unidos. Y los que apoyaron a Kamala, que es el grupo Soros, es más para reducirlo, que no va así, porque tienen más lana los Rothschild y los BlackRock, pues yo sé que son los grandes perdedores. Todavía no, porque...
¿No han perdido aún?
Bueno, están perdiendo, porque Trump se está confrontando. Te digo países, ¿no? O en general, digo, para no meterme en líos. Canadá, es clásica Canadá. Justin Trudeau lo reciben en Mar-a-Lago, la segunda capital de Estados Unidos en Florida, y ya ves luego, tumban a Justin Trudeau en Canadá.
¿Se cae por la posición de Trump?
Sí, totalmente. Y ya ves, dice, va a ser el Estado 51.
Lo hiciste, igual que Groenlandia, y lo que habla del canal de Panamá, como con mucha claridad.
Muy claro. Y yo hasta te agregaría a Gran Bretaña, y me atrevo a decirlo.
¿Tanto así?
Sí.
¿Los ingleses en esta dinámica?
Porque tienes que entender que vienen elecciones.
Ahora se acaban de reunir.
Sí. Pese a ello, son sus estertores.
Y le dice Trump, qué bonito habla, primer ministro, ¿no?
Sí. Mira, son los estertores. ¿Por qué? Europa, qué bueno que haces la pregunta, el grupo Soros, que es muy poderoso, se repliega a América Latina en sus feudos que todavía gobierna, que son muy poderosos. Mira, yo te lo puedo decir México, ya para no sé, tienes ganas de preguntar.
Pues es que es inevitable preguntarte cómo le fue a México, se mantuvo al margen.
Mal, porque apoyaron a Kamala, pero
México pierde.
Sí, y viene mal desde Fox. ¿Por qué? Porque Castañeda Goodman es gato de Soros, así literal. Krause, gato de Soros con Felipe Calderón. Peña Nieto, gato de Soros. En el libro de BlackRock, nosotros lo estudiamos en posgrado el libro, que no es fácil encontrarlo, Tú lo pides por Amazon, ya no está agotado.
¿López Obrador?
Bueno, sí era BlackRock, Andrés.
¿AMLO?
Sí.
¿BlackRock? ¿Cómo?
Sí. Pues cuántas veces lo recibió, amigo de Slim, te guste o no. Mira, un hijo de Slim, Marco Antonio, está en el Board of Directors, Consejo de Administración de BlackRock.
Pero ante la visión de AMLO, del nacionalismo...
No, pero él siempre fue prodemócrata, Andrés. No, estamos hablando de partidos, no estamos hablando de política exterior y su mutación. Está hablando... Oye, Andrés fue a apoyar a Obama en California. Lo fue a apoyar su candidatura. Y el partido, la izquierda mexicana, vamos a llamarla así, yo no creo en esos terminajos. Eso izquierda-derecha es caduco, es topográfico del siglo XVII en Gran Bretaña, XVIII en Francia, porque era la manera que se sentaba. Sí tuvo significado cuando sale la URSS, pues era el país de la izquierda, ¿no? Contra el país capitalista que era Estados Unidos. Pero hoy te confunde. Hoy tienes que ir, ven, ¿eres globalista o eres soberanista? Esa es la nueva dicotomía del siglo XXI, esperando la nueva dicotomía que es de inteligencia artificial, donde solamente hay dos jugadores hoy, que son Estados Unidos y China. Y yo no creo que no esté Rusia. Fíjate lo que son las cosas. Lo que pasa es Rusia, muchas de las clasificaciones que se hacen son comerciales. Entonces tú te metes al ranking y lo ves a nivel comercial, no a nivel militar. Cuando te metes a lo militar, te das cuenta que Rusia, pues sí es potencia a nivel de inteligencia artificial.
8.54, sí. Entonces López Obrador, BlackRock.
¿Y
Claudia Sheinbaum?
Igual, más todavía.
¿Más que más BlackRock, más Soros, más que?
Los tres. Soros, yo tengo un infograma, lo publiqué, y no iba con chanfle, es la realidad.
¿Ella es?
BlackRock, ella es Woke, Agenda Woke. Es Agenda 2030, ella es Bloomberg, recibió financiamientos de Soros, de Bloomberg. No es nada nuevo. Incluso,
o sea, de los cuatro jinetes están
con ella. Y luego, incluso, ahí te va, la quintesencia de los cuatro jinetes es el Foro Económico Mundial de Davos, que es la quintesencia del globalismo, y ahí mandó a su secretario de Economía de México.
Todas estas agendas pierden. La agenda woke.
En Estados Unidos, ojo, en Estados Unidos sí, pero allá arrasó. ¿Por qué Trump está tan bravo? Porque tiene mandato. Oye, gana voto popular, que sabes que ahí no importa, pero ganó el voto popular. Gana el voto electoral, aplastando. Gana control de la Cámara de Representantes, control del Senado, y tiene la Suprema Corte de Justicia, tiene mandato, así de fácil. Entonces allí arrasó, esa es la realidad, nos guste o no, Bueno, entonces ¿qué sucede?
¿A qué lo atribuyes?
Yo creo que si tú me preguntas a mí, te voy a citar a AOC, Alexander, ¿cómo se llama? Ocasio Cortés, ¿no? La puertorriqueña, la agenda woke asustó mucho.
Y hoy en México hay una agenda woke.
Muy fuerte. Y Canadá también.
Y por eso
viene la reacción en contra de la agenda woke. Esa es mi muy humilde opinión.
Pero lo dice Trump viene a desbaratar esa agenda.
Sí. No, él trae otra agenda. Y les recomiendo que la lean. Lo que pasa es que si no lees eso, bueno, pues ¿cómo te vas a enterar cuál es su política? La agenda de Trump se llama Project 2025. Proyecto 2025. Es una agenda supremacista blanca. Incluso te pone, vamos a luchar en contra del racismo de la agenda woke, que es antiblanca. Y le echan a Obama que él lanza la agenda woke, por razones que no me voy a meter ahora a considerar, que tienen que ver mucho con la vida privada de varios de ellos. Ya ves que en Estados Unidos la vida privada muchas veces es depravada, ¿no? Ya ves ahorita que están diciendo la broma, ¿no? Que Mónica Lewinsky se portó mejor en la oficina Oval que Zelensky. Bueno, se presta así, pero en una broma de esas ya te aventaron todo un mensajote, Bueno, entonces, ¿qué sucede? ¿Quiénes eran los blancos que estaban con Biden? Hillary Clinton, su marido, Bill Clinton. Por eso están explotando los escándalos que ya empezaron a salir. Tienes el escándalo Epstein, que era Házaro, ojo, era agente del Mossad, te chantajeaban con ello. Si no era gratuito, nada más que hacía sus travesuras psicalípticas, para no decir un término más duro, y la agenda de Didi, que es Hollywood. Es decir, Hollywood es un bastión de Soros.
Y es una cloaca, habría que decirlo.
Bueno, si tú le llamas, yo lo diría de otra manera.
A ver.
Es Sodoma y Gomorra, bueno, pero es marginal, sí, pero crea agenda, nutre la narrativa de mucha gente. Yo lo veo con ojos críticos. No sé si me estoy explicando. Yo no estoy viendo una película. Yo estoy viendo a ver qué mensaje me está mandando el grupo Soros. Y lo peor, pagas para que te intoxiquen. Es decir, los multimedia en Estados Unidos están dominados por el grupo Soros. La radio, está dominada por... Ahorita vamos a tener una revolución interna en Estados Unidos para cambiar todo eso, y vienen con todo. Por eso Trump está gobernando por órdenes ejecutivas. Bueno, y te concluyo lo de Kamala. Todos los que le apostaron a Kamala, mientras Trump siga siendo presidente de Estados Unidos, se estén dividiendo al mundo, Trump se quedaría con el continente americano hasta cierto punto, van a perder. Así de fácil.
8.59 pierde México y Trump amenaza con aranceles. ¿Debe preocuparnos? ¿Va a cumplir esta parte? Vamos a la pausa. Seguimos platicando con Alfredo Jalife Rame. Trump, uno de los buleadores, y no el primero en el mundo, que sabe cómo ponerte contra la pared. El secretario de Comercio de Estados Unidos, Howard Lutnick, afirmó que los aranceles a Canadá y México, y esto lo dijo ayer, entrarán en vigor mañana martes, como estaba previsto. Lo acaba de decir ayer el secretario de Comercio de Estados Unidos, y agregó que pese a las estrategias de México y Canadá, aún el fentanilo ingresa a Estados Unidos y lastima a nuestra gente. Y eso debe determinar, dice este funcionario de primer nivel del gobierno de Trump. Pero bueno, Trump había amenazado con aranceles, tanto a México como a Canadá, y lo demoró un mes. Luego salió y dijo, no, van hasta abril. Luego cambia de opinión, algo pasa y dice, no, ya el 4 de marzo. Y hoy estamos todos a la expectativa de si va a volver a aplazarlo o ya mañana entrarán en vigor estos aranceles, Alfredo Jalife.
Oye, lo que pasa es que no funcionaron los 29, porque son cartuchos quemados.
Estás hablando de los extraditados.
Sí.
Que finalmente nunca había podido el gobierno de Estados Unidos tenerlos, aunque sean cartuchos.
No, ya lo había tenido a Rafael.
Quemados, y ahora sí logra.
Sí. Bueno.
Y esto se da previo a, pues Rafael, se infiere que tuvo que ver la presión del gobierno de Estados Unidos para que se los den.
Es de la época de la Madrid, ya son cartuchos quemados. No, ellos quieren los de ahora.
Pero para Estados Unidos es importante, Caro Quintero, por todo lo que representó para la DEA.
Pero ya no pesa
el cártel. Camarena.
Ya no pesa ese cártel. Oye, los cárteles fuertes son cártel de Sinaloa y Jalisco, nueva generación. O sea, ya se acabaron. Entonces, por eso yo creo que se molestaron más. Porque no me mandes cartuchos quemados, yo quiero...
¿Pero tú crees que no hay un acuerdo de quiero que me mandes a estos? ¿Tú crees que es el libre albedrío del gobierno de México? Ahí te mando estos 29 que se me ocurren.
Mira, yo no sé qué pasó, pues ya viste que lo hizo el gabinete de seguridad y no tuvo que ver Sheinbaum, ¿no?
Todo se da en el contexto en el que estamos platicando, de los aranceles, de la amenaza.
Sí, pero yo voy más lejos. Mira, lo de los aranceles es...
¿Cuál es el fondo?
Bueno, esa es mi muy humilde opinión, ¿no? Nada más lo sabe Trump, pero sí he leído a la gente de Trump.
¿Y
que
entonces?
Dice, están en juego 500,000 millones de dólares de ingresos del narcotráfico en México.
¿Y qué puedo entender?
¿Estás hablando casi la mitad?
Dinero?
Sí. La mitad.
¿Los gringos quieren ese dinero?
Sí. Trump, quien necesita dinero por donde sea. Están quebrados. Es una...
O sea, no es un tema de aranceles.
No, hombre, es una vacilada. Quien se clavó en eso no tiene ni idea de la geopolítica, no conoce Estados Unidos, no entiende el pensamiento de Trump. Son novatos. Te lo digo en serio. Son novatadas. Va a acabar pronto. No puedes poner novatos en eso. Mira, tengo que hacer una crítica, realmente, porque hay que hacerla. Ve Rusia, hoy la máxima potencia militar del planeta.
¿Es el número 1 en lo militar?
Lo acepta US and World Report.
¿Y quién es el 2?
El 2 es Estados Unidos.
O sea, uno es Rusia, supera a Estados Unidos.
Allá, porque Estados Unidos no tiene los misiles hipersónicos tipo Oreshnik. ¿Qué define la guerra en Ucrania? El misil Oreshnik, para acabar pronto, hipersónico, vuela a 10 veces la velocidad del sonido, se llama Mach.
Y hacemos un paréntesis y regresamos, porque bueno, vas metiendo temas y vale la pena ir avanzando.
Los 500,000 millones de dólares.
Pero antes de eso, ¿gana Rusia la guerra en Ucrania?
Pues, hace mucho la ganó en el campo de batalla. Que no tienes que aplastar al enemigo. Tú es como una partida de ajedrez.
Tú ya ves ganador a Rusia.
Yo hace un año lo dije. Y está loco Jalife y toda la propaganda de Soros que dominan los medios en Occidente. Eso también. Lo que pasa es que yo soy dialéctico. Yo leo la parte de ellos, ya ves que estoy enterado, pero también leo a los chinos, leo a los rusos, ¿no? A los indios, ¿no? A los mismos israelíes, y ahí yo saco mis deducciones, ¿no? Mi síntesis. Mira, entonces, esa guerra está decidida. Eso es lo que define el nuevo orden mundial.
Y entonces esta visita de Zelensky al despacho Oval, que ha sido todo un escándalo, lo que llegó a decir Zelensky, la reacción de Trump, la reacción de Vance. ¿Cómo entender eso?
Igual en la mecánica de los grupos que están chocando. Pero concluyamos lo de los 500,000 millones de dólares. Parecería una locura. Lo dijeron en el Congreso de Estados Unidos. Oye, gana más el narcotráfico en México, de ingresos al año, y esos son datos de hace 3 años, habría que actualizarlos, porque el fentanilo deja mucho más. Bueno, no lo sé, eso ya, supuestamente, ¿no? Yo me acuerdo, habían expresidentes mexicanos que sacaban cuentas alegres de cuánto dejaba la cocaína y todo, y pues cómo sabes tanto, ¿no? Bueno, entonces, esos 500,000 millones, ¿por qué? Porque incluso saca una orden ejecutiva Trump, que hay una línea que no estamos siguiendo, que esa es la más peligrosa, en donde tienen derecho de embargar, ojo, no quiero que se asusten muchos que me escuchan, por favor, pero, de embargar, sobre todo los empresarios, todos sus bienes, si es que buscan que estén ligados al narcotráfico.
Ahí está la clave.
Ahí está.
Esto es, hay mucho más gente de lo que nos imaginamos involucrados en el tema del narco en este país, incluido políticos y gobernantes.
Empresarios.
Y Estados Unidos
quiere los 500,000 millones de dólares.
Se va a quedar con el dinero de ellos.
Bueno, va a tratar, ¿no? Le quitas la lana a los que ya, imagínate acumulado ese dinero, ¿no? Tú vas a ver la fuga de empresarios a cierto nivel. Que ya empezó,
¿Sí?
Ya empezó.
¿Quiénes han sido?
No puedo decir. No. Oye, muchos son amigos míos, ¿qué quieres que haga? Tengo que guardar la discreción.
Pero esto entonces va en función a proteger su capital. ¿Y a dónde se están yendo? ¿Dónde lo pueden proteger de Estados Unidos?
That is the question.
Sabes, claro que
bueno, pero mira,
¿pero si hay lugar donde se pueda poner a resguardo ese dinero?
En Rusia no pueden. Con China difícil, los chinos son muy hábiles. Ajá. Hong Kong, mira, yo conozco bien Hong Kong. El 90% de Hong Kong que es de HSBC. Pues, ¿dónde te escondes? No, te agarran donde quieran, hasta en el planeta Marte.
Entonces ahí van.
Esa es la clave.
A simbrar a México y a los empresarios mexicanos que estén involucrados.
Mira, ve un movimiento, Netflix viene a México, invierte 2,000 millones de dólares.
Anuncian esta inversión.
¿Por qué? Pues porque aquí son cuates de Soros, desde Castañeda, Goodman, Krause, Calderón, Fox. Ve el MC, que ya le llaman movimiento criminal, ¿no? Ya no es movimiento ciudadano. Pues es el partido de Soros en México.
Sí, tanto así.
Es el partido de Soros. Dante no, pero a Dante ya le arrancaron la jefatura desde hace mucho. ¿Y quién la maneja? Pues tienes el Grupo Jalisco, yo creo que se va a romper.
¿El Grupo Jalisco?
No, del gobierno.
Del gobierno, sí, el Grupo Jalisco con el exgobernador.
Sí, Alfaro y el nuevo, con Lemus. Bueno, y luego Monterrey, que ya sabes, ahorita hay un lío de facturas.
Interesante este tema de Nuevo León.
De Elon Musk, le hicieron un fraude donde iba a construir los terrenos para Tesla. Ahorita es el escandalazo. Y obviamente el grupo facturero ahí pues, está ligado a Soros. Yo vamos a ver el grupo. Un gobernador no se mueve solo, mi querido.
Por eso, pero es del grupo del gobernador.
Bueno, el que está nominalmente.
Mira qué prudente.
En Nuevo León.
Estoy viendo esta mañana,
Oye, tengo 2 juicios, me están persiguiendo. ¿Qué quieres que haga? Y los 2 los tengo en Monterrey. Hazme el favor. ¿Tú quieres que me van a salvar otra vez? ¿Tú y Andrés? Bueno, entonces, eso es muy importante. A ver, ¿por qué salió ahora lo de Tesla en Nuevo León?
Parte de.
Claro, pues obviamente. Con Biden nunca hubiera salido.
Entonces, el tema de fondo aquí es
500,000 millones de dólares.
Estados Unidos viene por ese dinero que está íntimamente relacionado con el narco.
Sí. Porque México pues se volvió
Entonces va a decomisar, se va a quedar con esa lana y va a decir, pues por ser tema del narco, se queda en Estados Unidos.
Como ellos tienen necesidad de dinero, y ahí te va una mala noticia para el Golfo ex de México, ¿no?
No,
para
sigue
ellos.
siendo Golfo de México, para mí sigue siendo Golfo de México.
Para 5 estados de México que colindan con el Golfo de México. Pero, que se conste, yo soy diciendo Golfo de México, pero perdóname, yo hace 27 años lo escribí. Es un proyecto ya de Estados Unidos. Salió en el Congreso de Mississippi el cambio de nombre a Golfo de Estados Unidos. Ahora, ¿por qué?
Bueno, le pusieron de América, no Estados Unidos.
Bueno, America for them is USA, perdón. No estamos hablando con Américo Vespucio, ¿no? Ni Cristóbal Colón, por favor. Bueno, entonces, ¿qué significa? Aquí frente a ustedes en su costa tienen los pletóricos yacimientos de petróleo. ¿Yo desde cuándo vengo con esa hipótesis?
¿Se lo van a quedar?
Se quedan con él. ¿No te acuerdas de la Isla Bermeja?
Claro.
Había una Isla Bermeja, la mandó destruir Zedillo, lo digo con responsabilidad, yo tengo datos del ejército porque ellos me lo dieron. La mandó destruir para que Estados Unidos tuviera más millas, las 200 millas en el Golfo. Y obviamente el hoyo de Dona, ya sabes que es la colindancia de Estados Unidos, México y Cuba. Cuba no ha dicho nada en relación si está de acuerdo que se llame Golfo de México o Golfo de Estados Unidos, ¿eh? Ojo. Bueno, sí, tiene el lío con Marco Rubio, ¿no? Que es anti la isla, ¿no? Que está mal, yo estoy a favor de la unificación. Pero ¿a qué quiero llegar? Oye, ¿desde cuándo se está? Quien no siguió Isla Bermeja y luego no sigue ese hoyo de Dona, Zedillo les dio el 80% a los Estados Unidos que no les corresponde. Yo estoy hablando técnicamente.
Zedillo entregó territorio, bueno, en este caso,
la muerte de
límites.
Sí, la muerte de Zedillo, de Colosio, lleva a Zedillo. ¿Por qué Zedillo? Porque Zedillo era gato de Josef María Córdoba, que hoy tienes a su prestanombres Raimundo Gómez Flores, que fue senador por Jalisco, ya tienes a la hija hoy dándonos lecciones de soberanía.
¿La hija que se llama?
Altagracia.
Y que está ponderada por la presidenta Sheinbaum.
A eso no lo sé, yo no sé.
No, ¿cómo no? ¿Le está ayudando en todo un plan?
No, pues ella es la coordinadora entre gobierno y empresarios, ¿no? No, pero...
todo un plan ahí.
Pero, sí, pero...
Entonces el papá de ella...
Raimundo Gómez Flores, senador, pues era el gato de José María Córdoba.
Córdoba Montoya.
Que era judío de la Ciotat, España. Oye, si alguien lo sigue, soy yo. Con Jacques Attali en Francia. Oye, pues aquí todos nos conocemos.
¿Y entonces qué?
No entiendo. Contradicciones.
Cuestión...
Yo creo que a veces en el poder hay contradicciones o hay traslapes.
¿A veces?
Sí.
Pues
depende
frecuente,
del caso.
¿no?
De cada,
lo vemos, muy frecuente.
Bueno, depende del caso, ¿no? Y del país. Hay contradicciones, hay traslapes, no todo es tan maniqueo, tan lineal.
No, 2 más 2 es 4 siempre.
Depende, por eso Altagracia, por ejemplo, Altagracia no la recibieron en Washington. Tuvo que pagar $5,000 para comprar un boleto en el Hispanic Party. Hicieron nunca entró a la cena de Vance, nunca entró a la cena de Trump, y menos iba a ir al Capitolio. Perdóname.
9:15, entonces, ¿le va a poner finalmente mañana aranceles Trump a México? Vamos a la pausa. ¿Habrá mañana aranceles para México? Alfredo Jalife.
Mañana martes, bueno, ya lo anunció Litnik, ¿no?
Bueno, pero ya se había anunciado anteriormente que los habría y los pospusieron.
Bueno, a ver si mandan unos 50 ahora, ¿no? A ver si lo detienen.
Esto es, tú ves que mañana los aplican.
Sí, lo veo.
Y esto va a ser un golpe al país.
Sí.
¿México aplicará aranceles a Estados Unidos?
Hay que pensar eso.
¿Debe hacerlo?
Porque viene el incremento, ¿no? Que vuelven a pegar y todo. Entonces de no acabar.
Entonces tú aceptas, pones la otra mejilla y listo.
Bueno, eso es ya muy evangélico.
Bueno, pero estamos tratando de que se entienda.
No, depende de tus circunstancias. La vida, mira, es...
¿Qué debe hacer la presidenta Sheinbaum? Mañana...
no te dije lo de Rusia. Limpiar la diplomacia mexicana que no existe. Es una porquería.
¿No hay diplomáticos mexicanos?
No hay. Oye, el de Rusia es un gatazazazazo, pelagatos. Ahí lo mandaron de embajador a Rusia, el país más... Oye, no me estoy candidateando, porque mañana me quieren jalar, para callar a Jalife, ahí lo mandamos de embajador al Ártico, ¿no? Ya ni siquiera a Rusia.
¿No creo que te invite la presidenta a eso?
¿Sí?
¿Será que sí? Bueno.
Ella está, dejámoslo.
Okay.
Sí, ¿por qué no?
Bueno.
No es que no aceptaría, sería yo.
Bien,
porque si no, ¿quién va a analizar?
Es que tú dices
¿Quién se va a dedicar a analizar?
No hay.
Ya te di el ejemplo.
Diplomacia.
El máximo país que hoy ganó en Ucrania, definió el nuevo orden mundial. A ver, te la pongo de otra manera. Si Rusia hubiera perdido en Ucrania y la estuvieran desangrando, no estaremos viendo lo de ahora.
Juan Ramón de la Fuente es el secretario de Relaciones Exteriores, el canciller. ¿Puede recomponer este tema de
Debería.
¿Y cómo lo ves?
Poner bueno, él fue un buen rector de la UNAM. Estudiamos juntos,
pero,
él y yo.
Pero no estoy preguntando eso.
Bueno, pero yo déjame decirte para darte la otra respuesta. Estudiamos hasta juntos y era brillante como alumno. Era porque hoy no es su labor. Él, a ver,
no sabe.
La diplomacia no es improvisada, se estudia. No cualquiera puede llegar.
¿Marcelo lo hizo mejor?
Mira, sí, pero tenía otra circunstancia, Marcelo. Además, Marcelo estudió relaciones internacionales.
Por el vínculo entre Marcelo y Juan Ramón de la Fuente.
Son íntimos.
Cercanos.
Pero eso no debe. Marcelo, pobre, no tiene ni tiempo. Manejas economía, manejas ¿Y
le fue mal a Marcelo si aplican los aranceles?
Sí.
Pierde Marcelo.
Sí, pero acuérdate que Marcelo, mira, te voy a dar un secreto de Estado.
A ver, venga.
Estábamos
aquí entre tú y yo.
Manuel, que nadie nos escuche. A ver, cierren los oídos. Estábamos Manuel Camacho Solís, que tú sabes es el impulsor
Padrino.
de Andrés Manuel López Obrador, ¿no? Y eso te lo dice a voz alta Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, con quien me llevo muy bien, por cierto, que ha estado duro estos días, ¿no?
Ha salido con posturas interesantes, ¿eh?
Y eso que tiene al hijo de Chief of Staff en presidencia, bueno. Y estaba Andrés, jefe de la oposición, Manuel, con quien yo me llevaba muy bien, Camacho Solís, yo fui secretario de su suegro, 20 años, el doctor Velasco Suárez, 20 años. Entonces, y hablamos de Obama, del discurso de Obama en una convención del Partido Demócrata, y él era muy pro Obama, Manuel. Hablamos mucho, él y yo, éramos los tres solos, ¿eh? Y Andrés nada más levantó los ojos, no se metió a discutir ni a decir nada. Es decir, el que sabía ayer era Manuel Camacho, hoy viene de Princeton, ¿no? Y tu servidor, pues yo lo conocía muy bien a él, y ahí también conocí a Andrés Manuel. Pero ellos eran totalmente pro. Y ahora me doy cuenta en retrospectiva, Manuel era Soros.
Marcelo,
Obama.
por consiguiente, ¿es Soros?
Sí.
Bien, y entonces pierde al revés.
Lo que tiene Marcelo es muy hábil porque él estudia RI, Relaciones Internacionales, en el Colegio de México. Tiene una muy buena formación.
Bien, entonces regresando a Juan Ramón de la Fuente, no sabe y se requiere una diplomacia a nivel que no hay, es lo que nos estás diciendo, y por eso todas las
La han
complicaciones.
desmantelado, los neoliberales desmantelaron la diplomacia.
¿Lo está haciendo
célebre.
bien la presidenta Sheinbaum?
Pues ella no se mete en esos temas.
Bueno,
sí.
fija posiciones, ya habló con Trump, logró posponer, así
Bueno, a ver,
te lo dicen,
si
la entrada en vigor de los
show
primeros...
de los 29 y que no. Yo creo que se han ido equivocando poco a poco, ¿no? Ha sido un error. Tienen que ver también sus errores y rectificar.
¿Se puede recomponer?
Pues, ¿cómo?
¿O ya es demasiado tarde?
Las tarifas, ¿cómo? Ya digo, los
Entonces, a
aranceles.
ver, vienen aranceles, tú estimas que sí se van a aplicar en esta ocasión
Sí,
mañana.
No sé si llegan los 25 como tal.
O reduzcan.
O la reducen, no lo sé.
Por eso.
Esa es la única parte que
¿México debe responder igual?
Mira,
ojo por ojo, diente por diente.
No, ya te vuelve, no, ese ya es la Biblia, el Antiguo Testamento. Mira, es que depende mucho, depende qué país hablas, tu circunstancia, cómo están tus finanzas.
De México, en relación con Estados Unidos, principal socio
México,
comercial, tiene que aguantar el golpe.
Tienes que aguantar.
Tragarse el libro.
Hoy sí. Ahora, si quieres, tienes que definir qué país quieres, qué tipo de país quieres. Tienes la crisis, ahí resuelves algo. Sales porque tienes que pensar en el país, en los ciudadanos. Corto plazo, mediano y largo plazo.
Pero si me dices que es woke, Sheinbaum.
Bueno,
y que esa agenda la está destruyendo.
Seguir. Entonces tienes los 4 niveles de decisión. Mira, si estás decidido a ser vietnamita, los vietnamitas le ganaron una guerra a los franceses y le ganaron una guerra a los Estados Unidos. Adelante. Pero hay que definir qué quieres y no estar maniobrando ahí queriéndote pasar de listo con una gente que sabe a qué va.
Pero además que
tienes que definir al
el
país.
sartén por el mango. Esto es, México tendría condiciones para pelearle a Estados Unidos.
Hoy no, por eso te dije, hoy no.
Entonces por eso tendrá que aceptar el golpe.
Hoy sí. Ahora, tienes que definir luego, bueno, yo no quiero que lo que tenga de plan Estados Unidos, que los tiene para México desde siempre. Mira, hay un libro que se llama The Next War, La Próxima Guerra, que la hace el ex secretario del Pentágono, que se llama Caspar Weinberger, con prólogo de Margaret Thatcher. Ahí viene, ¿dónde viene la guerra? Es un libro de hace 30 años. Es decir, son planes ya de Estados Unidos, no creas que es nuevo. Lo de Groenlandia, yo lo descubrí, lleva 100 años. Entonces llega Trump y ese mecanismo irredentista, neoimperial, pues lo empieza a aplicar, así de fácil. Pero ya estaba escrito en el muro, como ahora sí, para ser más bíblico.
¿Tu pronóstico de México entonces, dadas las circunstancias?
Depende cómo se manejen las cosas. Nosotros tenemos una gran debilidad financiera.
¿Vendrá devaluación?
Bueno, se está devaluando el peso, ¿no?
¿Se va a devaluar significativamente?
Defíneme más significativamente.
Golpe, que si estamos a 20, 50, estemos a 25.
Estados Unidos controla el peso mexicano, controla las finanzas mundiales.
¿Se va a devaluar lo que quiera Estados Unidos?
Lo que quiera.
O sea, de pronto puede ser 25
lo que
pesos
quieras,
por dólar.
Lo que quieras.
¿Tanto así?
Ay, oye, ¿a poco tú crees en las finanzas? Yo doy clases de finanzas y tengo una maestría en finanzas también. Es una vacilada eso. Estados Unidos decide a quién le pega. Para Estados Unidos el dólar es un arma, entiéndelo. Es su bomba nuclear.
Y entonces, dado esto que nos dices, y por lo que ellos buscan, los 500 mil millones de dólares, pues vienen con todo contra México. O sea, habrá aranceles, habrá devaluación significativa y mucha presión.
Significativa tú la definirás. Yo te la estoy diciendo. Te doy yo la experiencia de Turquía. Estaba molesto Estados Unidos y era Biden, ni siquiera era Trump. Y la devaluaron, le hicieron papilla. A ver, ¿qué pasa con el oro cuando quiere cambiar Saddam Hussein? Quiere cambiar el petróleo, que se lo paguen en euros y no en dólares. Lo ahorcaron. ¿Qué pasa con Gaddafi, que quiere hacer lo mismo? Le invaden el país y lo sodomizan. Ojo, lo estás jugando. Es decir, ahí ya estás hablando de geofinanzas. Eso está bien para...
Esto es, Estados Unidos hará lo que tenga que hacer sin ponerse la mano en el corazón y no le importa eso de buena vecindad, estos vecinos
sí
y socios.
Límite. Yo creo que sí le veo un límite.
A ver.
Los mexicanos de Estados Unidos. Eso sí le importa mucho a Trump. No tiene aparentemente a los mexicanos de California, que son prodemócratas. California dominado por Kamala, por Soros, todo ese grupo. Ahí está Hollywood, no te olvides. Silicon Valley, oye, nada más, pero ya se están yendo, están emigrando. ¿Tú te das cuenta? Apple, ahorita va, que ya se salió de México una planta, por cierto, ya se va a invertir 500 mil millones de dólares a Texas. Ojo, donde Elon Musk había adelantado y él empezó a salirse de California, lo recordarás, y ya empezó a irse a Texas.
Las 9 de la mañana, 29 minutos. Vamos a la pausa, regresamos. Hay otros temas que quiero abordar. Ya estamos en recta final de esta plática. La alternativa para México puede ser Asia, o eso jamás va a pasar por los límites de vecindad con Estados Unidos. Además, Veraste, este mexicano cercano al equipo Trump, que juega en todo esto. Sheinbaum se lanza contra él, dice su política no tiene asidero en México. Volvemos. Hay que tener temple, serenidad y paciencia. Tenemos plan ABCD, es lo que dice la presidenta. Vamos a Palacio Nacional, lo acaba de declarar. Contenta la presidenta, no se le ve presionada en la víspera de los aranceles que se han anunciado y dice México tiene plan BCD.
F, L, B, G, T, todo. Tenemos plan de todo.
Oye, Jalife, ¿qué plan B puede tener México? ¿Qué vislumbras tú? ¿Plan C o plan D, como dices?
Yo lo hice cronológicamente. Crisis, hay que resolverla. Luego viene corto, mediano y largo plazo. Quieren ir a la guerrilla, como muchos lo están diciendo, ¿no? Los sectores jacobinos, ya sabes de dónde. Bueno, está bien, son los primeros que te van a vender. Mira, Morena hay que mexicanizarla.
¿Cómo está eso?
Está lleno de dominicanos, caribeños, gachupines. ¿Ve quién domina hoy Morena?
9:34, en 2024...
No tiene nada que ver con la Morena que yo fundé con Andrés Manuel, nada que ver.
¿Se perdió? ¿Es otra Morena?
Es otra Morena.
¿Y esa Morena? Entiendo,
no, es diferente, es diferente.
¿Pero no te gusta?
Bueno, yo soy geopolítico, yo veo otras cosas, ¿no?
Por eso, ¿qué es lo que no te gusta de esta Morena?
No, bueno, primero que nada, tienes que ser congruente. Cuando iniciamos Morena con Andrés Manuel fue por el petróleo y el litio.
Defensa del petróleo y el litio.
Hoy veo que hay agenda verde, que perdió.
Entonces es una incongruencia.
Sí, totalmente. Y a ver, Tabasco, ¿qué vas a hacer tú con tu petróleo en Tabasco? Se lo va a llevar Trump, porque tú eres agenda verde. Oye, llega la Secretaría de Energía, que es tabasqueña, y lo primero que dice, nosotros somos agenda verde. Si nadie está en contra de la agenda verde. ¿Pero qué haces con tu petróleo? Eres
¿Qué
una
hacemos
potencia.
con la refinería que ahí nos ha generado muchos problemas?
¿Qué vas a hacer con todo eso, no? Y luego llega el director de Pemex, que no sabe nada del tema, y lo digo porque discutíamos mucho en la UNAM. Él es de la UNAM y yo soy de la UNAM. Entonces, y lo primero que hace es defender la agenda verde. Pues están perdidos. Trump es petrolero. Ya, acababa. ¿Qué es Putin? Petrolero. ¿Qué regresó el petróleo? ¿No lo ven?
Punto. 9:35. En 2024, en medio de una serie de amenazas arancelarias de Estados Unidos, México incrementó sus exportaciones de mercancías a varios países de Asia, una región donde China continúa siendo el principal socio, aunque el año pasado se registró una contracción en los envíos a esa nación, pero México creciendo en exportaciones de Asia. Asia puede ser nuestra alternativa o Estados Unidos por la vecindad nunca lo va a permitir.
Bueno, sí.
Es pregunta,
sí, si es China, así como tal, mira, nadie es más pro chino que tu servidor. Los tengo a la vuelta de mi casa, como te digo. Hasta muchos dicen que tengo túnel con ellos. Bueno, en plan de broma. Mira, la geopolítica es muy clara. Lo que ves, la gente no la entiende. Esa es la realidad. En estos momentos es suicida que México se ligue con China. Fíjate, el mismo Andrés Manuel, cuando era presidente, yo publiqué un artículo en Sputnik, que es de los rusos, hasta puse la doctrina Monroe-Macuspana. Fíjate, así le llaman.
Ok.
Bueno, no, porque él mismo lo dijo. Él quería un tratado de libre comercio para todo el continente americano con Estados Unidos. Quizás, no lo sé, tú lo debes saber mejor, pues es tu vecino, y aquí era aquí comentaba contigo, ¿no? Quizás apostaron a que Kamala ganara. Esa es otra, ¿no? Hay que ver esa hipótesis. Ya entonces ahí ya puedes entender hasta la sucesión en México. Obviamente, ya visto en retrospectiva, es mucho más
fácil.
Por eso
Sheinbaum, porque era Kamala.
Claro.
Pero Marcelo era Kamala también. ¿Y Monreal?
También, está muy ligado a California. Bueno, acuérdate, vino aquí el embajador Landau. Yo creo que Adán Augusto estaba más equilibrado en eso, ¿no? Creo, no sé. Tú lo sabes mejor.
9 de la mañana, 37 minutos, no, pero pues aquí el que hace el análisis eres tú, no yo.
Bueno.
Yo solo pregunto lo que la gente quiere saber. Bueno, por otro lado, el personaje Verástegui.
Sí. El guadalupano Verástegui.
¿Pero es guadalupano de veras?
Bueno,
¿O tú crees que es...?
Pues hace rosarios,
¿Sí?
Bueno, ahí está, ¿no? ¿Nunca has visto uno de sus rosarios? ¿No te has puesto a rezar con él?
No, bueno. Pero sí sé que lo hace.
Hace rosarios, le va muy bien, tiene público.
Verástegui. ¿Qué juega en todo esto? Porque lo vemos de pronto abrazado, saludando a Trump, a Musk, en fin.
Al secretario de Estado, estuvo con Slim.
El único mexicano cercano a Trump.
Mira,
¿será así?
Es el más cercano, sin duda. Lo que pasa, acuérdate que Trump le dice presidente. Bueno, no sé, mira.
Pues Trump juega.
Obviamente, bueno, es el candidato de Trump. Eso es lo que hay que decir. Ahora, que gane o no.
Está
bien. Pon que
no Verástegui, candidato presidencial, ganando.
Bueno, candidato presidencial sí puede ser. Ganando ya no sé. Mucho depende de las circunstancias. Porque ahí de qué depende. ¿Cómo va? Yo incluso lo escribí en mis redes. Puse 2030, Verástegui versus Andy.
¿Cómo se cuela Verástegui?
No lo sé.
¿Cómo llega
Esa
hasta
parte
ahí?
no lo sé.
Pues es que estaba en otros rollos y de pronto ahí en primera fila.
Quizás lo formaron.
Lo reclutaron y lo formaron.
Puede ser que lo hayan formado, sí. Pero ahí te va, ahí es lo más importante. Él, yo creo, donde juega un rol más importante es con los latinos mexicanos en Estados Unidos. ¿Por qué? Eso es importante. La mayoría demográfica en Estados Unidos, en los próximos 20 años, van a ser los mexicanos. Eso es importante entenderlo. Tú ves la curva demográfica de los centennials, es exponencial. Los afro bajando, los blancos supremacistas bajando por el fentanilo en gran parte. Tú ves a los jóvenes blancos, están desempleados, no se casan y están en la droga. Es un tema el fentanilo en Estados Unidos, no es cualquier cosa. Bueno, entonces ahí Verástegui sí está manejando la agenda, por lo menos de los latinos en Estados Unidos, y ahí tiene que venir, si tú te das cuenta, gran parte del gabinete de Trump, que eso se lo hemos reclamado desde México, está lleno de cubanos de Miami y mucha gente de Florida. Bueno, no hay ningún mexicano. Los mexicanos en ese renglón que le llaman latino o hispano, yo odio la palabra hispano, pues no tiene nada que ver, latino todavía, 70% o 65%, además yo ni creo las estadísticas de la Oficina del Censo de Estados Unidos, son mexicanos y son guadalupanos. El restante de los latinoamericanos, que no son mexicanos, la mayoría, ¿sabes qué son? Evangélicos. No son, la mayoría no son, vienen los del Salvador, los de Honduras, etc. Entonces, el rol de los mexicanos va a ser fundamental. Entonces va a venir la gran alianza de salvación de los blancos con la alianza con los latinos. Ese es mi pronóstico.
9:41, la presidenta Sheinbaum denuncia el racismo de Verástegui, que causó polémica por hacer un saludo acusado de nazi en una convención conservadora estadounidense, y dudó del alcance del partido político que está creando o que pretende crear en México. No sé si realmente lo crea o es parte de su manera de darse a conocer, pero tiene un discurso de ultraderecha, muy conservadora, de racismo, de clasismo. Ahora, yo creo que en México no tiene mucho asidero por la historia de México, una historia de un liberalismo muy grande, declaró en una mañanera Sheinbaum. También Verástegui se ha dedicado a promover su movimiento de ultraderecha con un discurso en contra del aborto y los derechos LGBT. Esto es, Verástegui le podría ayudar a Sheinbaum y al gobierno de México, pero están contrapuestos.
Sí, totalmente. La agenda.
El más cercano, mexicano.
Ese choque, tradúcelo a nivel geopolítico, es los defensores de WOC 2030 versus el proyecto 2025, está muy claro. Más que ultraderecha. El discurso de ella es ya del siglo XIX, siglo XXI no va así. Tienes que ver así, como yo te lo digo, WOC, Soros versus Proyecto 2025, es real. Pero eso ultraderecha, ultraizquierda, eso no existe. Oye, hoy los grandes travestis son los de izquierda.
A ver.
Noroñas se la pasa en Vail, Colorado, se la pasa en Estados Unidos. Ya lo amenazó Verástegui con que se va a la cárcel en menos de un año. Lo acusa de narcotraficante. Y lleva con el cártel de Sinaloa. A eso no lo sé. Yo te estoy diciendo lo que leo. Lo que veo.
Verástegui lo acusa de narco.
Sí, y que lo van a encarcelar en menos de un año. Bueno, tú estás diciendo que se lleva con Trump, que se lleva con el del Pentágono.
¿Pero quién lo va a
se
encarcelar? Pues en México no creo que lo encarcelen. Si
viene un dron por él.
Viene
un dron por él. Vas a ver ahorita drones como van a pedir por varios. Mira, el pleito del narco es serio en México.
Fíjate lo que acaba de declarar la presidenta, que había información de que iban a salir de prisión algunos de los 29 narcos trasladados a Estados Unidos con la ayuda de jueces. Y se arremete de nuevo contra los jueces, que la gran mayoría son corruptos.
Eso ¿En México?
En México.
Y ¿ya los envió?
Y la semana pasada iban a salir, por eso los envía. Porque ella argumenta, como sabían.
Sí, pues salió mal la jugada.
Los iban a liberar, prefirieron mandarlos.
Salió mal la jugada, mi querido Emanuel.
Sí, no le salió.
No salió.
9 de la mañana.
Reconocer, cometiste un error. Pero ella jamás va a aceptar sus errores. Es su personalidad.
9:44. Pues ya teníamos que haber despedido, pero nos vamos a tener que ir a la pausa. Seguramente nos vamos a ir a tiempo de cuelga, pero no podemos desaprovechar al maestro Jalife, que está esta mañana con nosotros, porque él nos va a decir quién es el próximo, quién será el próximo presidente de Estados Unidos. Así abrió la entrevista, así muy retador. Yo les voy a decir, bueno, pues vamos a enterarnos.
Soy más retador en Estados Unidos que aquí. ¿Te has dado cuenta? No, pues aquí me persiguen. ¿Sí? Oye, ¿qué hago? Aquí por defender el litio y el petróleo, me están persiguiendo. Ese es mi...
¿Sí?
Ay, tú sabes que me hicieron.
Vamos a la pausa. Este domingo se llevó a cabo una cumbre informal de líderes europeos en donde el primer ministro británico Keir Starmer sostuvo que hay un número de países dispuestos a crear una coalición de voluntarios para impulsar la preservación de paz en Ucrania. Ese es el planteamiento. El inglés no especificó los países que se sumarían a ese plan, pero aseguró que el Reino Unido está dispuesto a poner botas sobre el terreno y aviones en el aire. Así lo dice, como garantías de seguridad para Ucrania. Garantías de seguridad para Ucrania. De acuerdo con información del EFE, este medio, a juicio del primer ministro, la única forma de asegurar una paz estable y duradera de Ucrania es siendo capaces de proteger cualquier acuerdo al que se pueda llegar, ya que la historia dice que si hay un conflicto en Europa, acaba llegando a nuestras orillas. Esto es, temen del escenario que se pueda derivar si hay una guerra. Explicó que ellos y Francia trabajarán con Ucrania para traer la tranquilidad que se abordará posteriormente con Estados Unidos, a quien calificó como un aliado fiable. Cabe mencionar que Reino Unido firmó un acuerdo con Ucrania para otorgar préstamo por 2.8 mil millones de dólares destinados a fortalecer las capacidades militares de Kiev. Esto es, le siguen dando dinero a montones a Ucrania.
Sí, pero cuidado, son del dinero de Rusia y los intereses del dinero que embargaron en Europa, 350 mil millones de dólares. Gran Bretaña no tiene dinero para prestar, necesita que le presten dinero.
La presidenta de la Comisión Europea, Ursula von der Leyen, hizo un llamado a aumentar el gasto en defensa entre los países del continente y subrayó la necesidad de reafirmar a Ucrania y Europa urgentemente para convertir al país en un puercoespín de acero indigesto para las potencias invasoras, que podemos entender que va con un mensaje directo a Estados Unidos y Rusia. Poner a Ucrania en una posición de defensa y además respaldando y cerrando filas con Ucrania. Ahí estaba Zelensky en esta reunión, ahí vemos la foto, Emmanuel Macron y otros.
Y luego Carlos III recibió a Zelensky.
La jefa del Ejecutivo Comunitario dijo que presentará un plan integral sobre cómo rearmar a Europa para la cumbre de líderes europeos de este jueves en Bruselas, que estará interesante, a ver qué pasa ahí, pero bueno, pues la posición de Europa es cierre de filas con Ucrania, así se lee.
Primero, se da la reunión en Riad, Arabia Saudita, entre el grupo de Estados Unidos y el grupo ruso, negociando. Van muy bien las negociaciones, no invitan ni a Ucrania ni a Europa. Si son los dos grandes, digo, quieras o no. Bueno, entonces ahora, ¿qué sucede? Oye, estuvieron Macron y estuvo Starmer, estuvieron en la Casa Blanca. No pasó nada. Y luego envían a Zelensky de disruptivo, ¿no? ¿Qué? Porque pues, tenía que manejar la agenda de ellos. Entonces, mira, eso es importante entenderlo.
¿Se prevé rompimiento Europa-Estados Unidos?
Rompimiento comercial no lo sé, porque mira, a nivel de relación especial, Gran Bretaña y Estados Unidos, independientemente de quien la gobierne, y ya ves que Trump, al mismo Starmer, que fue a apoyar a Kamala Harris en la elección, ojo, y no está muy bien en los sondeos. Hoy Farage, que es el candidato de Trump y de Elon Musk, ya ves que Elon Musk se está metiendo mucho en Europa, pues yo lo veo ya ilegítimo, igual que Zelensky. Zelensky ya no es presidente legítimamente desde mayo del año pasado, acabó su mandato. Lo que pasa es que le conviene seguir la guerra para no irse del poder y a ver si le dan algo, ¿no? Y ¿cuál es el problema? Que Europa quedó relegada. Entonces, hoy ven con lo que pasó con Zelensky, se agarran de eso. Por eso te digo yo que fue un elemento enviado a perturbar, porque cambió repentinamente su postura. Hoy estuviste con Trump. Entonces, ¿qué están pidiendo ese grupo de europeos? Vamos a ver, está fracturada Europa, ojo, no creas que es así tan homogénea. Pues están diciendo, queremos sentarnos, queremos parte del pastel y todo nuestro dinero que invertimos, ¿quién nos los va a pagar?
Es lo que reclaman.
Esa es mi lectura.
Así lo entendemos. Bueno. Por otro lado, rápidamente, Tesla se hunde en bolsa ante el temor de que Musk ahuyente a los clientes. Fíjate el argumento.
No, ya venía mal frente a los carros BYD de China,
¿Sí?
Sí, ya desde hace mucho venía
mal.
Lo
ganaron Tesla. Los chinos por mucho.
Sí, pero no, hombre, no hay comparación. O yo creo, él se va a aliar con los chinos, para Musk lleva muy buena relación con ellos.
Pero y entonces no se entiende ahí.
Bueno, pero hay niveles. Mira, en algunos niveles te peleas, en otros sigues colaborando.
Mientras sea seguir haciendo dinero, ahí se van a poner de acuerdo.
Ellos dos sí se ligan. Es decir, lo que es Musk y China, sí hay negociación.
¿Qué es Musk para Trump? ¿Qué representa?
Su presidente en la sombra.
Esto es, Musk es el verdadero presidente.
No, presidente en la sombra, dije.
Y a ver, defínenos eso para entenderlo.
Bueno, no tiene ningún poder, no fue elegido y todo, pero es el de los proyectos. Mira, le dieron a recortar toda la cuestión del gasto excesivo. Mira, luego, tiene el proyecto para Marte, 2 trillions, 2 millones de millones. El recorte que viene de Doge, que se llama, ¿sabes? La cuestión de eficiencia gubernamental, que en México la necesitamos, porque hay un dispendio tremendo. Ahí pesa mucho, pero ahí va lo principal. Musk dijo algo que sí, Estados Unidos no define su cuestión de deuda y hace recorte por puro parásito. No creas que nada más en México tenemos parásitos que cobran, ¿no? En Estados Unidos ya salió que también hay otro tanto que hacen lo mismo. Dice, hoy estamos pagando tasas de interés de la deuda, que es más de 30 y pico de trillones de millones, que es superior, ojo, el pago de las tasas de interés al gasto militar. Eso es una ruta al precipicio, dicho por Musk. Entonces Estados Unidos está buscando dinero de donde sea. No sé si me estoy explicando. Bueno.
Por cierto, Musk, pues sí le alcanza el tiempo para todo esto, sus empresas y eso. Y fíjate que el pasado 28 de febrero, él anunció el nacimiento de su 14º hijo.
No, ahorita traen un litigio si es de él
lleva
o no.
por nombre Seldon Lycurgus.
Pero ahorita está Licurgo, ya sabes, Licurgo era el que le gana, son los espartanos que le ganan a la democracia griega.
Fue su actual pareja, Shibon Silis, de 38 años, quien a través de X compartió de Musk la noticia sobre el 4º hijo que tiene con Musk y señaló que tiene un gran corazón. Y ya son 14 hijos, no pierde el tiempo, Musk. Le alcanza para todo,
Una se le fue, ya sabes, ¿no? Se volvió transgénero.
Rápidamente, te pregunto.
¿Lo de Vance?
Pues ya diste la respuesta.
Bueno, sí, es Vance.
Pues,
próximo presidente de Estados Unidos.
¿Por qué argumentas eso?
Mira, tienes que ir. Si tú te das cuenta en el diálogo ese duro, Zelensky nunca se mete con Trump. Le pega a Vance. Ya traen pleito de antaño.
Y aguanta todo lo que Trump le dice, el dedo que le manotea, etcétera,
sí,
¿no?
Pero con Vance no. Ahí él choca con Vance. Entonces, ¿qué sucede? Vance, primero que nada, es católico. Acuérdate que Zelensky es házaro. Y él es un invento de un gángster israelí que se llama Komolosol, que ya tiene 1000 nombres, bueno, que ya está fugado de Ucrania, etcétera. Bueno, y está en la lista negra de Estados Unidos. Zelensky va y apoya a Joshua Shapiro, o sea, que es el gobernador de Pensilvania, gato de Soros, ojo, y se ponen a firmar sobre los cohetes que mandaban de armas, la ponen la firma tanto de Zelensky como de Shapiro. Shapiro es lo más anti-Trump y lo más anti-Vance. ¿Qué sucede? Se lo reclama Vance ahí. Tú fuiste a apoyar a Shapiro. Bueno, ¿qué quiere decir esto? Ojo, ¿dónde balean a Trump? Butler, Pensilvania. Ah, clarísimo. Y ya ves que va a salir eso. Entonces, ¿estás hablando la agenda de Pensilvania? Nadie la está siguiendo. Todos han ido, me dijo, dime ese direte. No, aquí hay geopolítica pura y cruda. Es decir, ahí es donde intentan matar a Trump, que dicen que fue un milagro, que se salvó porque volteó en ese momento la cabeza y se iba directo al cráneo, a la base del cráneo.
Pudo haber sido una de esas.
Y ya ves, saca la foto famosa, que muchos dicen que eso le valió el mismo Zuckerberg que no estaba con Trump, lo acepta. Entonces ahí tienes dos agendas. En Pensilvania se iba a jugar la elección de Estados Unidos. Ahí estaba Soros con todo. Se equivocaron. Bien. No le atinaron la primera vez. Y la segunda no se sabe mucho qué pasó la segunda vez, pero no fue en Pensilvania.
Pero Vance, entonces, ¿es el proyecto de Trump?
Sí. Totalmente. Y ya Musk, bueno, yo te lo dije cuando comimos, ya lo sacó ayer Musk, dice el próximo presidente de Estados Unidos se llama Vance. Y ahí viene el proyecto católico, pero el de anti-Soros. Proyecto católico con los latinos que son afines, que no son afines a Soros. Fíjate qué interesante. No, o sea, aquí ya mira, si te das cuenta hay una guerra civil interna en Estados Unidos que no se atreve a decir su nombre. Axioma. No te metas latinoamericano en esos temas porque te las van a cobrar. Si no traes anticuerpos, no tienes defensas, ¿para qué te metes? No te metas en la política interna. No te la perdonan los gringos. Yo he convivido con ellos, los conozco. Bueno, la segunda, hay una guerra civil global en Occidente que no se atreve a decir su nombre entre Estados Unidos con Trump, su agenda Proyecto 2025 versus al grupo Soros y esos 4 jinetes que te dije. Esa es mi muy humilde opinión. Ahora, falta lo siguiente en Europa. Vienen elecciones. En Gran Bretaña no les está yendo bien. En Francia, Macron es ya ingobernable Francia. Hoy si tú sumas a los dos que son prorrusos, que es, por eso la izquierda-derecha son terminajos ya para el siglo XXI. Tienes a Marine Le Pen, que le llaman extrema derecha, pero es soberanista, hay que reconocerlo, frente a Mélenchon. Muchos decían que yo era muy pro Mélenchon y todo, sí, lo tengo que reconocer. Siempre me cayó bien Mélenchon. Además habla español. Bueno, es extrema izquierda, así le llaman, pero es soberanista. Ojo, si tú te das cuenta, los dos no son rusópatas ni rusófobos. Es decir, no está definida Europa. Meloni, la italiana, es totalmente pro-Trump. Víctor Orbán de Hungría es pro-Trump. Fico, al que intentaron matar, ¿te acuerdas de Eslovaquia? Es pro-Trump. España jugando, porque Sánchez, nos guste o no, siempre fue pro-Soros, igual que el Grupo Podemos. El Grupo Podemos que está incrustado en Morena hoy, que domina mucho de la ideología, con esos dominicanos y guatemaltecos. Tenemos guatemaltecos, son los que definen la ideología de Morena. Ahí luego me la platicas.
A ver, pero ¿y por qué la personalidad de Vance es como el ideal para Trump?
Porque es millennial, tiene 40 años. Shapiro sería el otro candidato. Y ojo, Shapiro,
el exgobernador.
No, sigue siendo gobernador de Pensilvania. Tiene 51. Entonces Vance tiene un peso con los millennials, pesa mucho, la cuestión católica, y el otro es Házaro. Es decir, en Estados Unidos no hemos tenido todavía un presidente, fíjate, he dicho hemos, ¿no? Bueno, que sea Házaro. Entonces hay un choque de católicos anti-Házaros y un choque de Házaros pro Soros. Eso es, y eso, obviamente, los que no están empapados de la política interna de Estados Unidos, de Europa, del mundo, esa es la frase más dura de Vance. Cuando la recuerdas, ¿no? Que le dice, oye, tú fuiste a apoyar a Shapiro a Pensilvania. Acuérdate que Pensilvania es frontera con Ohio. Ellos se conocen bien. Ya te adelanté
la sucesión en Estados Unidos.
La sucesión en Estados Unidos.
Bueno, pues
igual la de aquí, ya te la adelanté. ¿Tú no la crees? Pues yo te dije.
¿Cuál?
Yo sí veo Verástegui contra Andy.
¿Tú crees que Andy Morena para el 2000?
Andy, no veo a otro. ¿Quién?
¿De plano así?
Dime a quién.
¿No se va a la Ciudad
Gonzalo.
de México?
¿No será Gonzalo?
¿No se va a la Ciudad de México?
No la veo. No la quiere Sheinbaum.
Entonces, Andy Verástegui.
No, ahora ya le toca a un hombre, ¿no? Bueno, entrecomillado todo eso.
10 con 3, Calife. Siempre es un gusto platicar.
Gracias.
Hay muchos temas más, pero desafortunadamente el tiempo nos gana. Te volveremos a invitar más adelante para seguir
a mi regreso,
recorrido de geopolítica.
A mi regreso del Cuerno de África.
Bien, lo planeamos. Gracias. Feliz estancia en Tabasco.
Igual,
ya sabes,
gracias.
esta casa.
My bad, family. Shit, man. I didn't even realize that it had ended. A little bit. Oh my God, that sucks. Okay, so let me go ahead and take care of this right here. I think we already took care of that. It threw me off guard, dude. I needed to do something. My bad, fam. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. So, all right. Thank you. I just had to get my my mind back again. So now we're gonna take a look at this real quick, okay? Just to be mindful of what we've been talking about. The topic of the class was actually what? It was regarding the two-headed eagle, correct? Two-headed eagle, or double-headed eagle, so-called. So-called. Look at this title right here, fam. Anglo-Israel? For real? Is that what we're doing now? You know what I'm saying? Hey, can you guys hear the sound and shit? Okay, hold on a second, fam. What the hell? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I can't hear it, but by the way, give me a second, family.
Copy.
Okay, we're good. So here we see a book called Anglo-Israel and the Jewish Problem. Anglo-Israelism. You see what I'm saying? Now you understand what that cross and that star of Moloch means. Double-headed psyops. This is something they don't speak out loud, family. But this is why those evangelicals are so into this so-called let's support Israel. Because they think they are part of that. Okay, this is a book called, let me show you. Let's see who wrote it. The University of Michigan Libraries. Most of these things are like Ivy League or, college file documentation, I'll say it like that. It says here, Anglo-Israel, the Jewish Problem, and Supplement. The 10 lost tribes of Israel found and identified an Anglo-Saxon race. Come on, fam. Y'all gonna really fall for that shit. Are you serious, bro? You see what I'm saying, family? You see how Wabos are bluntly saying it and the Anglo-Saxons are secretly believing that shit? When the fuck did you white people get smallpox and get decimated, bro? But y'all not even close to fitting those fucking curses, let alone even the fucking diet or the customs or the clothing or anything to that effect. You guys have no clue what the hell's about. Oh, man, it's so funny. How did you even come to that conclusion, Anglo-Saxon? You're an Anglo and a Saxon, which is two tribes, means you're a mutt. And you're also, what? The worshiper of Kaz, which is the deity of the Edomites.
See, this is Esau blatantly. These are you Edomites. Esau, Anglo-Saxons. This is you. And you're blatantly trying to steal what? You let it go. You gave it up. That's why your envy's so deep that even in secret, you still think you are those people. No wonder you came over here and called this land Canaan. Now I understand that. The new Canaan. Doesn't that make more sense, fam? Isn't that more clear now to all of us how they're fucking thinking? Now, this is why I wanted to share. Matter of fact, I want you guys to look at this link because I've read it and I honestly don't even care for what the fuck it says. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is what we call envy thirsty heathen. Seriously, man. This is just something else. Anglo-Israelism. Now you understand what we're dealing with, family? Now you know what we're talking about? Now you see the spirit of these fucking hypocrites. The Jewish problem solved in the reunion. In the reunion of Judah and Israel. The restoration of the Israelitish nation. Now, why is this important to understand? We saw what these Khazars have been trying to do for a while. Now let me show you something real quick. Before we get into the full psyops of things, we're going to get into the details in between of because look, listen.
Jeffrey Epstein sets up a meeting between...
Shut up. This is why it's so important, family, to pay close attention to the so-called ether. Some like what these Anglos call it, right? Pay attention to the ether. The ether will communicate with you. You know what I mean? They talk silly talk, man. So here we're going to find out exactly what I've been saying. Now we're going to listen to a couple things. I'll skip a few, but I thought this was right on point because I've been saying is who has been feeding the right wing all of this propaganda? Who has been sharing all of this racist fucking hatred towards our people? Giving it to the right wingers. Right? The very same people that we've been listening to the entire time. Watch, listen, this is so fucking interesting, man. And like I said, I'm so glad that I've been in front of it, so I'm not surprised by it. Like I told y'all are collateral damage. Your elitists don't give a fuck about you. You ain't shit, people. Just like, because the scriptures say you're like a drop of a bucket to them. Because they understand what you guys are all about. To God, you're a drop of a bucket. And finally, you're being exposed as a nation, and then your siblings are like, oh my God, I didn't know this. Yeah, we knew. Let's go.
Jeffrey Epstein sets up a meeting between him and Moot, who is the founder of 4chan. On that same day the meeting is set, /poll is launched, famously the birthplace of the modern alt-right.
Despite what MAGA wants you to believe or wants to gaslight themselves into believing about worse. Not only is conspiracy theorist and Jeffrey Epstein on how to rehabilitate Trump's former advisor, alleging Donald Trump wanted Epstein killed, and far more damning, video evidence of Trump's former advisor and close ally Steve Bannon plotting with Jeffrey Epstein on how to rehabilitate his image.
Ostensibly to humanize Epstein by making him out to be a great intellectual.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? And obviously you're smart. The smartest guy in the room.
And as if all that isn't already bad enough, here is what one of the worst things to spawn out of the alt-right pipeline,
This guy, remember, family, this is what bothers me about y'all piece of shits that are, oh my God, all of a sudden you call this Mexican ass out. Let me say something. Mexican, as of right now, is a nationality. But the Mexica is a race. Do you understand that? Just like you, quote unquote, Americans, it's a fucking nationality. But outside of that, you're Africans, you're Asians, you're Europeans, and you're Arabs. Do you understand what that fucking means? Okay, but all of a sudden you just want to point out that side of the aspect, even though his dad is a fucking Irish man, titled Mexican, and his mom is a Sephardic Italian. But you don't say none of that, do you? Right. Because they'll demonetize your ass.
Fuentes filmed himself doing today.
This is very high quality. U.S. flag on the side, and then we have the embroidered USA logo right here. You can zip it all the way up. You can zip it all the way down. Maybe if you're in like a tropical climate, you get a little warm. This is the perfect fit. It's a great conversation starter. People are going to say, wow, I love that quarter zip. Where'd you get it? And you can tell them I got it on this island. They were giving them away before the feds showed up. We've sold over 1,000 of these already. They've only been here, I think, for a few days. We already sold over 1,000 of them. It's my #1 bestseller for the year so far. People love them.
I cannot express how disgusting that is.
So basically, he's supporting pedophilia. I mean, I told you guys the dude was fucking butt plugging and shit. I mean, this is just, God, dude, this is funny, bro. Listen to this.
A site called 4chan, and that became a breeding ground for everything from anti-woke and that incel neo-Nazi man-child is the direct spawn of one of the darkest places on the internet, a site called 4chan, and that became a breeding ground for everything from anti-woke and DEI to QAnon and Nick Fuentes himself.
It is like ground zero for basically every right-wing conspiracy theory that really got memed into the mainstream from like 2013 or 14 on.
So please, stick around to the end for the full picture.
Check it. Now I want to take you to the part where this guy's pointing out exactly what occurred. All right, here we go. Listen,
of 4chan.
Y'all Greco-Roman Amalekites, bro, Canaanites, y'all love that shit, dude. You've been proving it. Even in these BHI camps, bro, they get caught for fucking molesting children. What are you talking about? Y'all are fucking disgusting, dude. But hey, you also claim to be Greek. Maybe.
On that same day the meeting is set, /poll is launched. Famously, the birthplace of the modern alt-right. The term woke and DEI, as we know them today, were created in these forums. This is where Q began posting his drops and is the birthplace of the QAnon conspiracy. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Basically, Q is Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is Pedo Geppetto. He Geppetto'd the pedo conspiracy theory. Pizzagate was literally a right-wing psyop to distract you from Trump and Epstein.
What was I saying, family? What was I fucking saying? Jews and Muslims of British colonial America, they've been around doing this shit since the get-go. Freemasonry, Talmud, Kabbalah, they've been involved in all of that stuff. Prince Hall, all of that shit. They wrote these things, man, for their benefit. They understood who the hell we were. Y'all are just collateral damage. All of a sudden, it takes this hard to figure out. Now you're seeing that the entire time, these so-called self-proclaimed Israelites of the Bible are nothing more but nothing less than your typical Khazar that manipulated all of y'all, that has been working with the Anglo and Canaan. Like, if you really think about them, Anglo, Amalek, and Canaan are all working together. You got Trump, you got Diddy, and you got who? The financiers. This is new to you. I'll tell you what, for the family that's been listening to me, man, I know that you're like, hell yeah. Yeah, I've been hearing that for several years. And now it's right in front of our face. There's no more lies. So all you Democrats that are so-called Jewish, you fuckers voted for Trump because that's what your synagogue fucking told you to do. And I know there's a lot of you right-wingers that claim to be Christians and are in secret Jews as well. And those people, these Jewish Khazars, whatever the fuck you want to call them, because they're not Semitic. Sorry, you're not. You know, that's just a real fact. And if you want to put bloodline against mine and yours, and you want to take me to court and say, listen, do it. I would love to be in front of a court and ask, if I'm anti-Semitic, then which branch am I? Am I Hamitic or am I Japhetic? Because if you're going to label me as that and take somebody to court, you got to prove that shit too, which means I get the right to fucking ask about you. Correct? Now you're finding out that these people have been pushing that agenda that says hate raza, hate indigenous people, deport, immigrate them, get them the fuck out of here. Oh, in Palestine, don't worry about it. All of you people that are part of the North American dream have been funding the destruction of Palestinians. And all of you that claim that you ain't part of this shit have been funding the destruction of the indigenous since 1492. And finally, we're starting to see them both kind of be compared to like, yo, like an example, when they went to Africa, they just exploited you. They didn't fucking replace you. When they went to Asia, they didn't replace you. They just exploited you and gave you opium and got you drugged out and shit. Because they were the first fucking cartel ever to be existing in the entire world. Now you fucking Greco-Romans are surprised that you guys are pederasts and cameterists, whatever, all that shit. Now you guys, oh my God, the elitist, bro. Are you serious? Do you not read the Bible that you so claim to believe?
4chan is a honeypot. QAnon, who were already the stupidest people on earth, have gone one level deeper. Yes, there's a global power ring that's infiltrated the highest levels of power, but fortunately, God has anointed a lone savior to destroy them. His name is Donald Trump. He's Q. He's sending us signals. No, you dumb f***. It's Jeffrey Epstein. Oh.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Let me say something to you, motherfuckers. Hey, American Cholo and Hoodstock, how come you guys didn't use your senses? Why didn't you fucking study and shit? Or are you part of this propaganda?
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
Don't tell me you feel sorry now. Because you know what, dude? You owe it to those families that are suffering. People like you and I have not. But those are my gente. And I don't mean mine as in possessive. I mean mine as in unity. Because what they feel, I feel. And y'all didn't care about it. You were manipulated, bombarded by this fucking cult. And you fucking fell for it. And you want to say, oh, let's make a point to the Democrats. Oh, and with your little pinky and your fucking lip, huh? Let's make a point to the Democrats. Like, are you fucking serious?
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Like as if you've never been a criminal. Both of y'all. Like you've never been criminal. Y'all never committed a crime, bro. That you didn't get caught for. If you're really sincere about your Christianity, then step up to the fucking game and admit your fucking crimes that you didn't get caught for.
They were right there. They were so wrong and yet so right at the same time. They just had their characters mixed up. The best cover is hiding in plain sight. That's what they say. Essentially, a billionaire pedo federal asset is the reason you're an incel Nazi loser. You fell for.
See that? You guys, you're in an incel for the Nazis, bro. You were an incel for the Ashkenazis too. God supported this shit. You listened to them. These people that you were supporting were the same ones feeding you to hate you and your people. Do you understand that? It's like me, family. I'm hating you guys because you guys are fucking illegals and you're taking my job. But I'm getting that information from those people, like supposedly the right-winger QAnons, but it's in reality these Jewish Khazars playing a game on me. Hold on, here's what I say to you, Cholo.
Turkey Slurpee.
Hoodstock.
Turkey Slurpee.
You Turkey Slurpee that shit.
For it. You've been psyoped by the very thing you sought to destroy.
Thank you very much. Hold on. What?
Turkey Slurpee.
You've been by the very same thing you were supposed to destroy.
Savior to destroy them. His name is Donald Trump. He's Q. He's sending us signals. No, you dumb f***. It's Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, they were right there. They were so wrong and yet so right at the same time. They just had their characters mixed up. The best cover is hiding in plain sight. That's what they say. Essentially, a billionaire pedo federal asset is the reason you're an incel Nazi loser. You fell for it. You've been psyoped by the very thing you sought to destroy.
Now, obviously, that is that creator's opinion based on the evidence in the Epstein files. And it's one that's shared by many other creators online, as we've seen as well. I just want to jump in here quick to say, I know.
And I don't know about all this stuff that he says. I want to get back to the video here. Where is he at? Oh my God, dude! Don't tell me. Okay, here it goes right here. Okay, so we'll start right around because he brings a lot of documentation stuff that he's reading, but they're gonna repeat it right here. They're gonna repeat it right here. All right, let's go.
To Newtonian physics, ostensibly to humanize Epstein by making him out to be a great intellectual.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, and obviously you're smart. The smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
We reached out to Bannon for comment, and he did not immediately respond. In previous comments to media, he has denied media training Epstein. In one of the few moments of pushback during the interview, Bannon gives Epstein a chance to reflect on the ethics of his past actions.
Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact...
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
Steve Bannon is one of the founders of the MAGA movement. It is ostensibly his brainchild. That was him media training Jeffrey Epstein to rehabilitate his image.
Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or, like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So, Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is, and then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout.
And if anyone watching this was one of these and is feeling a little shady over all this Epstein stuff and you want to take the cap off, ask yourself a couple questions. Isn't it a little shady, just a little shady, that Steve Bannon in 2019 was trying to rehabilitate Jeffrey Epstein's image while Donald Trump was president, right after he was an advisor to Donald Trump? And now today we find out from Epstein's cellmate that the cellmate claims the Trump administration wanted the pervert power broker dead. These are all allegations, but Jeffrey Epstein's prison
probably thinking like, why am I showing a lot of these things? Because you need to understand the power behind what is fucking going on right now. We've been talking about this shit for a while, family. Here it goes right here. Let's go.
The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the
You got an idea. Okay. I think I don't have to keep bashing on that shit. Here's the one that caught my attention. Now let me just read this real quick before I continue, because I think it's important. Lamentation chapter 4 verse 21. It says, rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. The cup also shall pass through unto thee. Thou shalt be drunken and shalt make thyself naked. We're starting to see their exposure. You see that? We're starting to see the exposure. Remember the videos that we were watching earlier regarding the Halifas were saying how they've been trying to infiltrate Mexico and South America and all of these things, right?
You heard it right. It's not.
Pause it real quick. Remember that? Okay. This is going to blow your fucking mind. Because this is, first we got the Judaic PSYOP. Remember the two heads? Remember the double-headed PSYOP? The ones on the right and the ones on the left. We've been seeing the PSYOP on the right. Now let's look at the PSYOP of the left. You're going to see that this is beyond what you even assumed. I'm serious, family. When I saw this video, it all started making sense. It all started making sense. And I always wondered why I would show this page to you guys often. You know, I would always show you guys this page regarding the Lutheran newsletter, you know, from September 7th, 1900 or 1900. And it is that here they're criticizing the Catholics for not giving our people the ability to even read the whole Bible. Everything they gave us was based on the brief compendium of Christian doctrine. You know, the short little fucking things that we only learn in church. Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Mandamientos, Rosario, and Ave Maria. Here it talks about that from 1539 all the way through that year,
the Bible was not allowed to be printed in any dialect of the people, raza. The first edition was printed between 1831 and 1833, but it cost over $200 and it was like 25 books. So in reality, it was still not reachable. You understand that? That's in 1900, family. That's 126 years ago. That's why when I play this video, I'm going to do this so you guys can understand, okay? I want to do this for y'all because I think it's important. Pay attention to what I show. The first thing I say is religion is false. And then I go into Pancho Villa and Zapata because they fought for us to get education. On top of other things, they wanted us to read because they knew that they were tricking us in a lot of shit, contracts and everything. That's why after those two gentlemen that fought for our people, they made a big difference in education because after 1910 and 1915, you saw a progressive growth in literacy. Because at that year, you only had about 3 to 5% of our gente down there that even knew how to write or read, for that matter. My grandfather was alive in those years. And my grandfather was given one of these Bibles. And my dumbass brother fucking lost it. It's just, man, I wish I would have gotten a hold of that. My mom told me this. And she remembers this. She's like, there was hardly any schools, she told them. So that history does matter. So check this out. I just want you to pay attention now to what I'm actually talking about.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
A lot of our people died for the sake of your education. And that's something that Raza never tells you. Nobody gives these men that credit. A lot of men and women died for your education. It's only been 126 fucking years. Family, let's put it this way. Maybe in the last 80 years, we've all been really learning how to read. Because guess what? In 1976 was around the last time that we in Mexico were having church services in Latin. Yes, in Latin. These men fought for a cause and they died for a purpose, and nobody gives them every fucking nobody, not even your fucking 12 chart camps. When do they ever talk about that? No, they talk about, Malcolm X or, what's his name? MLK and all these other fucking people that have nothing relation to you. They never give these men any kind of recognition. Why? Because they don't know what they really did. Because they don't fucking care into what they really did. If it wasn't for these men, y'all wouldn't even be reading right now. So now I showed you that religion is false. The battle that was one of the most important civil wars that we ever experienced. And this one too. If you really don't realize that 1812 shit didn't count, fam. Oh, we were independent from Spain. Who fucking cares? The North came over and bent you over and took everything from you. So 1812 didn't matter. Oh, that's right. We got rid of the fucking Spaniards. Here comes the Anglos. They take a lot of your land, and all of a sudden, and then when these two men started doing this, they started moving and making a movement because guess what? It was about time to say, fuck you, you fucking Esau. Fuck you. and all you bastards that helped them. And this is why I bring this up at the end, because this is where it all started originally. Those flags are red and green and yellow. It wasn't just the Spaniards. But let's continue. So that's the point, family. That's why I share that, because I think when our people have no clue, no understanding, no concept of how this whole history has been given to you in pieces, this whole time people have been lying to you, giving you a little bit of nothing. You can pick this. I mean, I don't know if you can find it. Dude, it's crazy how I found this. Here, I'll take a picture of that. Okay? Now watch this. Take a picture of this. Okay? Right there. And then take a picture of that. And you can see how, like, they started just giving us a bunch of fucking Christian bullshit. Pinche Santos y Ave Marias and all fucking wicked ass confusion. That's why this part now, the evangelical Christian PSYOP, you need to open your eyes to this shit, because they're coming after our people. Since this other one didn't work, they're coming after our people again. That's why you need to know who the fuck you are according to this book, fam. You need to know who you are according to this book. You need to know who you are. Masa's in the Bible. Tortillas are in the Bible. Grasshopper are in the Bible. Chanclas are in the Bible. Huipiles are in the Bible. What else? And molcajete is in the Bible. Instruments is in the Bible. Our folklore is in the Bible. The name of Mexico is in the Bible. Shit. The pronunciation of some words is relative to that stuff. You know what I'm saying, bro? I got an actual book that a brother reminded me of it. Thank you, by the way. I totally forgot about it. I'll bring it up. I think I should be able to bring it up. And now you're going to see, like, bro, seriously, this is who you are. And if you don't know that and you believe in their fucking doctrine of devils, they're going to convince you, and you're going to allow this PSYOP, this double-headed demon, to take away the heritage that belongs not just to you, but your children and your grandchildren. It's not about you, family. It's about your generation to come.
You heard it right. It's not an exaggeration to say that U.S. federal agencies have spread evangelical Protestant Christianity in the Americas as a part of a long-term psychological operation. In fact, that might be an understatement, because this strategy helped oil companies and dictators displace and murder countless people. A problem for the powerful. Our story begins in the 1960s, when a movement spread across Latin America. Catholic priests, nuns, and laypeople began reading the Bible with the poor in small base communities, practicing and teaching what came to be known as liberation theology. Gustavo Gutierrez in Peru, whose book, A Theology of Liberation, named the movement, argued that the gospel required solidarity with the poor and resistance to the structures that kept them poor. If there is no friendship with them and no sharing of the life of the poor, then there is no authentic commitment to liberation, because love exists only among equals. In the Bible, poverty is a scandalous condition inimical to human dignity and therefore contrary to the will of God. The denunciation of injustice implies the rejection of the use of Christianity to legitimize the established order. Leonardo Boff in Brazil taught that faith without a commitment to justice was empty. How are we to be Christian in a world of destitution and injustice? There can only be one answer. We can be followers of Jesus and true Christians only by making common cause with the poor and working out the gospel of liberation. So the criticisms made of liberation theology by those who judge it on a purely conceptual level, devoid of any real commitment to the oppressed, must be seen as radically irrelevant. Liberation theology responds to such criticism with just one question. What part have you played in the effective and integral liberation of the oppressed? In El Salvador, thinkers like John Sobrino and Ignacio Ellacuria related the suffering of the poor to the passion of Christ directly, and the sin of oppressors to the sins for which he was crucified. The crucified people, that is, the poor, are the historical continuation of Yahweh's servant, whom the sin of the world continues to deprive of his human face. The powerful of this world continue to strip them of everything, to snatch everything from them, even their lives, especially their lives. Jesus takes a very different approach to each group. He offers salvation to all and makes demands of all, but in a very different way. He directly demands a radical conversion of the oppressor, an active cessation from oppressing. For these, the coming of the kingdom is above all a radical need to stop being oppressors. These theologians did not invent liberation theology from above. They put into words what Christian-based communities were discovering for themselves as they studied scripture in the shadow of military dictatorships, land monopolies, and US-backed elites. These communities did not just pray together. They examined the conditions of their lives. They asked why their societies were structured to benefit a small ruling class and what it meant that Jesus identified with the poor. Liberation theology took those questions seriously and treated them as a call to collective action, offering ordinary people tools to interpret their own oppression and to organize for land reform, workers' rights, literacy, and democracy. You might see the problem with this for the wealthy, the greedy, the powerful, aka the US empire.
See that? AKA the US empire. If you see how Britain, and then later on America, infiltrated China's economy at that time, which was much more superior than the British or the Americas, they were tired of buying, you could say commodities through silver. So what they did is they found out, hey, listen, India is making a lot of opium. Why don't we sell these Chinese people some fucking crack? They really did do that. So guess what? That's why China started fucking falling apart. Because the British and then later on the Americas, which technically that money was used to fund all of your colleges. Black and white colleges. So your black and white colleges were funded by Chinese people getting fucking high. You both are part of this animal family. Listen, I'm telling you, these people are both part of this beast. Don't let these people fool you. They're not on your side. They're not on your fucking side. They're no different than these people right here, bro. They are no different than those people at all. They're all working together, fam. All through the power of what? This spirit right here of Nimrod. I'm telling you, because that's the religion that they both push. These people right here, these people right here, and these people right here are all working for the benefit of themselves. That's why I said Cain and Esau and the crew. I'm not kidding, fam. I've been calling these people out since 2022. I'm the only one that's been doing that. Only one.
This movement encouraged those who suffered most under the existing political order to demand they be treated with basic respect. By the late 1960s, U.S. intelligence assessments characterized progressive Catholic clergy as an increasingly disruptive force, whose work threatened to establish political order in Latin America. A 1969 CIA memorandum warned that liberation-oriented priests' sermons and writings have already aroused the concern of conservative church officials and military leaders, and predicted some clergy may be driven into alignment with leftist political groups. By 1971, President Nixon identified the deterioration of the attitude of the Catholic Church as the single most important event in Latin America over the previous decade, worrying that priests were now standing with the peasants and workers against the oligarchs and the armies. Yes, he actually said that. The 1980 Santa Fe document, prepared for the incoming Reagan administration, declared that liberation theology represented Marxist-Leninist forces using the church as a political weapon against private property and productive capitalism, and called for U.S. foreign policy to mount a counterattack on, and not merely react.
Capitalism has what to do with religion? Christmas Christians, what does capitalism have to do with religion? What does it have to do with it? Let's continue.
act against liberation theology. The US did use direct violence to manage its problem, and we'll talk about that. But with liberation theology's proponents having some protection from the Vatican, the US couldn't just take out everyone it disliked, at least. So it chose an additional approach to liberation theology. It would dilute, replace, and counter-program it. How might it do this? As a 1969 report by Republican politician and eventual Vice President Nelson Rockefeller said, since the Catholic Church in Latin America raises the consciousness of the people, the US should give support to fundamentalist Christian groups. As I'm filming this, Minnesota is in the middle of Ice Out of Minnesota, a general strike which appears to be the largest general strike in the country in at least a generation. Unions and progressive faith leaders are leading the charge in an effort to show the capitalist class that if the occupying army that is ICE continues its invasion of American cities, big business will suffer. Minnesotan resistance is being reported all over, but tell me why only 8 sources have reported on this story about their action being a general strike. We can easily see here that mostly local Minnesota sources are covering this, with some of the only coverage from outside of the state coming from communistusa.org, an independent left-leaning source. That gives us some insights into the priorities of national media, I think. I was able to see this broader picture of the strike's media coverage and find local and independent sources covering the story in just seconds because I use Ground News, an independent app and website I use every day in my real life, recommend to my friends, and have partnered with for years now. Their platform organizes every published perspective on an issue in one place with data on each outlet's political bias, credibility, and financial incentives. I use their Vantage plan, and you can get 40% off that plan by going to ground.news/skeptic. Right-leaning sources are barely covering the story, but luckily, Ground News has a great feature called their blind spot feed, which is dedicated.
That's what it is, because this is his commercial moment here. Hold on, there it goes.
SIL is the academic wing of Wycliffe Bible Translators. SIL specializes in going into remote indigenous regions. Any description. A lot of people, Bible translation for indigenous people, I call it USAID in this video, bilingual education and agricultural programs. They also gave SIL military equipment, including helicopters retired from Vietnam, allowing evangelized pilots to quite literally act as soldiers for Christ in the most remote areas of the world. Most of the time, though, resources flowed from USAID to missionaries through a third party. USAID gave money to state agencies in Latin America, who then gave contracts to SIL. These copious resources allowed the largely Protestant evangelical missionaries to reach huge numbers of people with a message.
You see, Protestants, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. So, for example, if the church didn't work, then they would just give you some cartel jobs and shit, you know, because they couldn't hook you on drugs, because that's not what we do. So they're like, okay, sounds good. We can maybe hook you on having a gun and selling drugs to us. Would you be able to do that? Yeah, we could do that. That's exactly either the drug, the gun, or kind of like a, you know how they say, in God we trust? That's kind of like gold, oil, and drugs, fam. That's what they trusted.
Very different from that of liberation theology. The evangelical Protestant spiritual paradigm, as you may know if you were raised evangelical like me, focuses on the importance of obedience and individual spiritual development, and ignores any structural factors when contemplating matters of justice, fairness, or morality more generally. Like, imagine a wealthy person acquired the land you live on, and now you can't control the resources you need to live. Evangelical Protestantism might teach you to say, I guess I'll just turn to God in prayer. Maybe one day he'll even bless me with wealth like that so I can buy land too. No exaggeration,
See that shit?
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
This is crazy, bro.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
This is crazy. It's like this.
Turkey Slurpee.
It's like that. You swallowed the Slurpee, though. Yeah, move into my house and then be the manager, the oppressor, the educator, the spiritual counsel, and then, yeah, take advantage of the woman of the house. Psh, y'all are fucking dumb if you believe in this Christmas Christian shit still. This is pathetic, man.
Mexican historian records that an SIL missionary to Chiapas, Mexico, explicitly condemned the indigenous people's struggle for their own land, telling them that it was a sin of envy. Meanwhile, liberation theology would teach you to examine whether a social and political system which allows wealthy people to just dominate the poor like this is just in the first place. So when USAID helped SIL reach indigenous people in Guatemala, Peru, Brazil, and Ecuador with literacy programs loaded with biblical stories, the effect was to preempt the formulation of class consciousness and to instill an ideology of compliance.
Ask you stupid fucking wobbles. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Turkey Slurpee.
You turkey Slurpee bastards. If they replaced us with you,
why would then they later on try to make us Christians like them? Wouldn't you think that if we replaced you, they would have brought that already here instead of having to go through the trouble of doing all that? Nah, I think this is what it is. This is what it is right here, family. This that are going through
Turkey Slurpee.
That's what it is.
Alliance with the powerful. In Guatemala, SIL coincidentally operated in areas where leftist guerrillas were active, and the military government, backed by the US, by the way, gave SIL extraordinary freedom and protection because they saw the missionaries as tools to pacify indigenous resistance. As anthropologist David Stoll wrote in his study of SIL and its global impact, members of SIL typically feel that Indian militancy is communist-inspired and therefore, under satanic influence, try to propagate a higher loyalty, which precludes participation by converts who might otherwise find some basis for unity, and teach that the government is divinely ordained. So y'all already know this. I was raised to believe that anything to the left of the far right was communism, and that communism was satanic, and that satanic communists therefore controlled the world outside of the church. I always thought my Christian fundamentalist denomination, which was founded by oil barons, was solely responsible for spreading that conspiracy theory. Apparently not, though. No, the CIA also spread this one. The CIA funded networks like Trans World Radio and HCJB in Ecuador, which broadcast anti-communist sermons to areas dominated by liberation theology. With the CIA's help, HCJB was able to go from transmitting at 10 kilowatts to transmitting at 500 kilowatts, which from their elevation there in Ecuador could reach basically all of South and Central America. And they were able to build their own hydroelectric plant to power the station too. I found a book from HCJB Radio about their story. Eric can show you a little bit of it here on screen. And I read some of it for this part of the video. And I gotta say, I was not actually surprised that the very first part I read talked about how they helped.
Let's read it together. It says, one day Wycliffe Bible translator with some trepidation made their way to a village deep in the jungle where the Indians were reputed to be vicious killers, savages. Hey, Wobble, so you saying that they replaced you from that point too and shit? Why would they do that? I mean, if you're saying we're Mongolians, why don't they just bring Filipinos and put them in there and shit? They're all Christianized, right, by this time?
Turkey Slurpee.
You're swallowing your own stupidity. But the missionaries were astonished to find they were welcome into an orderly community with a group of new Christians in a school. The reason for the change was a self-appointed missionary. Hold on a second.
Vicious killer indigenous people create an orderly community of Christians. And SIL even got a mention. Also, materials from the United States Information Agency labeled liberation theologians as Marxists and were distributed directly to religious leaders in Latin America. Though the missionaries didn't just disseminate an ideology in Latin America, they became informants. Anthropologist Scott S. Robinson, writing about U.S. missionary activity in Ecuador during this period, noted that missionaries have become essential informants to the American intelligence community, particularly in resource-rich regions which strategic petroleum and mineral resources abound. Just to put into perspective how common it was for missionaries to become essential informants, a 1975 article in Christianity Today stated that overall, between 10 and 25% of America's 35,000 Protestant and 7,000 Catholic foreign missionaries have given information to intelligence authorities, observers.
What the fuck? Hold on, let's sit on that for a moment. I'm gonna magnify this shit right here. Now, I think we still have Hugo Lintonero, Estudiante, all be revealed. Guaracuya, I think Mexica came in. Hey, what up, brother? No shit, I just say what's up to you. What do you guys have to say about this? Post a comment. I mean, say something. To me, it's like if you look. Let's read this real quick. Overall, between 10 to 25% of America's 35,000 WASP white Anglo-Saxon Protestants and 7,000 white Catholic foreign missionaries have given information to intelligence authorities, observers estimate. Now you understand why you fucking Catholics are really fucking this shit up? Now is our gente understanding how Christmas Christians have been infiltrating in your mind and spirit so long? They are not your friends. they are not your friends. On the contrary, I'd hate to tell you, because I know you guys are emotional to that fucking Virgin Mary and Jesus Christ and shit, but they're your enemy.
Estimate. The average would be much higher among missionaries serving in rural areas where reliable information is hard to come by and in places where there is social and political unrest. Additionally, missionaries built infrastructure, aviation networks, airstrips, schools, all of which aided US-backed states and corporations while undermining the culture and power of indigenous people. For those of you who just like to listen to these videos and don't really look at the screen a whole lot, what's up? Hello, I am one of you. Just to let you know, there are about to be a lot of quotes coming up, so I'll try to differentiate with my tone which of these things I'm saying are quotes and which of these things I'm saying are my actual words. All right. You've been warned. If SIL linguists were zealous, as they often were, the teachers imposed an evangelical order as a condition for the schooling and other material advantages they introduced. Where necessary, the teacher pastors concentrated dispersed populations around the schools, which tended to produce ecological and social instability.
Find the initial videos that we've been watching. Who? Now, hold on a second. Hello, testing. Hold on. What the hell's going on with myself? Okay, sorry. Now, keep in mind, as to what videos we were watching initially. What were the videos saying initially? Who has been funding this whole thing? Then and now.
For decades, SIL told the Peruvian government that it would reconcile jungle Indians to colonization, that is, to the loss of most of their land. According to Weistrand, SIL has helped the Aguarana face a new highway and colonization by 1. Anchoring them around the bilingual schools so that they not abandon choice land and flee into the hills as the elders initially advised. 2. Convincing the teachers of the highway's benefits through new trade opportunities. And 3. By giving the Aguarana a feeling for progress in the accumulation of material goods.
You see that? And I believe now that Sheinbaum has done that to Mexico. They have pacified Mexico by giving them a feeling of progress in accumulation of material goods, like more income, money for older people, because it's cheap. So they are pacifying raza in Mexico as we speak. There was a part of me that I thought I could trust that woman, but now that I'm seeing the movements in the background, I understand now exactly what they are doing. They're pacifying our people down in Mexico.
As that last quote indicated, missionaries also introduced foreign trade goods, clothes, medicines, vehicles, building materials, and along with them, a capitalist market economy and materialist consumerist culture to indigenous people. This meant to break indigenous traditions of reciprocity as well as their community's self-reliance. Since control over trade goods, medicine, and schooling is so basic to missionary work, it is tempting to dismiss it as a coercive economic transaction, one which simply alienates native people from their culture and induces them to accept exploitation in the image of the suffering Jesus.
You see that? So since control over trade goods, medicine, and schooling is so basic to missionary work, it is tempting to dismiss it as a coercive economic transaction. Now, I understand how these evangelicals, why they're there, to convince you to give up your rights of your land, of who should be helping you, of who should have the best interest for you. Did you not understand that this was possible? Did you really believe that that white Jesus on the wall was going to fucking help you, or the dumb Virgin Mary that never fucking is really real? She's real as an idol, but that's not part of the story or our story. Not at all. Now you're worshiping some dead fucking Virgin Mary. Like, to make it even worse. You went from bad to worse to fucked up. You went from like, yeah, I kind of like drinking, to like straight up tecato, homie. Straight up. That's what you guys did.
In the marginal situation, SIL therefore enslaves native people to the trade good. Considerable economic power is concentrated in the teacher, who becomes the agent of trade good dependency and is placed under pressure to break with the tradition of reciprocity. The population is more likely to require concentration around the school, and the evangelical order becomes a condition attached to the trade good. SIL's own aviation service, Jungle Aviation and Radio Service, or JARS, also occasionally transported state officials in regions where leftist guerrilla movements operated. JARS pilots were not CIA assets per se, but they did operate in regions otherwise inaccessible to government forces, and their cooperation was certainly mutually beneficial. Finally, as if all that's not enough, SIL missionaries actively helped oil companies and the US-backed Ecuadorian government force indigenous people in Ecuador into reservations. The evangelicals, under the strategic leadership of the more politically sophisticated SIL, supported the oil companies and an ethnocidal Ecuadorian government policy of encouraging highland homesteaders, that's referring to the missionaries, to stake out parcels of land along oil company access roads. After
Tell me why y'all so fucking dumb. You don't believe the people. You don't believe the people that tell y'all that this is going on.
To stake out parcels of land along oil company access.
You think we're lying? You think that? Nah, no es cierto, güey. No es cierto. Estás mintiendo, güey. Esas cosas no te preocupan, cabrón. For real, fam. I'm glad that at least there's several of us awoken or awake, however you want to say it, that are fully aware of exactly what's going on. Because you can't turn this off anymore. Once you know, you know. And you can't say, no, it's not true. No, as much as you try to deny it, no, truth is truth, as what it is. And we're watching this in its full scale. The evangelicals, you fucking white Anglo-Saxon Protestant sons of Esau, dirty heathen. The evangelicals, racist retards, under the strategic leadership of the more politically sophisticated SIL, supported the oil companies and an ethnicidal Ecuadorian government policy of encouraging highland homesteaders to take out parcels along oil company access roads. So like these so-called, let me help you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you cure. I'm here to teach you the Bible. I'm here to be your friend. Nah, they're here to fucking rape you. With no Vaseline, man.
After consultation with the Ecuadorian military, Aka converts flying above the remaining band of uncontacted kin in SIL helicopters operating on Texaco fuel were urged to put down their arms and join their evangelized kin at Rachel Saint's Reserva village. In similar frontier conditions, the American missionaries' grandfathers had pacified the American West and placed the Indians on reservations. Now, their grandchildren in the service of the same 19th century God proposed reservas for the Shuara and the Akas. Imagine Ecuadorian native reservas, a legal entity, administered in effect by SIL.
You guys don't know this. You know how I know that they gave you guys the Virgin Marys? Because they were actually talking about that shit. When they first got here, they're like, nobody believes that shit. Shut up, Sumaraga. But around 1640, 1660, they were talking about how it was passive and things were calm, but that something needed to be created before instability, meaning the spirit waking up again. So they gave you the fucking Virgin Mary. They gave you the Juan Diego bullshit story that he showed up in a fucking shirt and shit. Like think about it, bro. If you guys aren't even part of him, why would she show up to your fucking land? Think about it. If y'all are simple fucking Mexicans and you got the white man over here deporting you and shit and everybody else taking advantage of you, do you really believe the Virgin Mary came over to show up to you and, oh, my hijos mexicanos, pinches paisas pendejos, no se preocupen, ahorita los cuido, porque son buena onda, cabrones. Seriously, bro? Do you guys really believe this fucking bullshit? Wake the fuck up. Are you serious? Serious? You don't even believe that you Hebrews, but you believe that the mother of Jesus showed up to this fucking town. Sheesh. Think about that for a moment. You don't believe you're Hebrews, but you believe some fucking imaginary spirit showed up to Juan Diego, to a paisa, who they called Canaan, basically, and then she had feelings for you. And now she is the supreme deity. As a matter of fact, y'all pray to her before you pray to anybody else, even to the Creator himself. Are we that fucked up in the head, bro? Are we really that retarded? Seriously?
Missionaries, evangelical Protestants, and dictatorships. Under US-backed military dictatorships across Latin America, progressive Catholics faced serious persecution alongside the people with which they organized. In 1975, not long after Nixon's ruminations about Catholicism, Bolivia's Hugo Banzer, with advice from his Nazi security chief Klaus Barbie, urged his interior ministry to draw up a plan against liberation theology. Pareto worked closely with the CIA to draw up what would be known as the Banzer Plan, which was a direct attack on liberation theology. Bolivian intelligence, joined by the CIA and by the intelligence services of 10 other Latin American countries, began to compile dossiers on liberation theologists, to plant communist literature in churches to shut down any progressive church publication, and to arrest and expel foreign priests and nuns who believed in liberation theology. Things are about to get even heavier somehow in this video, so content warning for discussion of genocide and torture, like even a little bit more explicitly than we've already discussed. Eric, let's find a timestamp where people can skip to after that specific discussion is over. Under Brazil's military dictatorship, which the US financially supported at an unprecedented rate at that time, the state sought to assimilate and eliminate the indigenous people in order to develop the Amazon. Some Catholic clergy advocated for the rights of indigenous people.
See that? You dumb Christmas Christians. That's what you supported. Brazil's former military dictatorship sought to assimilate and eliminate. Now, not assimilate and eliminate. It says assimilate or eliminate the indigenous in order to develop the Amazon. Generals back then also railed against the church, even kidnapping and torturing church representatives. You see that shit? Because it was that fucking bad, fam. You Christmas Christians in South America and Mexico, Central, are you guys that fuck? I'm seriously, man. What is it? What is it gonna take? What will be the understanding? Which got Proverbs 26:25. It says, we haven't had a scripture in a while. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. Damn right it is. Really? For real? Hey, listen, we're just here for democracy. We're here for medical reasons. We're here to evangelize you. We're here because you need to, believe in the blood of Jesus. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. They came to assimilate or eliminate you. They want nothing to do with you, Raza. Let this fucking Christmas Christian concept go. It does not belong to you. It never has.
So Brazil's generals also railed against the church, even kidnapping and torturing church representatives. The regime killed at least 8,350 indigenous people during the dictatorship, according to Brazil's National Truth Commission. In 1980s El Salvador, where 26 US-backed concentration camps are currently located, groups of US-trained army and National Guardsmen sexually abused and murdered Catholic nuns and priests. In Chile and across Latin America, dictator Augusto Pinochet's government and its allies, all backed by the USA at the time, carried out...
all backed by Israelis funded by USA. Get that right.
Operation Condor, a project which killed an estimated 50,000 civilians, disappeared 30,000 who were all presumed dead, and imprisoned 400,000 for being suspected communist sympathizers. Many thousands of these civilians were likely tortured. The United States provided the funding and inspiration for this project, and the CIA specifically instructed Latin American security forces in methods of torture and bomb construction. While all of this was happening, evangelical Protestant leaders supported these dictatorships.
You see? That's Operation Condor. Operation Condor. Operation Condor. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this. He's talking about this right here, fam. Let me give you the link. Let me see if you guys can get it. If you can't, my bad. But this is Operation Condor right here. Now we can go through that whole list, but this is not what that doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because this is what matters, okay? This is what matters right here.
Oh, you piece of shit. Well, come you don't move over there, bro? What the hell? Come on, man. Stop it. Damn it. Fucking computer. My bad, fam. It says there's Jewish diaspora in Latin America. What? Dictatorships and desaparecidos. Operation Condor was a transnational project that targeted political dissidents and communist subversions in Latin America through a system of terror. The operation was active in the latter half of 1970, where Paraguay, Brazil, Bolivia, Uruguay, Chile, and Argentina. But what does this have to do? This page seeks to explore the experience of Jews under the military regimes which held power in Argentina and Brazil, which have the largest Jewish population in Latin America. So all of you piece of shit motherfuckers that were dictators over there, like the guy that he's talking about, was supported by these fucking Khazars, these self-proclaimed Jewish people that held power. And you know what I mean? Like it shouldn't about be new to y'all. This is, and if it hurts your feelings because I'm so blunt about this shit, well then you don't belong in this fucking channel, bro. Like seriously, y'all just, go unsubscribe, man. Bye. Like I don't even care, bro, if it's only like 500 of you guys listening at this point. I don't care, bro. Because motherfuckers don't believe anymore. I see people open up a channel and shit, and all of a sudden they got a 1,000 subscribers. Like Yakasha came over here and compared me to his channel. Like, oh, you only got 700 and something subscribers and shit. You suck. Yeah, I probably do, bro. But you know what sucks even more? That I may not be the best at what I do, but I know for a fact that what I bring out is not untrue. And what sucks is that you guys suck for not fucking believing this shit. You prefer to get entertained? By all means, please continue. I'm subscribed, bro. Y'all don't even belong here.
And they received some love in return. In December 1974, Chilean General Pinochet personally attended the dedication of the Hotebeche Pentecostal Methodist Church Cathedral in Santiago, marking the first time a Chilean head of state had ever attended a Protestant service. 2 days earlier, approximately 2,500 evangelicals had gathered to publicly pledge their support for the junta and denounce Chile's international critics. By September 1975, the Methodist Pentecostal Church had assumed the Catholic Church's traditional role of hosting the annual Te Deum service, a patriotic ceremony attended by Pinochet and other government leaders. Billy Graham, who we were all raised to revere in evangelical churches, coordinated directly with Latin American military dictatorships. Between 1962 and 1974, Graham personally met with Brazil's dictator Ernesto Geisel and other authoritarian rulers. He praised Chile's Augusto Pinochet as a great Christian leader. And then there is Efrain Rios Montt. Eric, can you please record yourself saying this dude's name with the utmost disrespect?
Yeah, Spanish names can be difficult sometimes. I can help. Here is how you pronounce that. Un genocida. Un hijo de puta. Cuya vida solo dejó muerte. Hope that helps.
Thank you. If there was a single moment when evangelical Christianity and U.S. counterinsurgency fully merged, it was this period in Guatemalan history. Rios Montt was a general who took power in a 1982 military coup. He was a born-again Pentecostal and a member of an American-affiliated charismatic church. His weekly national TV addresses sounded like sermons, mixing Bible verses with calls for obedience to God and the state. His government carried out one of the worst genocides in modern Latin American history against the Maya.
Do you know who that was against the Maya? Now I understand who this fucking guy was. A fucking Khazar, Sephardic Jew. Now you understand why I can't even believe you had the nerve to come to this channel back again and try to defend your bullshit. Wow. We're almost done.
And the U.S., financially and spiritually, supported him. Good old Ronald Reagan praised Montt as a man of great integrity.
I know that President Rios Montt is a man of great personal integrity and commitment.
Jerry Falwell openly supported him. Pat Robertson interviewed the dictator on his TV show, The 700 Club.
Ephraim Rios Montt, who was the president there, he's a terrific guy. He was with the El Verbo Church, and they had a marvelous government.
Christian evangelist Luis Paulu told Christianity Today in 1983, "It's great to have a Christian president as a model. The hand of God appears to be upon him." Meanwhile, remember, Catholic priests who supported indigenous rights were being assassinated, disappeared, and tortured along with countless other civilians. Rios Montt's rule was the logical end of a decades-long project. Replace politically engaged Catholicism with a politically compliant Protestantism so that the structures of inequality remained untouched. Even today, evangelical Protestants in Latin America overwhelmingly support the same kinds of politicians which evangelical Protestants in the US support: authoritarian right-wingers. And while I would say that leftist thought and action is probably more common in South and Central America than it is in the imperial core of the United States, Catholics in these areas now also tend to lean right. So much media about American evangelicalism today, including some of my own work, to be honest, operates on the premise that it's getting worse. It's becoming more extreme. This media often also examines a supposed paradox. This faith is based on God's love, but its adherents somehow support cruel leaders. As I hope is obvious by the end of this video, though, morally permitting the extreme brutality of states and corporations is exactly what evangelical Protestant Christianity was shaped to do. It is not cruel in spite of itself. It is a permission structure for cruelty and always has been. In 2026, it is just doing to the people of the United States what it and the government of the United States have always done to people of other nations and the indigenous people who were here before me. As you may have heard the saying go, fascism is colonialism, just turned inward. This story should also teach us that evangelical...
If Donald Trump is successful in...
See what I'm saying? So anyways, let me show you some stuff and then we out. The real quick ones anyways. You guys aren't even watching anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter at this point. I'm just showing it to the people that have been following for a while, man. Appreciate you guys for sticking around. I expect some really shit happening soon. Some really crazy shit happening soon. And I'm just trying to warn y'all, bro. Let's go.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
And I've just been ordered to leave the premises. I've just been ordered to leave the premises, and she's yelling at me right now, so I'm going to head back to my car and try and keep you abreast of the situation.
You don't have my permission to be taking any pictures.
This is a public-facing place. I've already talked to the police. These are little kids. How old are they? I'm so ashamed of what you're doing with these kids.
You don't have my permission to be taking any pictures.
This is a public-facing place. I've already talked to the police. These are little kids. How old are they?
You know these kids are kind of going places they never heard from again, right?
No.
Are you with
me, sir?
Can I ask what company you're with?
No.
No? You won't tell me?
No.
Okay. Why are you being so secretive?
Don't worry about it, sir. Can you stop bothering me?
Is this your kid here? Is this your kid? Where are you taking this kid to?
Hi. What's your name?
Hey, don't get in my face,
No, you're
sir.
getting in my space, sir.
You're getting in my space?
You're getting in my space. I need you to back down.
Okay, I'm right here.
All right. Can you back down over there?
You're stepping towards me, sir. Why are you hiding your name badge? Why are you so ashamed of what you're doing with these kids?
You don't have my permission to be taking any pictures.
This is a public-facing...
Sicko fam is seeing those people do that shit to what? This is why I've been saying it, bro. Not all kinfolk is not all skinfolk is kinfolk, man. Just because they look like you don't mean they're your gente. I don't know why you guys don't fucking get it, man. Oh, these Hispanics are joining Border Patrol. Bro, listen, right now is the time of the spirits waking up. If you're moving that way, you probably are Canaan or Edom or some other fucking devilish bastard. I don't think the 2/3 are even involved. I think the 2/3 are just too stuck up in fucking sinning. The ones doing this shit is because, you know, they're very expressive in who they are, man. Let's go. We're almost done.
If Donald Trump is successful in mass deportations, which I will remind everybody was the second point
of the GOP platform last summer. So people who are saying, I voted for Trump and I wanted illegals out, but I didn't vote for this. Well, if you're a Republican, you voted for the biggest mass deportation in American history. You did vote for this. And it's going to look like this, and it's going to be ugly, because if we win, we take this country back. And if we don't win on the ICE and the deportations, the left stays in power. If you allow the illegal aliens to stay, we fundamentally lose our constitutional republic, because they are not citizens. We are citizens, but then they are stealing our sovereignty unto themselves. Really, it's a foreign invasion of our country. And so, I put it like this before, is that I don't care how much they scream. I don't care how much they cry. I don't care how loud they protest. And I don't care how much it costs. And I don't care how many of my fellow American citizens who recklessly impede legitimate law enforcement operations suffer the consequences of their reckless actions. I'd hope it'd be zero. They need to knock it off. I don't care. I want my country back, whatever it takes, no matter how much it costs. And this is what we elected Donald Trump to do.
You know what I should do? Bro, what I should do is I should just start a channel that is just supporting this whole shit as like a mockery. And I'll bet you anything, but I'll have a bunch of followers right away if I start mocking on you guys for the stupidity that you keep falling for. I mean, why not? You know what I mean? Because it's like, bro, what does it take? What is it going to take? What example is it going to be? What fucking explosion is it going to fucking have to happen? Look, man, there's a lot of people in this continent, bro, and you got some fucking silly ass dubs out there also saying some fucking bullshit. Look, I try to promote some channels, bro, and I don't get the same love that they do. I don't complain about it, but it really shows me the kind of spirit that some people move. Now, some people show love. I appreciate you guys for doing that, man, because it's back and forth, but some of y'all motherfuckers, bro, hey, man, thank you for this shit, and you guys stay quiet. Always quiet. Yeah, become the new Nino America. That's right. I'm gonna turn right wing and shit.
The Wailing Wall is the seat of a satanic ritual outlined by the 13th century Jewish occult system known as the Kabbalah. This so-called divine presence at the Wailing Wall is actually the Kabbalistic feminine emanation of their false god, the Shekinah. Watch closely how the rabbis thrust their pelvises and penises back and forth in a prescribed prayer movement called davening, in which the Jew copulates with the Shekinah in order to give birth to an erotic union with the Ein Sof, the Kabbalistic masculine emanation of their false god. They're participating in a lewd occult ritual where the so-called divine presence is actually Satan himself.
That's good titty, bro. This is funny. Hold on a second, brother. Hold on. There you go.
Strange. This 19-year-old guy dropped out from Harvard and found Facebook, okay? And now he's a billionaire. How does that happen, guys? Well, it must be the American dream. Bill Gates? Mark Zuckerberg? Really strange. This 19-year-old guy drops out from Harvard and founds Facebook, okay? And now he's a billionaire. How does that happen, guys? Well, it must be the American dream. Oh, ChatGPT, guys. Really strange. If you have a dream and you just follow it, you can become a billionaire in America. Yeah. It's all just a scam, right? Google, it's all just a scam, okay? What you need to understand about these companies is they were all founded.
I thought it was a bit strange when Stephen Miller so quickly relented on his whole...
Hold on, I want to just share this real quick because I'm almost done, fam. I'm almost done. Hold on, honey. Hold on, check this out. These two videos are important.
Alex Preddy was an assassin and a domestic terrorist.
I got a couple of videos and then we through, bro. We through.
You know, I thought it was a bit strange when Stephen Miller so quickly relented on his whole Alex Preddy was an assassin and a domestic terrorist. Not because it was so obvious to anyone who saw the footage that that was clearly a lie, but because no matter how egregious the claim, Stephen Miller never backs down. In fact, he doubles down. But suddenly it was like, oh, maybe the Border Patrol agents didn't follow protocol, which is a very un-Stephen Miller-like thing to say. But now that ProPublica has released the names of the Border Patrol agents involved in the shooting, it all makes sense. Jesus Ochoa, who goes by Jesse, and Raimundo Gutierrez, 2 Border Patrol agents from South Texas, Hispanics. Which also explains the fact that they're suddenly on administrative leave. There's a DOJ investigation into the killing of Alex Preddy, which is in very sharp contrast to how they treated the killing of Renee Good with Jonathan Ross. Certainly no DOJ investigation. In fact, instead, they went after Renee Good's wife. And let this be a reminder to those Border Patrol agents. Doing the work of your oppressor is not going to save you. Selling out your own community will not protect you. It just makes you look like a coward. And the moment you stop being useful, this regime will turn on you instantly.
I'm gonna end it with this video right here, fam. Thank you for sticking around. For you guys that have stuck around, because you know, look, this is 4 hours and almost 4.5. Well, almost 4.5 hours. You know me, man. I'm long-winded, family. I hope you guys hear this message. Our children, kids shouldn't have to go even think about this stuff, bro. But apparently, you Anglo-Saxons, you African Americans, you Arabs, you wannabe Americans that are fucking Mexicans or Chicanos or Salvadoreños or Hondurans or some fucking town down there, they will never, ever embrace you. And again, this is sad, man. When you got kids, I don't care what raza you are, bro. Like, kids are kids, you know? After this, we're out. Let's go. And a couple songs and that's it.
Dear ICE agents.
Dear Immigration and Custom Enforcement.
Dear ICE. Hey ICE. Dear ICE agents. Dear ICE agents, I hope you're respectful to everyone and show kindness. I also hope you respect all people from all different countries and around the world.
I think as a community, we should respect people's homes and the people themselves. These people are important to us and others. We should treat everyone the same, even if we don't know them. I think after losing someone I love, this kind of makes me sad, but I hope everyone can still have their loved ones next to them.
You are scaring schools, people, and the world. You should be kind, helpful, and caring like normal police, not dangerous, scary, and stealing people. I think you should make friends with the world. Love, a Valley View student. You right now, you're making people get really sad because you're just taking them away without them doing anything. I chose to draw this because it helped you realize that if you were getting taken by ICE, you would feel miserable.
Keep going, guys. My teacher said to keep this kind, so I'm going to write a poem. I know you're following orders. Please don't send them out the borders. The world has already fired up the mortars of hate. But I believe there are birds whose songs of love aren't heard by people who need to care.
You want me to talk about Liam?
Yeah, would you mind sharing some stories about him?
Liam was a pre-K from Valley View, and he was taken by the ICE agents, and he was also wearing a bunny hat, and his name was Conejo, which means bunny in Spanish. So that's what the bunnies represent him. I would say to Liam that I hope he is safe.
How would you feel if he came back to class?
Happy because he was taken.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados serán los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
Yo, 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 yo. Las líneas que parten el mundo. Yo, el meridiano. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
En una simple frase te explicaré cómo es mi gente. Si maltratas a un carnal, te devora la serpiente. Emplumada, va en picada, desquiciada el águila real. Le arrancará la cabeza a quien dañó su nopal.
Somos un ejército cautivo, esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo. Que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
Soy un monstruo con la pluma, mis rimas envenenadas. Hoy me llaman Quetzalcóatl, soy la serpiente emplumada. Dueño de la tempestad y del tempo está muy claro. Un diluvio de verdad, en la instrumental soy Tlaloc.
Certero en mi disparo, y Luis Caminas, el flechador del cielo. Pero con rimas, cultura de mi tierra que nunca se acaba. Con águilas y estrellas que vuelan desde la nave. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
Como aquí, bro, te juro no existen dos. Si voy a creer en alguien, solo va a ser en mi Dios. Yo me encomiendo a mi madre, que me cuida y me protege en tierras. Amor de tonas y claro, sí, amor de mi madre tierra.
El que nunca falla, el de sangre maya. El que va dejando huellas al que buscan y no hallan. El que da la talla, el que triunfa y calla. Al que copian y se basan, soy el calendario maya. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
Yo soy guerrero de orgullo moreno. Mis dioses son verdaderos. Tlacozontli es el que cuida mis caminos y senderos.
Mi tierra pinta paisajes de autor, la naturaleza es una obra de amor donde el artista se expresa. Mira y aprecia el arte de Xochipilli, mi diosa de la belleza.
La guerra, el arte tienen cercanos roces. Netzahualcóyotl, rey con tintes de dioses. Un guerrero, poeta y muy pocos lo conocen. Hoy te lo recuerdo yo, el Sensontle y 400 voces.
Guerreros y leyendas que la historia a veces calla. Dioses de un ayer, de un hoy y de un mañana. Yo me encomiendo a Cuauhtémoc y Pachita es quien me sana. En mi sangre sigue viva la cultura mexicana. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
Este día enfrentarán a un ejército que se asume como invencible. Y es así porque no se había topado con mexicanos dignos. Mexicanos guerreros, como nuestros ancestros, como los que estamos reunidos hoy aquí.
Recordando nuestra historia y las glorias del pasado. Recuerda, oh patria mía, en cada hijo hay un soldado. Los ejércitos aztecas preparados a la vez, enfrentándose a muerte con las tropas de Cortés. Españoles invasores sufrieron en vestiduras de los guerreros mexicas, trozando sus armaduras. En 1810 inicia la independencia, con Hidalgo dando el grito a la carga y sin clemencia. Miles de hombres y mujeres con espíritu valiente murieron por un gran sueño, una nación independiente. 1821 mexicano, tanta sangre no fue en vano, de la ceniza resurge el imperio mexicano. En San Juan de Ulúa intentaron reconquistarnos, nación libre, soberana, al invasor le confirmamos. En el norte los apaches atacaban sin cesar, atrapen a los traidores, los vamos a fusilar. Los gringos robaron Texas, alimañas insensatas, en el Álamo pagaron con masacre los piratas. Los yanquis expansionistas quieren más, eso es notorio, vienen marchando del norte, quieren nuestro territorio. Tomaron Chapultepec con descaro y con desquicio, lucharon hasta la muerte el batallón de San Patricio. Arizona, Nuevo México y la Alta California, esa herida no se cierra, simplemente se transforma. No pasaron muchos años desde la última ocasión, desde Europa se orquesta ya la próxima invasión. El 5 de mayo empezaron las agresiones, los valientes Zacapuaxtlas pelearon sin municiones. Enfrentan al enemigo con rifles y con machetes, disparen con los cañones, denle muerte a los franceses. En el campo de batalla el enemigo se destroza, la victoria es mexicana, grita Ignacio Zaragoza.
Este 5 de mayo, los franceses van a respetar el águila mexicana y van a mirar esta bandera hacia arriba y hundidos en su sangre. ¡Viva México! ¡Pero viva México libre!
Porfirio Díaz trajo paz, eso decían las noticias. Derroquen al dictador, estamos hartos de injusticia. Tomen todos sus fusiles, prepárense para la acción. Se escuchan por todas partes, ¡viva la revolución! En esta lucha eterna, no se pierde, no se empata. Lema, tierra, libertad, viva mi general Zapata. Que al traidor se le capture en la pared, se le acribilla. Una leyenda mexicana, el general Francisco Villa. 1926, preparen armas en los cerros. ¡Viva Cristo Rey! Gritaban fuerte los cristeros. En la Biblia viene escrito, aunque a algunos les aterra, hay tiempos para la paz, pero también para la guerra. Contra los japoneses batalló como ninguno, son letales desde el cielo el escuadrón 201. Mexicanos muy valientes, patriotas de este país, hoy su sangre está regada por los campos de maíz. Ya lo dijo Napoleón en un escrito iracundo, 5 hombres como Morelos podría conquistar el mundo. Esta letra habla de historia, mi intención no es revivirla, mi intención crear conciencia para ya no repetirla. No se ocupa ser soldado ni militar en acción para luchar por tu tierra, para luchar por tu nación. No necesito armas, mucho menos de las balas. Mi armamento es mi talento y las balas mis palabras. Hoy los tiempos han cambiado, siguen los mismos errores. Guerra, guerra, sin cuartel para todos los traidores. La violencia y la injusticia hoy azota a la nación. Se combaten estos males con unión y educación. Recordemos a los héroes y honremos su memoria. Mexicanos de estos tiempos, volvamos a hacer historia.
Fui forzado a sacrificar muchas vidas en búsqueda de la justicia. Pero al final he salvado la vida de mi amado México.
Purchase your tracks today.
Soy del país que no se raja, papá, del mariachi y la baraja, que trabaja y no se cuaja ni por una paga baja. De esa tierra soy, donde crecen los nopales, donde millones de madres parieron a mis carnales, a mi gente pues. La de piel color canela, la que viste de guarache, de sombrero y de franela, la que canta, la que celebra la muerte, la que se rompe su madre con aquel que le haga frente. Soy de aquí, la tierra del maíz y del mezcal, del café no ya de barro y de la tortilla con sal, de la solidaridad, de la causa que lo merezca, donde un taquito hermano no falta quien te lo ofrezca. De esa tierra, la del trueque y la cocoa, donde por los cielos vuela glorioso mi Quetzalcóatl. Tierra santa, donde el oro no deslumbra, donde no todo se compra y la carencia no te espanta. Y es que dime cómo no quieres que ame tanto esta tierra, si aquí nacieron mis hijos y aquí me ha criado la abuela. Aquí gastó mis suelas desde que soy un enano. Es mi orgullo, mi paisano, haber nacido mexicano. Y hasta el día en que yo me muera, bendita será mi tierra, es mi hogar. Feliz de ver ondear esta bandera, feliz de haber nacido donde los mariachis tocan. Salucita, momento en el que nuestros vasos chocan.
México
pero bien honrado que le gusta lo mejor. Las mujeres no me faltan, ni el dinero ni el amor. Cuando estoy en el Tenampa me llaman el desesperado. Hay tantas aventuras en esta tierra de encanto. Escucha mi cantar, voy con las penas ahogadas. El tequila siempre fiel, el mariachi me acompaña. ¡Viva México, señores! ¡Vivan sus trabajadores! Que todos nuestros campos sigan regalando flores. Y la luz entre magueyes donde el sol quema duro, donde los niños nacen con espíritu puro. Inquebrantables somos, crecemos, trabajamos. Las deudas no perdonan, honor al adversario. Lloran las guitarras, apuntan las trompetas. Fusilamos la mentira y de paso la tristeza. Festejamos a los muertos, estamos medio vivos. En las peores situaciones nos mantenemos unidos. Somos los sobrevivientes, los hijos de la injusticia, los que brincan la frontera arriesgándose la vida. Y no estamos huyendo, no es cuestión de cobardía. Este sistema nos obliga porque faltan garantías. ¿Qué puedo hacer? Nada más que sentir orgullo por haber nacido aquí. México es número uno, hijo del pueblo como José Alfredo me conocen. Por todo el mundo encontrarás a la raza de bronce.
México, tierra de arraigo, tradición y fe. Fuego en el pecho que me llama a ser aquel guerrero en que renaceré. México está en la sangre y en el alma ser. Pueblo bendito al que me entregaré, savia pura de maguey.
Somos lo que somos, unos mexicanos. Suena México, sí señor.
Yo soy mexicano hasta la madre, hijo del cocho.
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. Got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. Yeah. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loon? What up, Oreo? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they try to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. I'm brown, but my flow too black. Come on, y'all kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando mexicanos on the map. No estoy jugando, got bars like a battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call Mexica. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Story with Mexicans, Mexicano. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Tenochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now I'm Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse it to be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man. Damn again, now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Militia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien juido, siempre reponiendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote, me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote, me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia, yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia, pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias, si no topa el boy en breve nos para en la calle, no puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle, no quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle, quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre, a la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo, puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo, loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país, todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs, pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis, loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados, atento si prendo un blunt, en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo, cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado, chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado, puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca, pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca, ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca, si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
La bandera con un águila
águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Que jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, el expresidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Sembramos tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendarios y medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes Quemaron nombres, vendieron memoria, alzaron fronteras sobre nuestra historia. Nos dijeron atraso para robarnos la voz, civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control. Pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde. Aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. De norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.